hello and good morning. Great. That's not exactly how I said it. Hello and good morning is more how I said it the first time. Hello and good morning. Hello and good morning. Great. Now when I plug these headphones in, if we lose connection, that's because I'm stupid. And I should have plugged the headphones in before I started the stream like normal. Hello. Cheese curds to you as well. I don't know what that means. I do, but I don't. What does that mean? Are you calling me a cheese curd? How dare you? What the fuck, man? I don't come into your chat and call you fucking cheese curd. I'm kidding. Boy, those did not go on right. Okay, so I made it. My drive was tiring, but you know, I had a Tesla and it was on auto drive the whole time, right? I mean, we killed a couple people on the way, but I didn't die, so as usual, was worth it, you know? Yeah, we helped the population of the world a little bit, decreased those old folks. I'm pretty sure they were all old folks, so there's no real loss there. That's good. Great. Fantastic. So to us remaining young folk, hi. This is our world, okay? They're all dead now. All the boomers have died in this scenario. I'm gonna eat some. Is that me? I think that's me saying the clapping. Clap on, clap off. Why is this not caught up then? Anyway, Cosmo Canyon. Cool. So hi. Good morning. I'm still waking up. I'm still getting here. This is my first 5, so there you go. Let me figure out what's happening with the TTS, because your messages should be showing up here. Either way, I mean, I'm reading what you're saying, so. First time I heard this. This is fucking great. Da, 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 da. Oh, check it out. Yeah! You like that? Shit. Woo! Black tips, baby, black tips. That pinky's looking a little skewed, but it's just fine. It's just fine. Yes! Half black, half red. Who does that, Hassan? Who does that? Huh? Oh, I never seen a guy wear black nail polish act like that. Okay, buddy. Anyways, hi, welcome to the show. We're still waking up. We're still waking up, folks. As you can see, I found my Pocahontas pillow. She's very important. She's very important, okay? She paints the colors of the wind in for my dreams, okay? She paints the colors of my wind. Alright? Ears back to why is my chat not loading? So I'm gonna clear this out. Oh, okay. Go figure. The last 4 messages, who gives a fuck? That one? Okay, sure. We'll take that one. Anyway. Hold on, I gotta sort a layer. Okay. Oh. Just sat on Pocahontas. Okay. So, one of my favorite creators have made a video, and I don't want to watch it without including y'all. Why? Because traditionally, this is like why I started. I started on Kick, and I started watching Wynn's videos, and a bunch of other stuff. Well, that's kind of what got me the hatred and shit to begin with. So, you know, it's all the same thread. No one can hear you, I'm sure. I'm sure that's the case. The music is incredibly loud. Nobody can hear me whatsoever. Hello, folks. This music is so fucking loud. I know. Not that it's a good way to produce anything, but I know. Great. Now that you can hear me, I don't want to talk. I'm kidding. So I think I'm ready. I don't know if I am, though. I think I'm ready.
Like the music is too loud.
Oh, so fucking loud. It was very loud. But you got to hear it, right? You heard the music? Okay, that's good. Okay, here we go. Tesla attacks incendiary devices found at a Tesla dealership in Austin, Texas. I was jokingly saying that I was driving from Texas during my last broadcast because I thought this was a funny thing. So
our next one takes us to the Texas
Good
state
morning.
Capitol. Live picture there over Austin. Well, a bomb investigation is underway.
Looks boring.
At a Tesla dealership in North Austin. Police
Looks
say
boring
they
and
found
flat and
several
dead.
suspicious devices designed to cause a fire at the car lot. This comes after a takedown Tesla protest was held at the dealership over the weekend. Let's get more details on this developing story. Fox 7 Austin reporter, our friend there, Tan Radford, joins.
So it's showing us what I've been saying, which is like the peaceful protests are going to start getting like dissenters and shit because of this riotous crap, and they're going to start blaming peaceful protesters for the violent individuals, which they've kind of already been doing, but they're going to make it harder to tell what the difference is in these attacks. So luckily those bombs didn't go off while the old silver-haired motherfuckers were out there. It's like I was saying yesterday to Asmon, maybe you don't want to radicalize all those folks to go out and kill what would be your parent going out and protesting. Asmon Gold, very good. That was the second thing I said earlier on my other broadcast, which was, I hope that Nick's dad has died so he can feel one tiny little smidgen of the pain and teasing that he gave me after both of mine had passed. So, fuck you. I hope that's happened. He seems kind of depressed and dead lately. Like, I hope he's suffering through some emotional abuse of his own making. Anyways, so yeah, Tesla, who cares, right? Am I right?
Violence of any kind.
That's kind of what this is. Tesla, who cares, am I right? I strongly condemn any actions. Yeah. So there was bombs, they didn't go off in Texas. So that's good. That's good that they didn't. Because again, I fear the worst. It could have involved old folks and shit, and that would have been an actual, like, massive fucking tragedy. We lose some swastikars, nobody gives a fuck. We lose some old white folks who are just there to peacefully protest. That's a fucking tragedy. So let's not fuck up America, folks. Okay, great. Let's do a daily. We're doing a daily
Hello,
dose.
everyone. This is your daily
Why
dose
not?
of internet. 16 softball players thought it would be funny to all go in the elevator at the same time.
No.
The elevator broke, and they were eventually rescued by
Oh my god, the
firefighters.
volume. I would have been one of the crying ones. The stupid bitches. Shit. How did they fit? How did they all fit in there? They must have literally thought it was funny to, like, smash in. Oh my god. What? Oh my god.
No, you're not.
Oh. Ow. That's a hard fucking pussy slap, dude. I saw that one for just a brief
This
moment.
driver had no idea that someone was going to be there.
This is the only two I saw. This guy gets fucking storsh. Like a fucking, he gets the flume. Like that's, oh my god. I mean, he was probably already pretty wet, but.
That's a good boy coming in. Oh my god! Oliver!
So,
What is
I guess
this?
motorcycles are just really big and expensive popcorn machines.
That is not good. That is that can't be good for your motorcycle. That's funny though.
Imagine getting attacked by a gang of pufferfish.
No. 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 I don't want to imagine any of that water stuff. No good. I'm good. I'm good. Your little harpoon gun? You only gotta get one of them.
He wanted to help fix his hair.
Shit. Okay. Alright. Gotta keep him twisted, you know.
Hey, move.
Look at these.
Ready?
What am I looking for? Oh, it's the reactive.
Their dog took full advantage of the situation.
Or is it just dead? It's either dead or reactive. The dog. Stupid humans.
Nothing was gonna stop her from gambling.
Oh. I mean, even God. She gonna die.
God.
Okay.
Well, he decided he's gonna go on in there.
A few days ago,
Was that a wooden
astronauts landed
fence?
back
Hold
on.
on. Because that thing is fucked now. Was that metal?
Yeah.
Oh, that's metal. Okay.
Well, he decided he's gonna go on in there.
A
Old
few days ago,
rusty
some
metal
astronauts
fence. That
landed
thing
back
did
on
not
Earth,
stand a
and
chance.
a group of
Hey,
curious
it's them.
dolphins swam over to check them out.
From the Dragon spacecraft. Now, here on your
Okay.
screen, we can see
The dragon! I don't mind that Elon is calling his little back and forth fucking dragons. I think that's fun.
dolphins, actually, who want to come and play with
They're
dragons.
checking this shit out. Yeah. That's how you play Jenga. Is that Ela? No, whatever.
I'm like, who's this weirdo?
This lady
this
ordered a
weirdo?
pizza, but there was a giant alligator near her house. The delivery
Okay.
driver was too scared to deliver the pizza, so this police officer did it for her.
Get
Bitch,
in the
fucking
house!
Nut up.
I'll take it to the back door. Not a pizza man.
What the
Yeah, they called us about the alligator.
Okay. Get in there. What? Shit.
Bird ran
Yes!
into a window and
Yes!
was knocked out, and his other bird
Oh, I don't
brought him
like
back to
these.
life.
I don't like these because you never know how the bird got there to begin with. And there's you put them in the freezer and then you just throw them outside and shit. It's a thing.
Oh, what the?
This bird
That's
ran into a
fucking-
window and was knocked out,
Okay.
and his other bird brought him back to life.
I could believe that, but that's quite a way to land perfectly on the fucking table like that, right in front of the window. Okay, there you go. You good, buddy? He's a little fucked up.
I swear this mime will probably get punched in the face someday.
Oh, some Doherty. With a kazoo and shit? Come on. Man. I don't know whether to think that was cute or obnoxious.
He found a secret police station in a New York City subway.
Yo, bro, they all through the glass, bro. What? Yo, yo, I just came to look like this. dude.
Yeah. I don't know what you're expecting. Okay. And now you die. Oh, shit. Okay.
She missed her bus, and the driver refused to let her on in the middle of the road, so
Oh,
she
that's
did this
funny.
instead.
Yeah, I feel like I've
That's
seen that
crazy.
even. Yep.
You're gonna get arrested.
Yeah. That's what she wants, though, you know. What is this? It's tied to something, right? Oh. Can you move the dog, the
This guy was
TV,
closing his
and
metal
oh my
gate, but
god.
realized that he forgot something.
Okay, Indiana Jones. 3, 2, 1. 6, 3, 2. Well, yes! There you go. Sometimes you gotta slide under that bitch. This does not look okay. He's sleeping. Let him sleep.
She couldn't figure out why her dino nugget was spinning.
Because of some kind of air fryer or something.
The brownies are done.
I don't know. Those are not brownies, Grandma. Grandma, you fucked up the brownies. Ah, pizza for the boys.
For the boys.
His deodorant can wasn't working, so he had to break it open.
I don't mind her.
For the boy.
Pizza for the boys.
Pizza for the boys.
Okay.
Pizza for the boys.
His deodorant can wasn't working, so he had to
Real
break it
Bette
open.
Midlerish right there. Not bad. Real funny gal. Oh, that's one way to
They
do
were
it.
trying to record for a TV show, and this guy thought it was a real fight.
I don't get it, but... Oh, okay, I do get it. This guy. Okay.
What's going on, man?
Oh. Cats. Cats.
His dog chased him down just to shake the water off on him.
Oh yeah, just like dogs. Yep. I swear, I used to have a dog that did this. They would track you down to shake
This frog under my
in front of you.
is literally screaming at me. Like that.
A few days ago, a sewer
Frogs.
at a university in Texas caught on fire.
There's something in this. It's like tobacco resin
I
or
know this is
something.
an
I taste
animal to
something in
drying off,
this.
but I have no idea what it is.
I taste something in this. It is like leaves or something. I taste like tobacco leaves in this or something. Fucking foul. I have some resin for you. Oh, do I care? It's a bunny.
For some reason, this bird loved to
That's
race
a
with
bunny.
them.
Nice, dude. The
A
bird will
swarm
win.
of bees suddenly took over this person's car.
Oh, no. No.
They're not gonna leave.
I think this guy's
Nope.
truck might be a little off.
Oh, no.
He really thought
No.
these were just cats.
Is this another no?
Every day.
Oh. It's like a little fucking ocelot or circle or something. What the fuck are... Yeah, these are... Yeah.
Something tells me he's done this a few times.
Oh, yeah. Stealing everything. Take that. Yep. Take it, eat it, drink it. This is what they do. Don't let the fucking... Yeah, don't let the monkey get your shit, dude. You're
You
stupid.
can't pick the worst spot for a nap.
Oh my god. Okay, can
It's not a bad spot.
I... That was our salad.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Okay. And then I have something for you, specifically.
Baby, no money, got money, I'm a paradise. 3 scoop, creatine, steam room, we could 3 bad thoughts giving me triceratops. 3 short kings in the squad like arrogant. Take your chick like it's thief in the night. You are from on, it's the circle of life.
This is a young Persian creator named Rachel Toons. I don't know why it made me follow her other than my 3D modeling shit. So they've been slowly getting better at their animation throughout like a year and a half, and I've been kind of paying attention to it. So they did a little BB No Money thing. So that's for you.
Young BBNO, one of a kind. Mr. Zero, bro, made a typo. My girl got a girl, she a nympho. Ain't too good, I think I need lipo. Prop 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm a psycho. Commas in $1 million bucks. More than I'm giving in fucks. Shotties with a big old bucks. 4G out of sets on a truck. 1 to the kidney, 2 to the dome. That's left, right, go. Got a rollie for the brunch and a paddock for the show. That's left, right, go. Got a big new body and a whip it like a pro. That's left, right, go. Got a great main chick and a real bad hoe. That's left, right, go.
Gray mane? Like, gray mane? There you go. Yes, we do have this one queued up, actually. Some rapes are justified, he says. Elon Musk furious over criticism. Oh, fuck off. What's this? 764. The darkest internet cult you've never heard of. I guess I should click on it and, like, try to antagonize them, right? Yeah, I'll do that real quick. Oh, look at these pussies. Look at these dumb pussies.
Statement.
Look at these fucking dumb cunts. Look at these dumb fucking pussies trying to get attention. I need attention. I'm a loser too. I'm also a fucking loser. We're all fucking losers. Do we look like white Americans? No, we don't. No, we don't. We're too smart. Or we're too dumb. We're too dumb. In reality, Americans are too dumb for this shit. So
764 also still has
there you
some
go.
movement going on.
No,
So
they
January 4th, 2025, a 14-year-old member by the name of Jay will be live.
Bosnian, blah blah blah, Sweden, this and that. That's where I'm like, I don't give a fuck, dude. So America will one day determine that you are some kind of terrorist organization, and then we'll kill you. So, okay. Have a good one. Anyway, the plot thickens. The plot thickens. Now, if you know what we're looking at already, then you know we already saw the action happen. So if you were watching H3 yesterday, after we already covered some lolcow clippets from the previous day, here's a little bit more.
He looked at her dead in her eyes and pushed her.
Here's a little bit more. The cat's out of the bag, folks. What the fuck is this? I have Fat Pikachu. It's over there.
Say
all right.
Breaking Banquet.
Please get over it.
Right.
It's not that good of a
He's
show.
got bad
Please get over it.
To Atlanta.
Okay.
Sopranos was better,
He
honestly.
beat the horn. So he snatched his wife's arm and slapped that so hard for beating him, right?
Yeah, so
Wait, he slapped what?
Her arm.
He grabbed her
arm
violently.
Well, let me
it.
lay the context. I didn't know we were going to talk about this today, but I guess the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah.
There's a video, Xylee, that we just watched an hour ago. Twiggy was riding with Jordy and Kelly.
Okay.
And
so this is after that.
At some point, can I borrow your arm for a second?
Yeah.
At some point, she was driving the car, and Wings did this to her. Okay. Now,
Right.
don't get upset.
I'm gonna grab the fuck out of you.
It was harder than that.
And held
Harder
it.
than that.
And held it.
Hear it.
Yeah, we
It's
heard
like,
that too, but
Stop.
and like held it.
And that
She is devastated.
Wait, was
She
this
is not.
driving arm?
This
Like,
is her
was that
driving.
right?
Yeah, she's honking the horn. He grabs her arm. Yanks
So
it.
there's either way. I just want to say there's such a fucking like form of abuse that is happening with that woman. Like she is regularly abused. When she sat down on the couch with Wings and like patted his arm and shit to comfort him. Like if you're with somebody like that, don't be with somebody like that. That's all. I know dependence and shit like that, but like you're just gonna be abused your whole fucking life. Do you really want that? Do you really want that? If you're comfortable with that, I guess, but nobody will ever look at your relationship as healthy, good, or productive, or necessary, you know? A lot of people in the chat said, bitch, you better leave that motherfucker. They ain't gonna she ain't gonna leave him. That's been the pattern of abuse with this man and this woman probably for 20 fucking years behind the scenes. We just haven't seen it to this level of in our faces. So you guys are sitting here saying like Wings has a past, and it's like, okay. So you're acknowledging that he's violent and abusive, and then you apply it to his fucking wife and what we're not seeing, you know? What we're not being a part of. So it's too bad that she immediately excused away the table push when she was obviously devastated by the fact that all the people gathered around her and they were like, well, your husband just pushed you because he's a fucking angry, raging bull piece of shit. So, so the realization of that is what made her cry in that moment. It's not, ouch, it hurt. It's, oh, my husband's a piece of shit and this is my life and it just sucks and I'm going to have to go home to this and it'll never end. It'll never end. That's more what's in her head. And the fact that it like happened in front of people and it's embarrassing is another part of that. And she's used to it just behind the scenes. So now we were a part of it. How does it feel, folks, to be in an abusive relationship? Even just 1/128th, you know? Okay. So they're actually in it. Anyways, continue. Sorry. A lot of people have experienced abuse. I am of abuse. People I know are of abuse. And you know, I've known many abusers, and how half of these fat men fucking act is very much how those same fat abusers used to act. The Wings push, that's like that one. The Boogie, he's a little bit more like that other one. So there's a whole range of like fatitudes, right? So there's jolly fat. Ethan loves to point out jolly fat. I like to point out pity me fat. The fat motherfuckers that resent the fucking world for making them fat. Or resent their life because they were born with bad genes or something. Oh, it's inexcusable. It's that type of shit where you run into this pity fat. And pity fat can be the worst, most abusive, most angry, fucking shitty thing to be around. And that's what LolCow Live is a bunch of pity fat, disgusting, drooling pieces of fucking selfish shit that got together And we're expected to see this and more of this, and how they act behind the scenes. This guy, I have cancer, and this and that. I'm gonna die. You're still around, Buggy. You're still around. Anyway, that guy's gonna fucking die before any of y'all. We're just gonna see him in the corner fucking 3 minutes from now fucking die. Like, this is the pity me situation. The women here are just normal squabbling women. I haven't noticed any like jumping out angry bitches who want to fucking like choke and murder. Like the fat doesn't affect women the same way. Getting overtly obese doesn't make them a fucking psychotic like charging bull retard half the time. I did use it negatively. Sorry. That's the one per show that I get. So it doesn't turn them into that. So why do men turn into that? I don't want to say like sexism in science or anything, but like the aggression that they're expected to have, they overdo it. It's like a butch lesbian. They're overdoing it, and they feel they need to beat the fuck out of their woman to like prove some kind of manliness or something. And it's like, this is just disgusting. So in that moment, even you saw Wings charging forth, just plowing through. Oh, get these women folk out of my way. Push, push. I'm fucking 3,000 pounds. Push, push, push. And then I came to his wife, and he's like, elbow! That was an elbow. He didn't even... He elbowed her throat and gave it an extra junt to make sure she fucking, like, onto the table. Like, damn. And that table is like a foot off the ground. That's one of those low tables. Maybe 2 feet. And that's it. And so she had a good, like 4 foot fucking 3 foot fucking head to table fall. We did hear a clomp. That was probably just more her body. I don't think her head much hit it. So the embarrassment again is probably what made her cry. This entire thing is fucking embarrassing. Welcome to Law Call Live. Thank you, Keemstar.
Enough, and I don't know what to make of that video.
So Pussy
I do.
woman beater scared he's gonna get shot in Atlanta for her beeping the horn. So he slapped the shit out of his wife. Make it make sense, motherfucker.
So there's a bunch of like Middle Eastern women saying things like, well, those girls shouldn't have gotten in the way of the men fighting. That was one of the comments I saw on H3. And I said, what did you say, you WTF, to this comment? And I put it down exactly. Like, what? You're running victim defense game for the fucking... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So this bitch, when she... Well, he was grabbing her arm like a fucking mongoloid so she wouldn't get him shot up there in Atlanta. And no, the dude cut her the fuck off. She had the right to honk, first of all. I heard an argument on that end. But I'm not here to argue that. The fact that it's turning into fucking immediate physical abuse to stop it. Like, she's even driving the car. How does he know she's not going to, like, take that adversely and fucking step on the gas and get her in an accident or something? It's thoughtless. It's dumb, thoughtless shit. We see a lot of thoughtless actions lately. And that just, in general.
How about that?
I need to see this.
Driving.
We got to be more critical, folks.
What the hell?
Yeah, it's bad.
I don't know. This is breaking. This is brand. I guess the big question right now.
Pretty fresh.
Is what happened yesterday an isolated incident or is it a pattern? And
very much a pattern.
Even as an isolated incident, it's bad.
Correct.
Well, it's not isolated because you have almost...
But even as an isolated incident, one of that would be a very, very bad thing.
And how brazen it got
within a week,
proves...
Twiggy films this video.
It's repetitive.
And he deleted it for the record. And because he mentioned that it existed, we got him to reestablish it on his camera, like get it back off. Because you can do that when it's on the camera. You can recover it. And he did that for us, and we have now all seen it, and I guess the rest of you. It is, that establishes a bit of a pattern.
Mental abuse is just as bad. You can't isolate it. If he did it in front of all these people, he's doing it at home in private. And you know what? He says if there's no mark, it's not abuse.
I gotta walk away for a second.
Yeah.
Okay?
I understand.
I'll be back.
I'm sorry, by the way, if that was triggering at all.
I'll be back.
That bitch? Yeah, she wants to, like, punch that bitch. Like, why you running fucking... She was a little bit more reasonable with that last statement, though, but...
This is a very sensitive topic for pretty much everybody that's in this room, I think.
Loud-ass, one-legged bitch. Nobody fucks her right, so she's just salty. It's okay. I get her perception, you know?
And even if you have not dealt with domestic abuse in your own life, you certainly know someone has. You know the impact of it.
Mental abuse is really fucked up as well and can cause people to even, like, self-harm and shit. So to excuse away one or the other or whatever. But I think she was saying that that's how he feels, is if it didn't leave a mark, then it's not this or that. So I think this chick needed to walk out just to get away from that conversation, because that's gross. That's gross territory. That's where I'm like, we're doing this victim blaming, but also like forgiving fucking Wings like immediately. I can't have this. I can't have that. As a man, I've always looked at relationships, and when somebody cheats on somebody, I don't blame the woman 100% all the time. I blame both of them equally. I hate both parties involved, you know? Takes two to tango. So have a resentment equally towards all sides of the stupidity. So same thing with like this favoritism. Don't spread your favoritism on the bad guy's side just because you want to be like a fucking cunt, you know, just because you want to be some kind of opposite voice here.
Has on them. Tina, you've seen this video this morning. I want your opinion on it.
But I mean, that's Boogie half the time.
Should have an opinion on it. I think you're at the top of the list. You're very open about what you've experienced.
It's abuse.
You think that was abuse?
Yeah, he controls her, he abuses her.
Okay.
Period.
So she's good. She's good.
And
Right.
then all of a sudden she starts, no, don't call me a victim. Okay, why not? That's what you are.
Well,
Kelly gets excuses.
She is a
Oh,
victim.
you don't mean to slap me, or I tripped over this.
Right.
It's probably worse undercover. Y'all don't see it all. I'm here.
Right.
It's probably worse.
Good job.
I mean, Kelly
See?
stands by her man. There's no arguing that.
Her
And,
first
like,
take was
A lot of
fucked,
people
but
do until they die.
That's how it's gonna be.
Till they die.
now she's saying shit. Yes, exactly. Good job, one leg.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, there is.
Yeah, he abused her mentally. He won't kiss her in public. Tell her to get off him. He doesn't address her as his wife. I mean, he treats her like pretty much garbage.
So is it wise to send Kelly home with Wings?
I mean,
We can't stop her.
This was also before we knew.
What are you supposed to do?
Number one, before we knew, and
Yeah.
number two,
Shit.
we can't stop her. We can't chain her to the radiator like she's her own woman.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do?
Right. We have made sure she does have a network of support back home. She's got family she can turn to. She's got.
Proper calls have been made.
This is a serious matter, guys.
Yeah.
Boogie is a liar.
That's right.
Boogie lied about cancer and lied about SA happening to him.
I don't know about that.
Boogie, do everyone
That has
a
nothing to do
favor
with this
and
right
shut up
now. Dissension,
This topic
dissension.
is way too serious for you to be leading this conversation.
No, and Boogie's doing a good job leading it, okay? Fuck off, fucking commenter. There's always some fucking foreign, fucking Middle East midwife, I was gonna say, fucking asshole trying to be a dick to the whole situation. Just fuck
She
off,
probably
dude.
had to say she tripped because she was scared for her life when the cameras were not on.
That's an opinion that a lot of people share. But what I was going to say is there's an old saying in a lot of these women's shelters, I've heard it before, if your man's hitting you, if he's hit you once, he'll hit you again, and it only ends in one of two ways. When you leave or he kills you. Those are the two options, right?
I like her
He's hit you once,
on
he'll
that
hit
one.
you again.
He'll fucking murder you.
And that sucks. And that sucks because that is the pattern. I can't say for a fact that Jordy will ever hit anybody ever again or anything like that. But that's the pattern that has been established.
Right.
Absolutely not, because guess what? You're personal friends with him. And how does this make you feel knowing this now?
Terrible. Terrible.
Have you
When?
seen any of that? How long have you?
I'm more than sure. Sorry for any pauses. This is what I do. I'm more than sure that Keemstar will find a different person for the actual cast when they get back home. When Fat Camp is over, I'm more than sure Keem is not going to let Wings back on. I don't think he really contributed that much in terms of like audience or points made or any of that shit. I think he's just a rage case fucking idiot. And I think there's so many other lolcows out there that would be a better option than that fucking degrading shitmonger. That fucking waste of existence. Like me. anything fat with more personality than Wings, who's just like an angry bull moron. What did he say and do anyway? Think about it. Think to yourselves. What was his contributions at all? Like, he had like a kind of brain, but I mean, Boogie's shown his kind of brain right now, and he's leading this just fine. So whatever. Anyway, I really don't think Keem's gonna let him back.
2 years, but mostly a working relationship. We've
He
only
fired
been in
him. He
same
fired
room
the
for a
fuck
while.
out of him.
Like, why is this annoying or Boogie talking? Tina body slammed this nerd already.
And
So it's not that they're
spoken on the
friends.
show, so I don't feel like I'm betraying any trust. But
It's
honestly,
work.
at this point, I don't really care about betraying trust. I think it's okay to put it all out there.
Right.
And I'm sorry, Jordy, if that's upsetting to you, but the reality of it is we put it all out there. That's what this show is. It's what we do. Everything I've ever said and done is out there. Savage 2, Tina 2, Mike 2. This is what we do. But we drove to Niagara Falls, or we drove to Buffalo, Desi's like, we're close to Niagara Falls. Can we go? Yeah, absolutely. We went, and I could barely walk at the time. I'm on my walker, right? Doesn't matter. I make it work, right? Kelly and Jordy come in the next day, and Kelly's like, I really want to go to Niagara Falls myself. With Jordy, let's go together. And he's like, no, I don't give a fuck about that. It's rocks and water. Who gives a shit?
Cool.
And she's like, yeah, but it's important to me. He's like, I don't give a fuck if it's important to you.
Yep.
What?
He's like, I'm gonna go back to sleep. My legs are sore from the airport. And so I encouraged Jordy, go make it work. Nah, I ain't doing that. He ended up staying in the room, napping, screaming to his
Rampage 36. Boogie is the worst character in the LCU. He saw Wings getting all the attention and got jealous, so he had a fake crash out last night.
I mean,
sociopathic liar. He needs.
Boogie is funny. When Boogie immediately after that thing was like, if you gotta hit somebody, bro, just come over here and punch me. And it's like, dude, it's not about you, Boogie. Come over here and punch me, buddy. And everybody's like, shut the fuck up, Boogie. Oh man. So yes, shut up, Boogie. It's always. So he's the other one, which is I didn't get enough attention. The moment is not about me right now. Let me meify this moment real quick. That one. The one that likes to meify things. He's not the pick-me. He's the self-insert is more. Pick-me is a different thing from self-insert, I feel. Like, yes, pick me. That's like a crowd of kids and soccer and shit. But when it's this, it's a little different, it's a little bit more direct. So, I don't know, here.
Needs at least 3 punishments.
I mean, my face would say it's not fake, but...
Guys, slow the video down to frame by frame.
Good old Boogie.
Kelly did not trip. Wings pushed her.
Yeah,
you
we
can
know.
see it clear as day.
We know.
Why did you just punch Wings out for that? You just stood there till Kelly cried for you.
To finish the story, she bawled her eyes out, and he just wouldn't budge.
I saw a red flag when he didn't give a damn about her bush. That was a total red flag for me. You do not treat your wife like
These
that.
fucks
Being
contribute.
Together that long.
That's where I'm like, these fucks. Who the fuck are even these fucks? These fucks? Every fucking clip I see, these two fucking loaves standing next to each other. Contribute. Say anything. Be anything. Do anything. Is the only value to your existence the fact that you're a fat fucking loaf of shit? Is that the only fucking thing to your personality? Because then I can see how you turn into these archetypes of fat men. So, maybe like, I don't know, say something. You have a thought in your fucking head? They both fucking... right as the camera cut. I don't know if they were like, yeah, hey, fuck that bitch, am I right? Yeah, buddy. Oh, cool. Like, what are they even doing back? What are they doing back there? Now I'm just adding lore. I'm adding story. They're probably fine, but like, what the fuck are you? What are you doing? They've contributed nothing during this entirety. The big stood up and walked toward a direction when after Wings pushed his woman and he was on the way to like double down on Keem or something. Like he stood in the way. And Wings was like, oh, I can't get past this thing, and I just pushed my woman, so I might as well stop. So he didn't really even provide a stopper. He just kind of stood there as like a possible thing that would be next in the line of, obstructions. So what the fuck do you even do? That's where I'm like, just here. Keem, clip a couple of these. The girls are actually contributing. They're talking. They're providing. They're being a part of the fucking... everything. I don't know. I guess as far as the competitions have gone and shit, I don't know where these two do and do not contribute. They probably do a lot. I'm sure he was good at pulling the car or some shit. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. It's just about the drama,
That
folks.
long. How long do you think you've been together, bro?
Well, haven't you been together a long time?
5-6 years, maybe.
You get a seal.
Yeah, but they live a separate life as a married couple, bro.
So initially we were talking about suspending Jordy for like 90 days with a potential path to come back. We're at a point now where I don't know if there is a path back. So as of right now, he's fired off the locale live.
Right.
Boogie and Tina, please educate us viewers how and where to report Jordy Jordan to the nearest Conway, South Carolina domestic violence abuse authorities.
Whatever, that's his name, Jordy Jordanson. Are you fucking kidding me? Wow. Anyway, do you think these marks on the wall are from these fat asses sitting in these chairs and going like against the fucking wall? Man, 32,000. Does that include damage deposit? Bro.
Or is this the jurisdiction of Texas Police Report?
There's no one here that messes around with that, you know, men laying hands on females. It's just the Twiggy clip.
Yeah.
You know, it's nothing major. He didn't give.
There's
Kelly a
proof of
black
multiple
eye, but
attacks at
it's
this point.
Still clearly he hit her. You know, he like hit her arm and grabbed it like that. You know, enough where she's rubbing it because it hurts. And
Yeah.
it's like, you know, we did talk to Kelly, and she was like, the only 2 times he ever laid a hand on me is that, and then the
Shut
table
the
incident.
fuck
We're
up.
like, come on, bro.
There's no way that's the only 2 times.
Shut
that's
the
only 2
fuck
times
up.
that somebody else seen it. That's not the only 2
Right.
times.
Shut the fuck up. That's so stupid.
So it just
closed doors.
is what it is. He's off Lockout Live. It's just, you know, come on. We have to do live events. You know,
He attacked fucking
I don't think
Keem.
anyone would feel comfortable with having Wings
No.
at a live event ever again. You know, if he was
So-
somehow still with the company and with the podcast, we wouldn't want him at a live event. I wouldn't want him at a live event.
That's where I'm like, we can't have him anywhere around anymore, ever. The trying to gouge fucking Keemstar's eyes out, I think that's it. I think that move, in a fight, he immediately went for eye gouge. Fucking fat fucking wings of blindness. Fucking immediately went for eye gouge. What kind of fighter, what kind of person are we dealing with on the other end? He immediately went for eye gouge. I'm surprised people aren't talking about that more. And anyone considers Keem is going to bring him back on to include him in anything and to humiliate him? What? No, he's no longer a proper Lao cow. He's fucking beef, dude. He's fucking beef. Send him off in the fucking grindy machine. Like, we're done with that motherfucker. Beef. And not even, this is like grade C. Fucking ship that shit in some dog food. Fuck that asshole. So we're done. We're done. As a people, as a community with this Wings fuck. I never really knew him, never looked into him. I don't care about him. I never had a reason to. And now I definitely only have a reason to see his downfall. You know what I mean? So fuck these people. I don't even know where, what. I don't care. Oh, he's been on the internet 2 years after I have. Bitch. Also a vet. Anyways, continue.
Kelly is, listen, she's at the time right now, and she's gonna do he didn't do it, it's my fault.
Wings said himself he would never hurt a fly.
Fuck off.
So clearly he paid for a body double.
Jeez.
Actually, he told us yesterday morning, remember this, Roxy.
I like that.
He said, violence is not the answer. You get more bees with honey. I'll make the call. I don't give a fuck. I'm from South Carolina.
Wings and Kelly both deserve their situation to be evaluated free of assumption or bias. Straight down the middle, come what may.
That's fair.
It is possible that, you know,
Who the fuck is that talking? Come what
those
may.
are the only 2 times.
It
that,
is what
you
it
know,
is,
Wings
mate.
laid his
Come
hand
what
on
may.
his wife.
Who the fuck are you? Shut up.
I mean, it could be. I don't know.
First
Okay.
time he had the balls to do it in front of people, probably, yes.
I meet Jordy and Kelly
Balls.
IRL couple times. They were
Frustration.
both nice to me, but wow, horrifying to see.
Right.
I'm forever gutted. Boogie never laid a hand on his ex-wife.
Can
You're
you,
100% right, Tina. There is no comparison to Jordy
Good job,
abusing his
fat
wife.
man.
I just got out of a bad DV situation ton. The
You?
person on getting NG abuse downy me whilst they choose life over DATH. Kelly, please stay safe and get out of that life.
you know, me and Boogie came up with a pretty good plan to help Jordy. Jordy asked us for help, and we agreed we would help him.
That is funny, though.
So we were in the process of like, okay, let's get him in counseling. Let's do stuff with him and Kelly so we can kind of like, you know, end this abuse stuff. I mean, everyone has seen the verbal abuse, like how he talks
That
to
might
her,
be a
how he treats
possibility.
her, not wanting to celebrate her birthday. Like, just like, it's some pretty gross stuff outside of anything physical.
Right. So maybe there'll be like an offshoot, a spin-off or something where it's like, you know, Wings public therapy session with wife or something. Maybe we could do that. But otherwise there is no. And like make sure there's a cop fucking nearby, I guess. Like just ridiculous, you know.
Which I feel like we've made some progress in improving some of that.
Eminem.
But bro, like, we're not there. We're not living
Fat
in the times,
Eminem.
You know,
Now I'm gone.
Now he's saying there's no abuse, so it goes both ways now.
Recorded.
I'm gone,
Then you
dude.
confirmed it happens in person.
It's
Now
bloated
this.
Eminem.
Abuse of any kind often goes on
Marshall
for years
Fathers?
with no one knowing.
Yep.
Only one time did someone see my abuser abuse me.
Who's this guy?
Wings strikes me as a very sensitive guy who can't control his emotions if he feels disrespected or gets his feelings hurt. And
he can control his emotions. There's certain types of fattos out there who think it's fun to fully indulge and egotistically give in to their little fucking swing dick notions. It's that they never grow up. They act like fucking children. Like 5-year-old fucking squabbling little fucking fit-having fucking children. That's what the fuck we saw with big ol' Mr. Chargy Magoo. Okay? That's how they fucking act. They never grow the fuck up. And then they use that pity shit to get by in their life. That's how it works. Nobody wants to fuck them. Nobody wants to be nice to them. They're pieces of shit. So they say, pity me, pity me, pity me. I'm dying. I'm garbage. I'm fat. I'm loaf. So if they eat, they fucking decrepit more, they'll have more pity. That's how this fucking works. He's a pity type. You people should understand how the pity types work by now through Boogie. This is the pity fat, pity fat. It's all over here.
doesn't want to work on that. People wear masks and you never know what happens behind closed doors. Kelly loves Jordy but doesn't want him to hurt her and doesn't know how to fix him, and he felt comfortable doing it thinking no one would stop him. Wings was one of my favorite people on the show. But after what he did, I can't support him. Wings is built like a 1x1 Lego brick LMAO. People don't often express their own character traits, and when they do, it's because they're trying to convince
Never
themselves.
remember.
Boogie
Never
does it with
remember.
being honest, and I guess now
The
we know
4th of
Wings does
December.
it with not being abusive. We've all seen Wings be disrespectful to Kelly for a long time. It bothers all of us. We all tell him to treat his wife better.
Stupid.
Kelly doesn't deserve it. She does everything for him.
Everybody
He's
plug your
sorry now
ears.
because
Plug
there's
your ears.
consequences. Adolf Hitler super chatted $20. Even I wouldn't abuse anybody. I am so incredibly disappointed in Wings. He had Kelly on her back and didn't finish the job.
Now I'm nuts now. I'm nuts.
And just to be clear,
That's funny.
Jordy did that to Kelly when he knew Twiggy was recording.
Filming, yeah,
He knew he was
filming.
recording and he
Right.
still did that.
Right.
So
Like
it's
knowledgeable.
My abuser would be different in front of other people.
Yes.
But behind closed doors, he would use his life as a weapon against me.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Because I love him. I hope Kelly and Wings get the help they need. There's absolutely no excuse for a man to lay hands on a woman.
This is basically what I want to say, is that if me and Keem are in a position where we can encourage Jordy and Kelly to be in a better position and be better people, that's what we want.
He looked at her dead in her eyes and pushed her.
That's what we're saying.
He looked at her dead in her fucking eyes and pushed her.
Oh, wow.
Wings damn
She is
near
very
how Lisa
traumatized.
bombed her through the table. Either fire him
She
or
left
it
again.
means nothing.
He is fired.
He is fired.
He is
He's
fired.
fired. He's fired.
All right, guys. I'm gonna need everyone to be quiet.
Yeah.
Do not make a sound because you get picked up on the mic. Grim, go ahead and play it.
How do I do this?
You want me to pause donuts as well?
Of course, yeah. Pause donos and play it.
Gotcha.
Happening, right?
When you start seeing it go up, now you know.
We made it so far.
Stop.
Yep, there you go.
Oh my god.
You're not allowed to look for it unless it's an emergency. It is an emergency. I'm coming in. You don't think that was a jackass move? No.
He's even saying get out of the driver's seat. He's a fucking cunt. He's a fucking
Yeah.
control freak cunt. Yeah, he's a cunt. Yep, yep.
Because I mean, I live in
She's
South
pissed.
Carolina. I don't mind stopping by. a
Yeah,
house
she's
and
pissed,
fucking
yep.
blasting a bitch and fucking face. I'm fucking retarded.
Harassing a
Yeah.
bitch. She's fucking. She's yes. She's snapping. That's beautiful, beautiful. She's going off, dude. I'm from South Carolina. I can't fucking watch this shit no more. Fucking arcarded. Fucking, she was dying. Why the fuck are these guys on my fan? What is this? Don't do this. Don't click
Whether
that.
they wanted to be famous or it happened by accident.
Anyway, Hawk Tua, how are we doing? That's great. I kind of got to pee. I do have a Nux planned, and I wanna wear this while I watch my Nux video, because that's funny. V for Vendetta. This was originally $12. Somebody paid fucking $12 for this piece of shit. I got it for $1. Shit. At the thrift store. Yep. Smells like piss. Smells like R. Kelly's piss or whatever. So cool. So I have to pee, is the point. So I have to R. Kelly pee right now. Do you have your piss pot? Did you get your flushes, toilets? Did you get your urinal? Girl, would you like to come back with me? To the toilet. To the toilet. A beautiful. Do you have your stink pot? This is fucking terrible. Look at that. It's crunched right through. This whole fucking cheek is gonna fall off. This thing is a piece of shit. $12 for some fucking painted 2-liter plastic. Oh, now it's all sticky. Oh, I should have left that. Oh, now it's all sticky. I should have left the sticker on. You watched the Nux? Yeah, I don't know if I want to. I do want to watch the thing I got planned. I'm so excited to watch it. This is gross. I watched stickers. I hate stickers. What was it anyway? Oh, it's Hassan Piker's fucked. Give me a second. I gotta pee, and maybe we can talk about how fucked he is and why. Do I actually care about any of these? Watch this for some reason for 2 seconds. Okay, BRB. I like this person. Early bird.
A full minute for
yeah,
Raz to
one
respond.
second.
Literally over 60 seconds. Listen, if I'm standing on a narrow bridge with no railing, hovering over a pitch black bottomless pit, and my little robot friend starts panicking, I am instantly developing the ability to teleport to the other side because there ain't no way I would be on that bridge anymore. Shit, you wouldn't catch me on that bridge for 60 seconds total, let alone standing there in the middle of it, scratching my head, wondering what the big rumbling noise was.
Wouldn't let that shit happen to me, though.
Raz and Peepo finish up this segment by restoring power to the elevator that had the mean old falling over zombie in it, so they head back to use it.
I've got to get out of here before I'm in the same shape he is. No, it's too late. I'm infected. I hope it's not contagious. This can't be happening. How did I catch it? Oh, for gosh sake, what is it? What have I done to deserve this? If only I could remember who I am, maybe it would help me understand. What now? The power's up. It should be running. Move, darn you! Don't leave us trapped like this!
Everywhere the pair travel, they find more and more signs of disease. Raz thinks he hears another living person in the distance, but he can't quite be sure. He's then kinda rude to my boy Peepo, and to be honest with you, I ain't really appreciating it.
Here, too. So it is a contagious disease. The whole building must be contaminated. Oh,
I was
people,
adjusting my
if you could only
skirt
talk.
layers, okay?
Somewhere inside that
I wasn't
cluster of
scratching
circuits you
my
call
nuts.
ahead, there's got to be some answers.
Thank you very much. Anyways.
If only you could tell me.
Okay. Mech.
I'm sorry, Peepo. I
What
know
is
it's
this
not your
cute
fault.
fucking game? What is
But
this
it
adorable
mine?
robot?
I'd give anything to know who I am, to know why I'm here.
Okay.
I've got to find some
Hi.
answers before this
I'd
infection
give
completely takes...
anything to know who I am, why I'm here. I've heard of Overblood. Should this horror game stay forgotten? It looks kind of fun. I mean,
10 seconds to completion of sterile.
you know, horror is horror,
we
right?
must destroy him.
We must destroy him. Okay. It's far too easy to do. Okay, that was fun. Great. What the fuck?
There you are. Greetings. I am the Count.
Good morning,
Boy
Count.
people. And if you're a prince, no, not the dead musician, but if you're a prince from, say, the South Seas, in one of those idyllic islands,
what the fuck?
And you're wrongfully accused of a crime and are executed,
accused.
What do? Well, you die, of course. You're executed. But you could come back as the prince in tonight's movie does. Except instead of coming back as something you would expect, a zombie, a ghost, he comes back as a tree.
Okay.
A walking tree.
Okay. An ent.
Very bizarre. I guess the guy just couldn't put down any roots. That aside, the movie is From Hell It Came. And you can watch it in my laboratory.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Antonio Sabato Jr. He's an actor. He's interviewed by Todd the Horror Nerd in The Tower. What did he star in? A whole bunch of things, including Dark Paradise. And now we're less than a week away from March 29th, where at 7 o'clock, Arch Campbell and I are going to bring you the 1978 version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers with Donald Sutherland, Brooke Adams, Leonard Nimoy, and Jeff Goldblum.
Check it out, folks.
I just watched it again just to prep myself for this. As
Check
much as
it
I
out.
like the original with Kevin McCarthy.
That's
this one is really good.
That's that movie.
An important cameo appearance. All right.
So that's where that meme comes from. Go watch that movie.
It's going to be
any Maryland folks.
Another fun event. We'll have
go enjoy
clips
that.
from the old
Okay.
shows. We'll have
all right, great.
prizes for you. And
when I was
said,
driving
Archie
home,
his book at the
I
table.
saw this
Okay,
on a
all that aside.
billboard as I passed. You
And
know.
by the way, if you're coming out to get a book from Arch,
Yeah.
He can't take credit cards, but he will take cash, in small unmarked bills or checks. $25 cash. That's all he asked for. And
That's great.
It's a bargain at twice the price, I think. Or is that what he told me at half the price? I can't remember, but that's okay. He'll explain it to you.
Do I want to buy from him? Should I just buy online?
AFI.com/silver. Go to calendar. Go to March 29th. Get your tickets, and we'll see you at the AFI on the 29th.
Great.
I hope to see you there. Really do.
AFI?
Right now, let's get to hell.
Is it time
we'll
for a
find out what came from
copyright
hell,
strike?
because it's From Hell It Came. Our movie in the laboratory. Okay? Okay.
In the background, I like that. The cacocracy of some rapes are justified. Some rapes are totally not justified. Never, ever. I don't want to watch that, actually. That was fun. That was very fun. What is this?
Daniel the Grub.
Daniel the Grub, ladies. Kind of VHS that grandma would give to you.
Ape Land.
Is that a gay play? What? Oh no. Why do I feel like I know that frog? Huh. Is that frog from that fucking... No, it's just the same art style. Okay.
Including the music machine.
Oh, my bad. Well, it's spelled like a gape land. I didn't know if I was watching a faith-based series or an old sexploitation film.
Oh my god.
While in the store.
Agape.
Use the town's budget for any garbage men. The Grublets do this shit for free. I don't even need street cleaners.
The fuck? Grublet. If you've already seen it, I don't wanna scrape over it while you're watching.
These viral stars went from regular people to having millions of followers overnight. However, the quicker the rise, the sharper the fall. And today we are going to discuss how these people used their 15 minutes of fame and how nearly all of them ended in disaster. Starting with the Backpack Kid, who is a perfect example of making all of the wrong decisions during a brief stint in popularity.
I don't get it.
Before TikTok became the go-to app to share mediocre dance moves to a global audience, 16-year-old Russell Horning was bored, uploading dance videos to Instagram with zero expectations. Initially, his signature dance style was funny. His core was stiff, his lanky arms just kind of flailed around while he stared emotionless into the camera. Additionally, he often wore goofy outfits and chose to dance to silly songs.
He knew how to work the algorithm. In other words, he was a dumb,
extremely recognizable
kooky.
after watching
That's a
just
good
one
act.
video,
Okay.
which led to him gaining a small
I
following
hate to
on
admit.
IG. But his entire life changed when Rihanna posted one of his videos to her 54 million followers. She tagged
We can
Russell
blame
in a post
her.
celebrating her Grammy nominations, and he gained over 40,000 followers in one day. To capitalize on the momentum, Russell pumped out as many dance videos as he could, skyrocketing him up to over 500,000 followers. There was
Dora.
one particular dance, called the Floss, that seemed to get him the most views, with many people falsely crediting him as the inventor of the move. However, his videos were not getting shared because he was an excellent dancer, but rather because he was a meme. Whenever he did collaborate with other dancers, he was often seen as the weakest one.
Oh, for
Despite
sure.
this, opportunities were being thrown his way because of his follower count, like when
Okay.
Katy Perry personally requested that he dance for her Saturday Night Live
Wow.
performance in May of 2017.
And he
Russell
swept up to it
absolutely
like that?
stole
That's
the
fucking-
show,
that's gross.
flossing aggressively while staring deadpan
That
into
was
the
good.
souls of millions of live
That
viewers.
moment?
He also strategically chose to wear a backpack, rebranding himself as the Backpack Kid. The SNL
Pretty good.
appearance gained him millions of followers, and the floss became a global dance craze. The Backpack Kid was an
So
internet
dumb.
sensation, but he
So
made a
dumb.
few key mistakes that ultimately led to his downfall.
Okay, here we
Firstly,
go.
Russell took every interview and press opportunity he could get.
Always.
Viral stars will get thousands of dollars thrown at them just
Hell
to do
yeah.
collaborations with media outlets, podcasters, or live entertainment companies.
So what, you were just getting paid to go show up at parties and shit like that?
Yeah, clubs and parties and festivals and performances and stuff.
So you just pop out on stage, you do the dance, everybody goes crazy.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how it goes?
Yeah.
That's tight. How much can you get to go to a club, if you don't mind letting us know? Manager shakes his head no.
Manager shakes his head no.
You know what's better than interviewing a maybe 20-year-old fucking know-nothing moronic fucking child? Anybody older than that with any depth to them other than a stupid fucking physical fucking deadpan face dance. So this must have been one shit of a fucking boring interview. You know how hard it must have been for this guy to like even think of questions like, your manager is over there saying no to me right now. I'm trying to dig for anything, and even your manager's shaking their head at me.
Is it an amount that you're pretty impressed by? Like, are you surprised that you're able to get that much money just to go somewhere?
Compared to most 17-year-olds, the money that I make from just one appearance, it could take a 17-year-old.
Tell me, what's your favorite video game?
It's hard
honey?
to blame someone for
you know,
making easy money.
what food did you insist on eating while mommy raised you improperly? Only mac and cheese? Right? Yeah, right. Like, what do you even ask these fucking... Anyway, now that I'm old, it's like, oh, wow. Even I had more depth than this shit at that age, though. I gotta remember that. Like, culture? I don't know. I guess it's like video games and shit. Like, culture, video games, living in a big city, it really shapes people to be, like, depthful and different. This is vapid.
And again,
Beyond
the
that, I'm
overexposure
kinda
bothers
fucking
people
empty,
because they
but,
perceive Russell
you know.
as a one-trick pony who doesn't deserve thousands of dollars
At least I've got more than the one trick. So that is the downfall for this one.
recognition from these big platforms. Remember before the internet when you actually had to do something to get famous? But then
Fucking
reasonable
nose, dude,
criticism
sorry.
turned into straight up hatred. He looks
Yeah.
like one of those inflatable aliens you win at an
Okay.
amusement park. This
I can accept
kid
that.
man-child thing scares me.
I wouldn't
Since
say
he became
man-child.
famous for literally one
Just like
thing,
kid.
he had to branch out and try to find other ways to entertain his audience. So he decided to pursue music, releasing one of the worst songs of all time.
Oh, God.
Flossin'.
I be flossing. I be flossing.
Oh.
I be flossing.
Although Russell claimed that he was passionate about music, his songs felt
Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna get a copyright strike or something. Gross. Backpack kid flossing. Disgusting. Are you kidding me?
Everywhere you go.
There it is. There. Okay. Why didn't he pick up? Why didn't this kid pick up? You know why.
To show you how. First you spread your legs, then you
That's all you're doing.
right, left, right. Turn
That's
it
all.
up.
Oh my god, you're so boring that even your song about doing it is just how to do it, and
like someone who was barely trying or maybe even just joking.
This is how you do it. You put your leg out, and then you fucking put your hand on, go like this now. And then you fucking take your other arm and do a dab, and then you say, hey, thank you, Mom and Dad. Oh, fuck.
Rather than a serious artistic endeavor. Virality made Russell feel pressured to just keep doing what is paying the bills.
Yeah,
so
right,
he resorted back to his one dance move, which ultimately led to a situation where he tried to perform on a stage that he was not wanted on.
Where he should have just... And that's like space, too. That takes a lot of space, bro.
Whether it be main character syndrome or just a simple misunderstanding, his dance move lost all of its appeal, and doing it made him seem like he was desperately hanging on to his viral moment, which was made 10 times worse when he filed a lawsuit against Fortnite for putting the dance in that game.
It was
not
really
your...
my
Oh,
mom
I remember
and my
this.
management that did the lawsuit.
This is stupid.
I'm kind of just a kid having fun in life. I'm just letting the adults do all
You still said yes, you fucking...
the busy work. I don't really know the law like that, so I can't really say if they're like taking advantage of me or anything like that.
Whatever,
But
dude.
like from a mom standpoint, like a manager standpoint, they think that they're taking advantage of me.
My mom said I should do it, so I said, okay, I'll ruin my rep.
Days after the lawsuit was filed, videos dating as far back as 2011 were resurfaced showing people who were doing the dance long before the Backpack Kid. Simply put, he did not own the dance, and many viewed it as one final attempt to cash in on his fading relevance.
Yeah,
Unsurprisingly, Russell and his team voluntarily dismissed their lawsuit shortly after. The
That's just
Backpack
nasty.
Kids' 15 minutes of fame were officially over.
Plus, you're not going to win versus fucking Epic. Dude, they fight with Apple regularly. You're going to fight? Are you kidding me? Hell no.
Despite being
They got such
hated
good
by the masses and
lawyers
falling
and shit.
off to the point where he receives less than 1,000 views per video,
Oh, yeah.
these days, Russell
Like me,
actually
just
seems
like me, bro.
happier than when he was at his peak.
There you
He's
go.
pursuing music more seriously and remains dedicated to pushing out a positive message
Look
to the
at him.
world.
Look, he knows how to play
I
shit.
started having a more mature mindset on money.
There you go.
I realized that it's important to choose good decisions on how to spend your money.
Well, it's not about spending it. It's about making it. Sir.
I was just invited to do an anti-vaping commercial for the American Lung Association. And of course my first thoughts were, oh yeah.
Why?
'cause I don't
Who the
vape,
fuck
I don't
am
smoke,
I? I'm not
definitely don't encourage
anything.
it.
Why should
Then
you
again,
fucking care
he
about
openly
my
accepted the opportunity to be
opinion?
on Kai Cenat's stream where he was absolutely embarrassed by Drewski.
Oh.
Sure, this was just a skit, but Russell
just
was
kept
the
playing?
butt of the joke once
Oh.
again. Becoming a viral star at age 16 is definitely difficult to manage. Maybe he
rough.
was just young and misguided. However, the same justification cannot be made for
Salt
Salt Bae, who
Bae.
is a grown man that should
Idiot.
have known better than to be acting like a fool.
Fucking
In
cunt.
2017,
Yeah, you're a cunt.
a video of
Oh,
Turkish
okay, he's a
chef
cunt. This guy's a
Nusret
cunt.
Gökçe went viral of him dramatically slicing steak, then sprinkling
cares?
salt from his fingertips down his
Yeah, who
forearm
cares?
and
Who
onto the
cares?
meat.
Who
What made
cares?
this so ridiculous was his dedication to making salt sprinkling look like some sort of fancy artistic technique. Combine that with his handsome Johnny Depp resemblance, and the internet gave him the nickname Salt Bae. Salt
It's
Bae
just-
didn't
it's
just
people's
embrace the
fucking-
meme, he became it.
You're
He
boosting
continued
up the
posting
dumbest
obnoxious
shit
videos of him
imaginable.
caressing raw
Of
meat,
course it's
dancing
gonna be
with raw
dumb.
meat, and of course his
You know?
signature salting. He was shouted out by celebrities
Of
like
course it's gonna be
Leonardo
dumb.
DiCaprio, Drake, and even cooked for the King of Jordan. The internet fame didn't just gain him followers, it launched his career as a global restaurant owner. He launched and expanded his Nusret Steakhouse empire to over 20 locations worldwide, racking up tens of millions of dollars in revenue. However,
Great,
with
cool,
more exposure
fantastic.
comes more criticism. Many began to wonder if he was actually this mystical, passionate culinary artist, or just another guy trying to cash in on some fame. One major critique was the outrageous prices at his restaurants that had patrons feeling more scammed
Oh my
than
God.
served. Take the Salt Bae Golden Experience, for example.
Porn star martini, $480 fucking dollars. Are you kidding me?
Where Salt Bae will personally serve
got
you
weird
your
resin,
food
but let's
with
do
a
this.
show. A single tomahawk steak costs nearly $1,000,
Oh my
and a
God.
burger will set you back almost $200. Now, the prices are so high because the food is covered in edible gold, which sounds fancy until you find out that the gold is worth a measly $10. Then again, rich people blowing insane amounts of
Yep.
money on dumb
people
things
are very
isn't
dumb.
exactly shocking. If
Yeah.
anything, it fits his brand perfectly. This is the guy who made something as simple as sprinkling salt saw it looked like Michelangelo chiseling the final details onto David. However, the real reason people turned on Salt Bae was much more embarrassing than a $200 burger. At the 2022 World Cup, after Argentina defeated France, Salt Bae somehow ended up on the pitch celebrating a victory with the team. How did he even get there? Cameras caught him pulling on Messi's arm, practically forcing him into a handshake. Messi, the greatest football player of all time, clearly was just wanting to move forward, but Salt Bae would not let go. Messi finally gave in and shook his hand just to get it over with, but Salt Bae held on tight and pulled him into a photo. You can see it all over Messi's face that he had no idea who this guy was or why he was even there. It was clear Salt Bae was trying to steal this big moment for himself, but it gets worse. He grabbed the World Cup trophy like he won the damn thing, and even did his signature salt sprinkling move over it. As if that wasn't cringy enough, he was posing for pictures with players with their medal in his mouth. These players dreamed and worked their whole lives for this once-in-a-lifetime moment, only for some clout chaser to steal some publicity.
Look, he doesn't even know how to fucking play, and he can sit here
He responded to the backlash with an apology, claiming he didn't step on the pitch for advertising reasons, but the damage was already done, and Salt Bae's 15 minutes of fame were over. Salt Bae has shut down multiple restaurants after the hype has died down. Many of his remaining locations are drowning in poor reviews, and his London restaurant is down 4.3 million euros as customers have realized his food is way overpriced.
Oh, 480 lira or some shit. What is 480 lira in US dollars? $12. Oh, okay. That's not so bad.
Salt Bae has resorted to selling his high-end food online now.
Lira, was it lira? Is it euro? I don't know what fucking...
Steakhouse was...
Is that right? The L? Isn't that the L for lira? Am I stupid? Is that money signs? Money sign, lira. Right? Is that... Oh, no! No, not the Turkish dollar! Oh, jeez. Wait, right? Little L thing? Is that right? Lira? Turkey, lira. Yeah. I'm good at this. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, and then I said Serbian soccer stars. I'm very funny. Continue.
Was listed on Deliveroo and Uber Eats, selling his Salt Bae tomahawk for $500 and a strip loin for almost $900, proving...
680. It says 680. Am I doing the wrong conversion? What are we doing?
Selling his
what is
Salt
this?
Bae tomahawk for $500.
That says $3.99, my friend. Okay.
Strip loin for almost $900, proving he really hasn't learned from his critics.
There must be no point.
There are plenty of rich people out there willing to waste money.
I don't know how lira works.
Food just because they can, and his virality and social media following alone will easily keep him in business for the rest of his life. But if you think Salt Bae was making a fool of himself, it doesn't even remotely compare to the Island Boys, whose fall is much more disgusting than you could ever imagine.
No, we don't want this. None of us want this.
Twin brothers Alex Fly Soldier and Frankie Kodiak Red, two aspiring Florida men covered in face tattoos who blew up overnight in 2021 after they posted a TikTok video of them freestyling in a hot tub.
Oh my god.
I'm an island boy.
Bye.
I'm just island boy. I'm just island boy. I'ma get kiwi.
People couldn't decide if the tune was the worst thing they'd ever heard or low-key kind of a banger.
Worst thing you've ever heard.
Boy, what is happening?
And then they kissed each other.
No, and ain't trying to understand it.
Plus, hip-hop has a history for blowing up artists who ride the paper-thin line between trash and fire. Rapper Kodak Black even offered them a record deal after their viral video, which is insane because this wasn't even a real song.
All of it.
Just two goofballs mumbling in a hot tub. They turned down the deal, claiming that they
I always thought rap was kind of like
but this was
iffy
a
anyway,
huge
but
mistake.
like
They believed they could make it on their own talent, but if we're being honest, most of their fame came from people clowning them. I played this song at my sister's funeral. She got out of the casket to shut it off. Thank you, Island Boys. This is the 0.01% of germs that bleach can't kill.
Oh my god.
When they decided to finally cut the record over a beat and released it with a music video, it was somehow worse.
That was way worse.
This is the type of hidden talent that should absolutely remain hidden. Like many other viral stars, they were paid to do appearances at clubs, which became a prime example of when social media meets reality.
Is this a thing?
At Miami's Club Live, the audience began booing the Island Boys on stage. Once music fans realized the Island Boys had no capability of making a somewhat decent song, there was really no reason to pay attention to them, and their 15 minutes of fame was about to be up. The boys needed a new way to profit from their fame, so they began selling personalized videos to fans on Cameo, which apparently was very lucrative according to their previous manager.
They owe me about like $150,000.
From what? Your percentage of the Cameo money?
Yeah.
Is that the only money they're bringing in?
Damn.
Mostly, maybe a little bit on TikTok, but I mean, it's pretty much run dry at this point.
Right.
Damn.
How many cameos are they doing?
Don't ever have a manager.
They was coming in hot.
They were viral.
Like it was going like.
You got owe some fucker 150 for what?
But with them spending all of their money on designer clothes, jewelry, cars, and mansions, they needed to keep going viral to maintain this lifestyle, which almost always resulted in them making absolute fools of themselves on the internet.
Yeah, she likes the way you look. She thinks you look good.
They also might have needed some money to hire
fucking
security.
Idiots. Fucking morons, dude. Oh my god. You a fake, you a fucking pussy. I'll slap the fuck out of you for talking to me. I'm gonna argue with you. I'm a real gangster motherfucker. You're a kid. Get the fuck out right.
And in hindsight, the final nail in their career's coffin, the
Here we
Island
go.
Boys launched a Fansly, which is basically just an OF. And it wasn't just embarrassing, it was downright sickening. In 2023, the Island Boys posted a video of them kissing each other in a publicity stunt to market their NSFW content.
Oh, burn my eyes.
Going viral for the second
Oh fuck.
time, the
Where's
video got
where's
them a
fucking
huge
wings
amount
when
of
you need them?
backlash, with many calling it
Shit.
incest, which it is. The
Fuck,
twins
man.
insisted it wasn't sexual and was only meant to get a reaction, claiming that they just wanted to see how effed up this world is. And it turns out they were right about this world, because after their kissing stunt, it was reported that the Island Boys made almost $400,000 in 3 months just on their NSFW content,
I'm more than
temporarily
sure.
funding their lavish lifestyle. But of course, this
That's the hand
resulted
that they
in
use to
more
rub each
public
other.
humiliation.
That's his
What's
hand.
going on
Yeah.
with the shit that's with you two kissing each other and shit?
Bro, shut your ass up before I break this.
What?
Hey, yo, that ass, I would love to see you try that shit.
Bro, what are you talking about?
I would love to see you try that.
You're the ones who kissed him, bitch. You're the one who kissed your fucking brother, bitch. Yeah, you kissed your fucking brother, bitch. You wanna go? You wanna go?
Desperate
You better.
attempts to remain in the spotlight,
Fuck,
combined
what a
with a
fucking
severe
pussy,
lack
dude.
of talent and expensive
Great.
lifestyle, has led to incredibly lows for the Island Boys.
You kissed your
Kodiak
bro,
Red was arrested for drug
I'll fuck you
possession
up.
and an illegal
Bro kisser?
firearm during
Shut
a
the fuck
traffic
up.
stop. During the stop, a plastic bag containing white pills was found on the passenger
Hey.
side floorboard in plain view. The pills were identified as
Oxy.
oxycodone.
Good taste.
Further search of the vehicle uncovered a brown handbag containing a handgun with its serial numbers removed, along with a cut straw with a white powdery substance.
They gotta
These
sniff
days,
the
they
oxy.
pretty much spend
So-
all of their time promoting their NSFW content, and trust me when I say they went much further than just kissing each other. And if we're being honest, this will likely remain a consistent income stream for them, as there are definitely still a ton of people out there that are willing to pay to see this type of degeneracy.
There you go. It's not
But
even
unlike
so
the
it's
Island
it's
Boys,
legal.
sometimes
Like
we
what are
actually
we
find
doing here?
ourselves rooting for a
Fuck,
viral
man.
star.
That's so
we
gross.
hope that they become successful after their 15 minutes are up, like the case of Mason Ramsey,
Okay.
who became a breakout
the
star
yodeler.
when a video
Yes.
went viral of him yodeling in the middle
Okay.
of Walmart in Harrisburg, Illinois. The clip racked up tens of millions of views in just a few days, turning the 11-year-old Mason into a worldwide meme. Not only is yodeling kind of objectively hilarious,
Awesome.
but a
What do you
child
fucking-
singing a song
Sweet,
that was
dude.
70 years old
Anyway.
was oddly charming. Because
Yeah.
of his viral performance,
It was pretty
the
good.
original song, Hank Williams'
Yes.
Lovesick Blues,
Yep.
skyrocketed all the way to the third spot
I don't
on
have that
Spotify's
back there.
Viral 50 chart.
I don't
Within
have
weeks,
that album.
Ramsey was sitting across
Sorry.
from Ellen DeGeneres, who got him invited to perform at the legendary Grand Ole Opry. From there, he
Swish.
was embraced by thousands of fans while performing at Coachella.
Very cool.
Major record labels noticed his
That's
potential,
much, though.
and
That's too
eventually
much.
Mason would secure a deal with Atlantic Records and Big Loud. The minute Mason and his family walked into
Ridiculous.
Big Loud, I knew we had to work with him. He is a star, but most importantly, he is a down-to-earth kid who loves country music.
How
The
is there a
Ramseys
fall
are an
here?
amazing
I
family
feel like he's
from a
just cruising
small
along doing
southern
his thing
Illinois
still.
town just like me. We understood them and their goals, and simply fell in love with their story and vision. Proving that he wasn't just a meme, his debut single, Famous, secured the #4 spot on the Billboard Hot Country songs and peaked at number 62 on the Hot 100. But viral memes naturally have an expiration date, and soon Mason Ramsey's 15 minutes of fame were over. When the pandemic hit, it forced Mason to take a step back. However, he used his time away from the spotlight as best as someone could in his position. While his voice was maturing, he focused on refining his talent, writing music, and finding his own sound beyond the yodeling kid in Walmart.
You could only go up from that. I don't know
Mason
what the
released
fuck.
3 EPs that gained over 500 million streams combined and secured hundreds of millions of views on his music videos. By 2024, at 17 years old, he decided it was time to take the next step in his career and release a full-length album titled I'll See You in My Dreams. A song featured on the project called Blue All Over caught a lot of attention from TikTok for its classic old country appeal.
Fucking so country. Good job.
It is a beautiful song. Now in 2025, Mason Ramsey recently announced his first major headlining tour that has 15 stops. Mason's right.
Damn, is he coming to your place? He ain't coming to mine. Stay the fuck out.
He recently announced.
We're not big country folk up here, so we don't much appreciate much of that. I mean, they come close, but not quite. You can't go too far north. You ain't got to get no fucking people at the show, you know.
His first major headlining tour that has 15 stops. Mason's rise to fame started almost exactly the same as everyone else in this video, but instead of trying to chase more fleeting viral moments or make some quick cash, he honed in on his craft, worked hard, and simply gave the people exactly what they wanted: genuine talent and entertainment. This was one of the few times social media made the right person famous, the only viral kid that didn't switch up after the fame. So while Mason worked hard and focused on genuine entertainment, Bobby Althoff seems to ignore both of those things.
I don't know this.
People are genuinely confused how someone who has done so little has achieved so much success. Bobby Althoff started as a mommy TikToker after the pandemic, posting about her pregnancy, marriage, and family dynamics. After posting thousands of videos over a couple of years, she had built up a respectable.
I think I'll just let it play and walk away.
However,
next
TikTok
up
wasn't paying
is
the bills, and her marriage wasn't doing too well.
And I would like to
so
stay
the
there for that because that's
content was
part
about
of my
to come
moniker.
to a screeching halt. She said, "I saw this video of a girl talking about how much she made from her podcast.
I'll watch this
and
on
I
my
think
phone.
I mentally
I'll
decided that
piss
she
and
made
come
at
back.
least $300,000 a year on her podcast alone." And I was like, "That's
I
what
wouldn't have
need
much to
do
say
next.
anyway, you know.
I
So
need a
just 2
podcast."
seconds. I'll
her
be right
large
back.
following helped her land her first celebrity guest, Rick Glassman, who is a comedian and actor. And in the first podcast, fans got to see Bobby in a totally new light. She was seemingly a socially awkward valley girl, giving off the vibe that she didn't even want to host her own podcast.
The way your eyes are looking, it seems like you're not listening.
I'm listening.
Do you care?
No, I do care. It's just really bad when you sing.
I'm not a singer. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
get the story across to you.
Thank you. I hear it. I got it.
In her second podcast, she hosted comedian Funny Marco, who had great comedic chemistry with Bobby. Funny Marco's comedy style often makes others feel uncomfortable and awkward, so the two were essentially battling it out in an interesting back and forth.
So like, who are you? Like, where'd you?
Who am I?
Yeah.
Is that a serious question? I have more followers than you on TikTok.
Marco's humor combined with Bobby's dryness and innocent personality makes this so hilarious. Highly entertaining. The episode quickly earned nearly 1 million views, and clips of it made the rounds on social media. The mini virality caught the attention of Drake, who followed Bobby on Instagram. I DM'd Drake and asked if he wanted to be on my podcast, and he said yes. He sent me his touring schedule, and I knew that I needed to make it happen fast. So my friend and I flew to Memphis 2 days after the original DM was sent to record the episode. Her podcast with Drake earned 1 million views in the first 24 hours and introduced her to a massive mainstream audience. Drake rarely does interviews, so this one, alongside some random girl while laying in his bed, made people extremely curious.
Am I your type?
I'd do it.
Thank you.
I'm just saying, like, you know.
I flew all the way here
You did. I really do appreciate
on my
that.
daughter's first birthday.
I wasn't going to bring that up.
Mm-hmm.
You missed your daughter's first birthday for
To
this.
be here.
Dark. Regret that you'll never be able to undo.
Yeah.
Horrible parenting.
Where's your son?
Somewhere safe, and it's not his birthday.
When's his birthday?
What does it matter? It ain't today, honey.
Don't call me honey.
Clips of their awkward interactions flooded TikTok, and overnight, Bobbi Althoff became a household name on social media. After the Drake episode, securing high-profile guests became easy. She had on Lil Yachty, Tyga, and even Mark Cuban. Her style of bored, sarcastic humor became her signature, and people seem to love it. But just 3 weeks after the Drake interview was posted, which now had over 10 million views, it was mysteriously deleted from her page, and he unfollowed her on Instagram, sparking a ton of speculation. While fans were trying to figure out what happened, people were reminded that Bobbi skipped her daughter's first birthday to interview Drake, which didn't seem to sit right with people, especially because Bobbi used to be a mom-focused TikToker. When Drake calls you a horrible parent, you know you effed up. Rumors also spread that Bobbi slept with Drake and divorced her husband just to do the interview, which she vehemently denied. But it is true that she divorced her husband, but the reason her and Drake's relationship soured was never revealed. So many people came to the conclusion that she was nothing more than an industry plant, basically meaning that she didn't organically earn her virality, but rather she was
Sorry for the pause. Thank you, sir, for your 2 minutes or whatever. Sorry I wasn't here for it. My commentary is in the thing for that portion. Thank you. This is me saying thank you for letting me blah blah blah. Yes, I'm on YouTube watching YouTube. No. Okay, continue.
Handpicked by people behind the scenes and artificially pushed into the spotlight, using Drake's fame as the catalyst. The main piece of evidence for this theory was that she signed to the WME Talent
Drake
Agency,
does interviews.
one of the biggest talent agencies in the United States, representing a ton of Hollywood figures, including Drake.
Well, you got a great agent.
That's my joke.
And you got a great agency, and you got great guests.
Regardless if the rumors were true or not, it gave even more of a reason to dislike Bobbi, and her comedic style got old very quickly. Listening to her uninterested voice is like nails on a chalkboard, and while most of her interviews she is the one driving the conversation, there were frequent moments where celebrities got tired of her shtick mid-conversation and turned the tables on her.
Damn, I'm trying to get you to play. You lost in the sauce. You ain't shaking my hand.
Nope.
We finna get you to 25 million. You know what I'm saying?
She's smiling. She's out. She's
just a little
Have a great day off set.
Connected but disconnected. Fuck off.
All right, you can leave now.
You're a dumb bitch.
This
Fuck
my
your
hotel.
stupid
I pay
act.
for this motherfucker.
Fuck your stupid act, dumb bitch.
All of her
arrogant
podcasts
cunt.
feel like
yeah,
small
you
talk
can leave
while
now,
waiting
bitch.
for something
Good
to
fucking
actually
bye.
happen.
What?
It's just simply
Seriously,
boring.
I pay for this shit? You
Ironically,
can get
her
the fuck
revealing
out.
that
Bye,
she was
bitch.
just playing a character actually became worse for her, because the little mystique she did have was now completely gone. In an interview on the Women on Top podcast, she explained why she embodies a satirical alter ego on social media, saying, "Being myself doesn't get views. I had to go where the money was." And her playing the character of someone who is bored and uninterested is just not a sustainable style for long-term success. Awkward and cringe humor can work, but in short clips, not hour-long podcasts. In response to the backlash, she tried to just be more herself, not trying to be so awkward, and even remove the dead air moments from the pod. But all that did was reveal that she is just a subpar podcast host who is only doing it for the money. Although her 15 minutes of fame are over, she will likely remain a lingering socialite as long as she is signed to a talent agency that can get her celebrity guests. And on TikTok is where you will still see her fan base praise her for putting in the least amount of effort possible. This story feels all too similar to the Hawk-Tua
here we go.
with the main difference being that Bobbi didn't outright scam the few people that actually supported her. Walking around drunk in Nashville at 2 a.m., Haley Welsh and her friend Chelsea approached a couple of guys and asked them what they were filming. YouTubers Tim and Dee told them that they do on-the-street interviews where they typically ask about relationships, male and female gender roles, as well as provocative and sometimes raunchy topics. Chelsea asked Dee to make it a spicy one, implying that he should ask a question that might be a little edgy.
Come on, you gotta get a spicy one.
You want a spicy one?
Yeah.
So he did just that, only Megan's friend Haley would jump in and give an answer that would drastically change her life.
You gotta answer this, you got it.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. You get me?
Just being drunk and out and about.
After having a silly interview, Chelsea and Haley
all
confirmed
alike. We
that
got a lot of
they wanted their
charisma.
video to be posted to social media.
Shit.
Tim and D won.
Hey, whoa. That's fucking social media right there. Hey, whoa. Hey, whoa. Hey, whoa. Pull that camera up. Jesus. Pull those shorts down and pull the camera up. Hey, those are fucking short.
So don't come back trying to tell me, hey, take it down. I'm gonna Sue you, this, that, the third.
Tim and Dee posted the video to their Instagram account, which had tens of thousands of followers, and the clip immediately went viral, securing 1 million views on the first day and over 5 million views on the second day. The post spread like wildfire, being shared across countless meme pages and pop culture news reporters. The comments read, "She's a national treasure. Keep this woman safe. I'm moving down south. I'm tired of these Northeast women. If she don't hawk Tua, I don't want to talk to her." On the surface, Haley appeared to be the stereotypical Southern belle, sweet and charming, complemented by a thick accent. So her describing her raunchy bedroom tactics was a stark contrast. Within days, merch was being sold to capitalize on the viral traffic, but it wasn't until her first interview that we would find out more about the girl behind Hawk Tua.
I still feel like there isn't anything
there. Now you have management, now you have a team. What are your plans moving forward? Like, do you want to still be the hook to a girl, or do you want to, like...
I don't really want that to be, like, my image.
Yeah.
Like, hook to a girl. I don't see that being, like, my thing. You know? Yeah, I don't
Get
know
over
if he knows that.
You made a drunk joke, and the next day you have whole management behind you. This world is crazy. Haley took the typical path of a viral star. She hired management, and they immediately got her as much press as possible, jumping on various podcasts to talk about her rise to fame. She got paid to show up at events and hung out backstage with celebrities. She was being amplified to unimaginable levels, with Rolling Stone calling her a charming Gen Z Dolly Parton who's rightfully becoming America's sweetheart. Keep in mind that Dolly Parton is a generational talent who sold 100 million records in her career. Rolling Stone, of all publications making that comparison, just shows how they will say anything for clicks. And while many people thought that Haley would start an OF to cash in, she decided she wanted to use her fame for good.
Everybody in the comments is saying how I have 15 minutes of fame, and if that's the case, then I'm going to spend it doing something good. Today, we're taking all of this down.
There's something in the background that might get me a hit. We can't even play that for another half second. I'm not kidding.
Income from their newfound fame. So in order to secure a sustainable revenue source,
that was almost 4 seconds. I'm sorry.
To a podcast.
I'm not hit. There's been so many little hits, and that was Dolly or some shit. So I'm not getting a Dolly Parton strike for directly 4 seconds of background fucking music in a clip. So watch out for that shit. I ain't monetized, but I still gotta click shit. Fucking copyrights. I hate that shit. Anywho.
Once the whole I'm just a normal girl whose life changed overnight story ran its course, she tried to keep viewers engaged by dropping hints that she had a secret lover that she called Pookie, but it just wasn't interesting enough to get people to watch.
Triggered.
Can we go back to what you said?
Triggered.
Do people know
Oh no. Okay.
Well,
Cheers.
I wouldn't say dating just yet.
Is this Pookie?
It's Pookie.
Shut the heck up.
That's my man.
No, it is.
That is my man.
Officially. What if Matt Rife came in and asked you to date him? Would he be your ex-man?
Oh, shit. You're putting me on the spot here.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
boy.
I love you, Matt, but I'm going to kick your ass.
Oh, boy.
Her comment section was flooded with people sarcastically saying that the podcast was groundbreaking and changed their life. I'm convinced that the only reason why this podcast had decent viewership is because of the massive amount of jokes dedicated to making fun of watching me talk
but also
to a podcast.
Bots love that shit. That's bots game #1. I even have bots coming to my chat saying that shit. So yes, and also bots. Let's be fucking real about this. This content changed my life. I can go to fucking like 12 random shitty videos that nobody's ever fucking heard of, and we'll probably run into like 4 of those types of contents. No profile picture, etc. Those are fake comments. Those are fake interaction. Talk Tua itself as a podcast was proven to have some slightly blown up numbers, but a lot of these places do now that we're involving third world fucking like espionage, internet espionage, bullshit, sock accounts, bullshit everywhere, bullshit. Even Facebook has its own like AI. The AI recently stole a bunch of fucking books that it wasn't supposed to. It's like stealing people's writings and shit at this point. And anyway, continue.
But perhaps people were being a bit harsh on Haley. Sure, she may have been milking her 15 minutes of fame, but can you blame her? If people wanted to watch hours of her podcast and get to know her,
that was like
then
yesterday.
So be it. It's not like she was harming anyone, right?
They're getting sued for stealing a bunch of books.
Because Haley would make a decision that would officially destroy her career. On December 4th, 2024, in collaboration with the Web3 platform Over Here Limited, Haley launched her own meme coin called Hawk. The coin was marketed as a revolutionary cryptocurrency cryptocurrency project. Within 15 minutes of its launch, it hit a $490 million market cap,
Who
but
cares?
then it
What does that even
crashed.
mean?
It was revealed
And
that
none of it means
97% of the total supply was initially controlled by just 10 people, leaving only 3% for public buyers.
Yes.
A total of 285 investors took part in the pre-sale, but once trading opened, 30% of them immediately dumped their entire holdings, while another 23% offloaded a portion.
And then the guy admitted it.
The token's value by
Almost
over
word
90%,
for word. Good.
while the
It
sellers
does go
walked
into
away with
that.
an estimated $3 million. After this, Haley posted a
Good.
statement on Twitter insisting that the team
Good job
never
on the
sold
video.
the tokens.
Good.
Many accused her of rug
went into
pulling,
things.
which is basically a coordinated sell-off from a small group of investors to make profits while the public loses their entire investment. In short, this
Rug
was not
pull.
a revolutionary cryptocurrency project. This was a way to make a quick buck
But, like,
off of her uneducated
cryptocurrency
fans.
overall is
YouTuber
kinda snake
CoffeeZilla
oil
investigated and
in
exposed the
itself.
coin as a scam.
Who makes the money
Not
on
just
the fees?
NFTs.
Someone just made
You're
over
right.
$1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with Meteora Pools, and that goes to, yes, the creator, right?
Which is who?
Yes,
Who is
the
the
creator.
project?
Well, the project is over here, Haley Welch, right? And
How much
there's-
does Haley
and there's a
Welch
lo-
own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So
and,
she owns
and
all of it.
CoffeeZilla.
Did
Take
she
a chill-
just make $1
take a
million
chill pill.
on fees
Take
on a
a
rug?
chill
But
pill.
who made the money? How much did Haley Welch make of that million? 1.8 million?
She's right
It's
there, too.
It's a foundation.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Well, hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Multiple lawsuits were
Anywho.
filed against the entities behind Hawk, including Over Here Limited and the To the Moon Foundation. These lawsuits alleged unlawful promotion and sale of unregistered securities.
To the
Welch
Moon.
received an upfront payment of $125,000 to promote the coin to her community, along with 50% of the net trading proceeds after the operating costs paid to the third parties. And she owned 10% of the entire Hawk supply, although she could not sell them for a year. Now, it is possible that Haley did not know what she was getting into, but ignorance is no excuse for breaking the law. Her 15 minutes of fame are most definitely over, but since her
that's what
meme
they
coin,
say.
she has disappeared from social media, so we'll have to
Yes.
see what she does next. In a world filled with amazing talent, interesting and intelligent people
Wow.
who work hard for the attention of those that can make their dreams a reality, it seems like the wrong people are constantly achieving overnight success, and that's
Great.
never going to change. So
Great
eventually,
video,
there will be a
fantastic.
part 2 of this video.
Oh my god. This is Patrick CC or some shit. Good job. Thanks. There's probably already a part 2. Is there already? Friday. Friday. There isn't. There isn't. This was 14 hours ago. Fantastic. Good job. I don't want to watch this. I really don't want to watch this. It's like painful for me at this point.
He's a communist with a Gucci
Oh,
bag.
God.
Got his Prada kicks. Gotta have his swag.
Hold
Welcome
on.
everyone.
You actually did something? You did a little thing? I've been singing. Continue. Play. Go. Shh. I'll be quiet.
He's a communist with a Gucci bag. Got his Prada kicks. Gotta have his swag. Welcome everyone to
Nice.
a brand new video. We are in season 3, gamers. Hassan Piker is 310% piked right now.
Yes.
It is important to note exactly how piked he is at any given
Just like
moment.
that picture.
Currently, Hassan Piker has found himself in more controversies, which is great for me. Now, we are going to be tying this entire episode in a big, giant bow.
Okay.
All right, this is the giant hypocrisy of Hassan, which has become incredibly apparent if you've been keeping up to date with the Hassan Piker's Any Percent F franchise. Truly the greatest franchise on all of the internet.
All right,
you know,
buddy.
everyone loves it. Not everyone loves it.
Okay.
Some people that hate me don't like it. But
Right.
everyone that's rational loves the How Effed is Hassan Piker franchise.
Great.
He's
Fantastic.
currently 310% F.
That's
for
a lot
those
of
of you that
fuck,
are
my
unaware.
friend.
If you want to see him supporting terrorists, feel free to check out the 200% F. If you want to see him calling me and Asmongold pedophiles, feel free to check out the 300% F.
Yeah, that's
We
fucked.
are
That was
we are
fucked. That was
effing this
F.
man.
Yeah.
In the most heterosexual, non-consensual way
Yes,
possible.
yes.
All right, listen, I'm hating on
Yes.
the blue man a lot these days,
Mm.
and honestly,
Okay,
there's only
buddy,
one
I'm
thing
down.
to
Let's
do.
go.
Double down. This
Yes.
guy is a terrorist supporter sympathizer.
There we
and
go,
We're
let's
not gonna
go.
let him. We're not gonna let him float around out here without making content off of his bullshit. So
There, I feel good
Hassan
enough
made
stuff
this
now. I
tweet
feel nuts.
today.
Hold on,
I
this
don't
is,
think reading the Communist Manifesto makes you an extremist. It's very good and simple to understand. Everyone should read it. Now, I want to make something clear. Hassan constantly rants and raves about how, you know, Israel bad, Jews bad, Israel bad. When approximately 100 million people were killed because of communism.
Yes.
Now, I do find that relatively humorous in a sick, fucked up way.
Okay.
I think it's important to note that in the Soviet Union, around 60 million people were killed through this fucking bullshit. In China, around 45 million people were killed.
A lot of Stalin shit. I like to bring it up, and they get kind of sensitive about it. But yeah, and that was also religious. They don't like to admit that portion of it either. But Stalin burned a lot of churches, but he didn't burn the Roman Catholic churches. They don't like to admit those certain biases and shit. There's certain churches that were spared. Certain areas were just fine. Certain other churches, certain religions were attacked. That's how this shit works. It's always, my God's bigger than your God. We're talking about guns after all here. You know, things humans made. So
through this fucking bullshit. In Cambodia, around 2 million people were
another
killed.
Gun.
In North Korea, 1 to 2 million people were killed. It keeps going. It keeps going. Listen, communism. I don't want to get into communism here way too much. This is not an anti-communism video, even though I think communism is gay and retarded. However, this is a Hassan video, so I wanted to show you and point out that this dude doesn't think you should, doesn't think it's extreme to read the Communist Manifesto. Bro is very excited to shill communism whenever he can. He is well known for this hilarious merch drop that he made, Make the Rich Pay, even though he is the rich.
Are you going to show
Make the Rich Pay says
budget version?
The rich. Now, again, we could keep
because we went over that the other day.
Will, of course.
Okay.
This is a very good statistic I found. Impoverished evil CEOs, the greedy leftist YouTubers.
Okay.
Now, we all make a joke about this.
See, like,
but
I went into the cute, like, fashion thing when I did the thing, and I compared him to the other guy because I was, like, looking through that kind of stuff. You went to, let's shift it back to democratic hatred.
Fun fact, Hassan makes minimum wage workers full
I understand
daily
that, though,
wages
in this
every
case,
6
in this case.
minutes of live streaming.
Yeah.
I don't know what math was done to come to this conclusion.
It does say YouTubers, me. But, yes, that is a very good, I like it. It is still very relevant.
But
Thank
I
you.
believe it completely. You don't understand how rich this motherfucker is.
Yes.
Bro has a mansion. Bro has a Porsche. Bro's rich AF. Constantly shilling, selling merch, selling out.
Yeah.
And today we are talking about very many types of Hassan sellouts.
Okay.
But first, this is Harry Sisson.
Thank
Harry
you.
Sisson is
Yeah.
an absolute piece of shit. Bullshit,
We will hear
leftist,
Democrat.
Dumbass motherfucker.
At some
Incredibly
point.
dumb. My favorite thing about him is a shiny tard has appeared.
I like
Look
the
at him.
leftist phrasing,
Pops
though.
out of the
I'll stick with
woodwork.
that.
I mean, he thinks
For
Biden
the
was the
sake
best
of it.
president in United States history. Bro, so tarded. Now, Harry Sisson got into quite the controversy lately because even though he is a male feminist, incredibly based, male feminist, you gotta love him. He respects women so much. He's always out there respecting women.
respecting
Apparently,
those-
he convinced
those
11
women.
different women that he had no roster and respected them for more than their bodies while persuading them to send explicit photos of themselves through Snapchat and shooting one from a domestic abuse survivor. When the women discovered each other one by one, they all called him insane. That he attempted to coerce one of them into telling the public that the photos were fake.
Are they real? Are they real? Are they real? Are they real? I love
which
this
is
new look.
insane
Thank
and
you.
disgusting. Political differences aside, this is a vile piece of shit. Honestly,
Yes.
listen. He's gross. He's literally been rizzing
They're
different
probably
women
real.
on the side.
I hate his
getting them
fucking
to
hair
send
too. I
explicit
fucking
photos,
hate
all
his hair.
thinking that they
It's
were
like
the
the
one who was
perfect
kinda
like
cheating
quaff.
on all of them.
Like you
That's
watch
pretty
JoJo
scummy
too
and
much.
shitty. Now you're probably mentioning.
You're not Josuke.
Why am I mentioning little bitch face baby ass Sisson in this video when I've clearly covered him in my Democrats are 150% fucked video, the second greatest
I don't know if
franchise
I
on all
watched
of the
it,
internet.
but-
And the answer is simple because it turns out Harry Sisson is not just a little bitch, but he's also on this list. Now, you probably don't know what this list is. This is a list of influencers directly paid by the DNC, the Democrat National Convention.
Okay.
Each single person on this list is on salary, receiving payments from the DNC to promote left-wing propaganda.
Okay.
So all of these guys are they're going to sit there talking about the oligarchy, talking about how Trump is using millionaires for money and billionaires are funding other people, and it's all this giant scheme. And then it turned out that this massive list dropped of all the fucking AstroTurf.
Yeah, where is this anyway? I should probably check this out at some point, you know. Oh, it's like it's a bunch of
Bullshit. These loser
They're
ass
just
motherfuckers have been taking money to promote propaganda. And if you look at this list, I'm not gonna go through
Snapdragon.
everyone. You will notice right over here, right here, Harry Sisson, little bitch boy Sisson himself.
Oh, okay, top left. We have Jonathan Bino, Haley Hess, Skylar Toth, Keegan Evans, Jeffrey Zhang, Brooklyn Reedhead. Is there any I know? Rachel O'Connell, no. Tara June, Ash Zoo, whatever the fuck. Sue? I think it's Sue. No, I don't know shit. Roger Moore. Fuck, what? Roger Moore? Fucking 007? Well, that explains everything. You're looking at the MI5 or whatever. You're looking at anyway. All right.
Sitting there. Apparently, he's made like $1.8 million of funds from the Democratic National Convention. These people are all fake. They're all propped up. They're all astroturfed. They're all losers. None of them are natural. They are actual industry plants.
I can only agree.
Unironic actual industry plants. No wonder Biden's his favorite president. Biden would be my favorite president if he gave me $1.8 million. Well, maybe not.
You're right. And I always say nobody actually voted for Biden. We just didn't vote for the other guy. And everybody was just so hard up to give that guy the, like, you got only 4 years mark on his fucking ass for being a dick. It didn't help him any, but, so yeah, like, nobody actually, like, Bidened. And any of this, like, Biden fanboyism, I don't really believe in. It's definitely, like, a false narrative, in my opinion, that anybody would be so fucking hard up over this fucking decrepit old shit, especially if you're like, a younger political person. Like, if anything, then the decrepit old shit that you enjoy is Bernie. The decrepit old shit that you enjoy is AOC compared to you. You know? She's a decrepit old shit compared to your fucking newbie ass, you know? So, anyway, this thing is fucking my hair up. Yeah.
Focus Harry Sisson, but maybe for $10
Nobody's
million,
actually hard
Biden
up
would be
over
my
Biden.
favorite president. Right,
We just didn't vote for Trump.
But now Hassan Piker is a big fan of not taking money from the big guy. Would you be surprised if I told you that?
Hassan's so paid. So I wonder what would have happened if we just kept Biden in instead of switching him out with the coconut woman. You know what I mean? No offense to, as a feminist, as a multicultural supporting feminist. No, I don't. I think that was a big problem as to why we lost. But anyway, continue.
That Hassan Piker, the communist, anti-taking
Oh, he's
money,
so paid for.
aside from multiple fucking
He's so
bullshit
fucking
sponsorships
paid.
that we're about to look into in this
He's
video.
so fucking
Would it
paid,
surprise
thank you.
if it turns out that Hassan supported Harry Sisson even though he was given money by the DNC
I'm sure.
and he had this whole fucking scandal with 11 girls calling him out? Would that surprise you? It probably wouldn't.
No, and it also has something to do with this guy who admits that he knows that there was a pool of Democratic money that there was certain mediocre white kids selling out for. Hassan knows all about it. Hassan knows everything. Hassan de Black has already admitted that he knows about the dark money. And he said that they sold out to get on this list. Hassan knows it all. Okay? So, hey, whatever. Keep going. Keep going.
He supports terrorists, so supporting Harry Sisson is not as bad. Now, I want to show you Asmongold. He made a little 2-minute video basically covering the Harry Sisson situation, which I personally find funny. For me, male feminists taking L's in regards to mistreating women is one of my favorite things ever.
Yes.
Now, I'm so sorry for all the women that
I'm
have
sure
been mistreated, but
somewhere
your
down the line
sacrifice is
some
a
bitch
sacrifice
considers
that
me
I
an L, but
am willing to make.
you know, I
Definitely
apologize.
subscribe for more noble feminine sacrifice, all for the sake of shitting on male feminists.
Wow.
Listen, I have nothing but respect for women. Especially the ones that are out there falling on their sword to give me content. Fuck. And now I wonder why people on Twitter cancel me for this content. All right.
So basically, this guy, we all remember this guy,
We
right?
all remember this guy. He's the little bitch that got...
Oh, the white...
He's everywhere. He was with Kamala. He was with Biden. He was with Hunter Biden. This dude defended Hunter Biden's fucking sex pest laptop as a progressive feminist streamer. Then it turns out that he's also a sex pest.
I know the sex pest laptop. I mean, if you want to go that far with that type of wording too, let's not forget that Marjorie Taylor Greene and the team sent out a random email to any possible person that was on a certain list, and just dick pictures, just unfiltered dick pictures, abundantly delivered. And so who knows who could have opened those emails at home. So there's a potentiality out there of Marjorie Taylor Greene, showing maybe, kids Hunter Biden's dick. Like, that's more of a possibility than the laptop, blah, blah, blah. The laptop wasn't really an issue. The guy himself and the whole, like, porn thing on the side, that was more of an issue. But the laptop was a minimum part of that. There was also a lot of like cell phone shit. Anyway.
Best, they get along with each other.
Okay.
They all. But then again, let's not forget that Hassan Piker visited
not
a
to run
brothel
defense.
called Artemis in
Fuck these
Germany.
rich people.
That was later shut down for sex trafficking.
We went over that the other day.
Let's not forget the breed, the person that we're dealing with.
It's a
hell yeah, dude.
small possibility
Dudes for
still,
Harris,
though.
super big Democrat guy.
Yeah.
It turns out this dude convinced 11 different
But not
women.
really.
He respected
But
them
it's
for
also
more
a
than their
tiny
bodies while
possibility.
persuading them to send explicit photos of themselves through Snapchat. When the women discovered,
I respect you so much for things that aren't your body. Now send me your tits.
Snapchat.
Also,
Who
I
uses
totally
fucking
don't ask
Snap,
other women
dude?
the same exact
Gross.
thing. Hell yeah. True feminist.
each other, he called them insane and attempted to coerce them into telling the public that the photos were fake.
What a loser. By the way, just saying, I, blue retard on the internet, I've never done anything like this. Dude,
Cheers.
manipulating
Blue
women
retard on
is
the internet.
despicable
That's the second
and
one today?
disgusting. And
Uh-oh, I'm gonna get
honestly,
canceled.
anyone that does that
I'm
should be
joining
ashamed
you
of
now.
himself. And I mean that
You're a bad
across
influence
the
on me,
boundary.
dude.
Whether you're going to fucking sex trafficking brothels or you're fucking getting nudes from 11 different women, shout out to Harry Sisson, or Andrew Tate doing his bullshit, which is, I think, objectively worse
Tater.
than all this shit. But this is not okay. This is some beta male fucking bullshit. Despicable crap.
I'll play some of these out. And so you have one of these virtue signalers.
Yeah, when the virtue signaler's virtue is not quite so signally.
Constant talking down to other people.
But I just wanted to say that
I didn't watch this one
America
of
failed
Asmon's.
women tonight.
Yeah, you know who else failed women? Harry Sisson. Paid chill by the DNC.
America
People
failed
voted for
women
it. We
tonight.
failed our daughters.
We failed
mothers.
our
Why is he
daughters.
complaining? This is just
We
democracy.
failed our
sisters,
mothers,
our wives.
I mean,
our
doesn't he
wives,
realize that socialism
our,
is objectively
our
worse
cousins,
than this? Socialism is basically, if socialism gets
our
voted into
cousins
power,
twice
that's
removed.
basically a majority of people voting that people should give away
Ninth
shit that they
cousin.
own. It's like if two people came to you and were like, we both vote that you should give us your money.
sister.
And you're like, no, I actually
Your
don't
sister's
think so.
best
And they're
friend.
like, well, you're outvoted, bro. That's fucking socialism boiled down. Alright? Listen, sorry, man. I ain't gonna sit here and take this emotional manipulation.
Wives. America failed them.
I
Wow.
don't think anybody could comprehend how genuinely terrifying it is to do something like this.
I mean, 11 girls all finding out they're just all side hoes. All of them are.
True. That
Later
sounds
stirred
like
up.
someone that doesn't really respect women. I don't know. All I'm saying is Donald Trump, most respecter of women ever since King Arthur.
Who, at the time, I thought
this
respected
bitch.
me for more than my
No,
physical appearance.
Not at all.
Yeah, he's manipulating them. I care about
Absolutely.
women. I respect women. No,
That's
I
his
mean-
entire fucking shill. He doesn't respect women. He respects his paycheck that he gets from the DNC.
I did hear the
He's
argument.
a fucking fraud shill bitch.
They're all
Yeah.
fraud shill bitches. I did hear the argument of her clout chasing in some form. I thought was kind of silly. There's a lot of girls on his dick at once. I don't know. None of them knew about each other. Well, no, it's all internet weird shit. I don't know. Who cares? Ultimately.
Goddamn loser.
But,
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about
say
Hassan
that
Biker.
so you
Oh,
can find
okay, we're
more
getting
of
to
them.
it?
It's
Okay.
like, you know, the
Jesus.
anglerfish, they have like the little light in front of them.
When we asked, when all, like, a fucking dozen of us asked, hey, are you talking to anybody? He lied and that he was not talking to anybody.
Like, have you ever had like a girl you talk to like in text a lot? This
Yeah.
guy is doing that 11 times.
That's what I was like, no,
doing
they won't really
11
know
sets
anybody.
of daily quests every single
That's
day.
so much
This
effort.
guy was
That's crazy.
farming. This is
Yeah,
like
it's effort.
40, 50 hours a week he's spending talking to these
Yeah,
girls.
literally. That bro was grinding. He was grinding. Not easy to lie and manipulate 11 separate women at the same time. Crazy.
I mean, it is.
Oh, yeah, I
but-
showed this fucking Snapchat.
God,
I showed
that
this one in my
ass is,
video. Democrats 150% fucked. I love
Very
how
nice.
he managed to be such a simp about it too.
Oh,
Hell
man.
yeah, the Pussy Crusaders cooking.
White dudes for Harris are breaking up. You know what this really reminds me of? COVID Minecrafters.
True. Oh God, that's such a good analogy. But my
I
favorite
don't-
thing is all of the all of the Harry Sisson friends, like all the other fucking bullshit shills paid by the DNC, just like Harry, they all came out of the woodwork to basically say, no, we don't condone Harry Sisson because of his bitchiness, unlike me,
We don't
doth
condone.
respect
Okay.
women.
The moment that one of
The spineless worms getting together, truly propping each other up due to their own lack of spine.
them gets exposed, everybody else
Lack of
immediately
spine.
in that group
Yeah.
just instantaneously roaches out on them.
I'm not friends with Chris and Harry.
Friendship ended.
Friendship
I have to
ended.
say, this is very fun for me specifically. I have no allegiance.
No
I'm
allegiance.
just a bitch on the internet that likes making fun of even bitchier losers.
I am
Look at these
also a
guys.
bitch.
We are no longer friends. Oh,
Yes, no.
all the leftists getting
No
together to
friends.
respect women. Yes.
Yes.
Downfalls, baby. Don't worry, we're looping
What am I
Hassan
doing right
back
now?
in,
Shut up.
Because somehow Hassan will find a way to defend this guy.
Yes.
Because you know what he could smell? He could smell clout. He could smell
yeah.
a little
Right.
bit of money. You see,
Yeah.
no one likes
Money.
money as much as a
Clout.
socialist like
Money.
Damn. It's over.
And that's it.
Wow.
Honestly, right now,
Bye.
I'm tired. I'm defeated.
I'm
I've gone
tired.
through so many emotions in
I'm
the last 2 days.
defeated.
It's not complicated.
Turns out
I've had a
the
lot of
page
emotions.
Feminist virtue signaling shill actually didn't virtue signal. Did Hassan defend him? Don't worry, guys. We're getting there. We got a big Hassan hypocrisy bullshit dropping. The Hassan communist episode is gonna go crazy.
He's just a weird
Hassan
manipulator.
Munist.
So many of these cases.
And he looks punchable.
It's obvious, though.
Like,
I
he's
mean,
a
I've
weird
already told
manipulator,
you the
but
whole
more
like
than that,
comrade
he's got the
Casey
most
connection and
punchable
shit
face
like
I've
that,
ever
right?
seen in my life.
The socialism
These are
grift.
just
It's all like the same
emotional
wing of
manipulators
just
that are
trying
taking
to make
advantage
America
of the
fall.
situation like this, while simultaneously patronizing you, talking down to you about their high-minded political values. They only hold to attract more of these girls. If you're talking to 11 girls at the same time and
Look, he just was looking for more women to respect. Okay, you're looking at this
Yeah.
the wrong way.
lying to all of them, you don't give a fuck about women.
Hey, you gotta keep your options
He
open.
only cares about himself.
Okay.
He's a selfish bitch, and that's what most virtue signalers are. Look at Hamas Piker. He's a terrorist supporter socialist. All right. He's a communist with a Gucci bag. Like, come on, dude. Like, are we kidding? Can we not make believe he's anything other than a massive grifter prick?
What are we talking about?
America failed women tonight.
America failed women
So I'm sorry.
tonight.
What may come.
I'm gonna
What
come.
may come.
I'm gonna come. Do not come. Do not
What may come.
Anyway, Hamas Piker himself, terrorist
What
supporter
may come.
extraordinaire. If you know him, you know him. He's
What dreams may
beloved
come.
by so many people, especially me. Think of all the content that you wouldn't have if not
Here we
for
go.
Hamas
You see it in the
Piker
corner?
over here.
Mhm.
He's out there, such a huge respecter of women. Now,
Slam.
don't take me too seriously because he technically did go to a brothel in Germany where they sex
He
traffic
respects them enough
children. However,
to murder them
aside from that, I think he
after
respects
they're
women a lot,
raped
which is why I'm sure he's going to come down and be like,
to make
you know
sure
what?
that they're
Harry
not seen
Sisson,
as rape
it was
victims.
definitely a bitch move for you to manipulate 11 women. That's probably what Hassan's going to say. Anyway, let's see what he has to say.
No,
He
not at
respects
all.
women so much.
He's
He's
pro-rape,
progressive
bro.
as fuck.
He's pro-rape.
This is also funny because
He's
like,
pro one man
you're shitting
owning
on
many
the
women
dude,
as well.
Right.
And then
So, I mean, possibly religiously, he's okay with multiple wives. He's not okay with polyamory, and he's made his stances about just plain old marriage in America like just unknown. He has no value in that. So, yeah, looking to Hassan's like, you know, finer points on those things, you can kind of see some weird shit there. So I'm sure he's like, oh, that more power to him if he has the money to have that many brides. I mean, that's just how shit works, right? So.
then you're shitting on other dudes for also
Other dudes.
shitting on the dude. So
He's
what's
so
the
cool, he's a
expectation?
dude.
If he actually
What?
did do some serious like crimes or whatever,
No one's
Dude
claiming he
is
did
his
crimes.
wording
People were
for
saying he's a motherfucking bitch.
sympathy.
That's what people were claiming.
He never
I love
called
how
me a dude.
Hassan is very good at this. He's very good at misrepresenting everything in the worst way possible every single time.
Yeah.
Like, are we all on the same page? Right? He
Contrarian,
misrepresented this
fuckhead.
entirely. This is like him saying that Trump just deports people that hurts Israel's feelings. When Trump is deporting non-Americans that are supporting terrorist organizations. And he'll just sit there, hurt Israel's feelings. That's why they got deported. That's basically Hamas Piker over here.
Yes.
Hussein Piker going crazy. So anyway, immediately misrepresented. No one's claiming he did crimes.
Hussein
People
Piker.
are claiming he's an asshole, virtue signaling loser
Okay.
that didn't respect women at all.
why is the expectation to double down and protect him? Like,
He didn't. say that anyone should double down and protect him. He was just laughing at them because this whole little clique of DNC paid shill virtue signalers, they all got together to stand on their stages talking about how much they love and respect women, and then it turns out that they all fucking destroy each other. He never claimed that they shouldn't drop their friendship or anything. He's just laughing at the absurdity of the situation, and I completely agree. Osama bin Piker coming up with a real good roast right here.
Come on, bro. It's like kind of ridiculous to say that while you're at OTK or were at OTK initially. Like, that's insane.
All right, so he misrepresents Asmongold's point. Then he says it's crazy for Asmongold to have that point that he never really made because there was a guy in an organization that Asmongold was with that allegedly committed a crime.
Okay.
Allegedly. Right.
That's insane.
Wow.
No Rich Campbell video on his channel. Weird. Yeah, like what happened?
So Hassan just wanted to bring something up, and
with Chris and Harry.
He cut dash to get there.
It's over.
Continue.
And that's it.
Wow.
Honestly, right now, I'm tired. I'm defeated. I've gone through so many emotions in the last 2 days.
It's not complicated. He's just a weird manipulator. So many of these cases, these are just emotional manipulators that are taking advantage of a situation like this, while simultaneously.
Oh, God.
All right, so now, it's pretty basic shit, right?
We're talking politics.
Manipulated 11 women to send him nudes when he was seeing people on the side. All right, let's be real here. All right?
Of course, you hit the angle of, like, he's being a feminist to get pussy.
I hit that angle, and I stand by it. I just think it's pretty hilarious that Asmongold didn't even say that.
Crystal, I call it Crystal Castles at a point. And maybe it's not even like pretending to be a feminist to get fucked. It's more like, I'm going to promise you, I'm going to give you, I'm going to this and that for you, all you. So if you wanted to take it the feminist direction, sure. But it's the same like Crystal Castles archetype, which is, you know, girl, when we finally do fuck on that moon, I'm going to build you an amazing crystal castle. It's my Watchmen. It's the Watchmen moment. When it's Blue Man saying he can give everything to this bitch, but all she wants is just a normal fucking relationship where the guy fucking remembers to respect her every once in a while. So, Lori was back on Earth. I didn't give a fuck. That kind of shit. So, Crystal Castles. You're going to build all this shit up, and then what are you going to do once you get your little fucking toy box? Nothing. You're going to disrespect the fuck out of that bitch. So, the reality of the situation is exactly. So, what does he get when he finally attains these bitches, when he gets these pictures, etc.? There you go. Now, I'm a slimeball in that manner. I'll be very up forward. I'll be like, hey, you know, I'm sex-minded. Can you send me your fucking titty? Like, I do want to see my cock, you know? Like, I'll be very into the forward moment. I won't say, bitch, I'm trying to fucking get you rights. I'm trying to get you rights on the moon, bitch. Ooh, yeah, you like that? Ooh, I'm pro-choice. Oh, you're pro-lifer? Oh, fuck, I mean, I'm pro-life, baby. Whatever you need me to fuck. I'm pro-feminism. I'm pro-women. Yeah, you believe me yet? Okay, you want to lay down while I put my pro-women man penis in your fucking vagina? So, like, yeah, one's a little bit more ooky and one's a little bit more, like, gross, but direct and honest. At least one is, like, an approach where one is, like, just kind of skeevy. So, good point. Love it.
This is like a little nothing situation.
I don't know what Hassan's actually going to say at the end of any of this.
Manipulated 11 women and got nudes from them when he was secretly dating women on the side. He is a giant piece of shit manipulator, all right? He absolutely virtue signaled that he actually...
If you are actually dating, yes. You actually have, like, a girlfriend who believes that, like, that's your number one. You go with them. They have, like, a more than blank per week meetup schedule and not just for fucky. Like, there's a clear communication line. There's something trying to be built. There's a real relationship there. To betray that by trying to form another one is fucked up. And at a point, you got to say dudes' libidos at certain ages. But, like, you know, there's also, like, you have to learn. So now we have to watch him publicly learn how to be less of a fucking skeevy, dick-slinging fucking promiser. Promise less. Send more dick pics.
Actually cares about women when he doesn't really care about women.
That's it.
Otherwise, he would have treated them better. All right, we're not mincing words.
Or been more
here.
forward about
Don't worry,
things.
Hassan
Like,
is going to come in.
You're
for
just
the
this
defense.
place in my life.
This shit.
You know?
I hate this shit.
What do you
okay,
hate?
let me tell you something.
All right, tell us.
It is the biggest lie. It is the biggest fucking lie that right-wingers tell each other all the time, that men are being feminists to get pussy.
That's not what right-wingers are telling each other. It's just a lot of feminists are doing the I respect you so much, queen, and then turn around and don't in fact respect them so much, queen. There is a pretty obvious hypocrisy there. And also, Hassan, a lot of people do that. Right? Let's be real. So many people say that feminists just get feminists, but they do. Not all of them, but a lot of them definitely do.
Okay? I don't think women care about whether or not you're outwardly feminist.
True. Okay? Women, they don't care about that at all. True.
As long as you like...
That's not true. That's not true. In the leftist hookup community, there's like, women are looking for certain types of men, and that's a good signifier that he might not be a complete piece of shit, because they're looking for somebody who does believe in, you know, pro-choice, their rights as women. So you're wrong on that. And it's a strong flag to wave in the leftist field of getting laid, especially when you're doing most of your communications on online shit because of the COVID era, etc. You have to think how many ways a person can peacock as a young gentleman to get fucked. This is just a bad approach, like I'm saying. It's a bad, dishonest, fucking shit approach. So you're right, and you're totally wrong on that. But, you know, you're totally fucking wrong on that. I don't know what you're talking about. The respect women thing is a thing. And you, if you're looking for relationships, have to lead with a certain, you know, narrative. And if they're looking for that, and they might even ask you questions like that, etc. You know, it's do you care to have some depth? I just went over it briefly. It applies here.
Show basic grooming capabilities.
Right.
And I mean grooming in like the literal, not the way that people understand it online. I mean like literally self-grooming.
Right. Hassan wouldn't talk about that other type of grooming.
Hygiene.
It's not like he's ever been to a
fucker.
brothel where they sex
Just use the word hygiene.
Again, not implying that he did
Mr.
anything.
College.
I'm putting that out there for
practice
fun.
proper
Again, he's a terrorist
hygiene.
supporter. Let me just
dumb
say,
fucker.
I don't actually give a shit.
Trigger word.
And you're kind of clean, and you're not like a fucking asshole.
Right.
The bar is so
It's called hygiene.
goddamn low.
All right, so Hassan's
the word you're
argument
looking for
is
was hygiene.
the bar
College.
is so goddamn low. You should be drowning in pussy as long as you shower. If you shower and brush your teeth, you should be drowning in pussy.
I mean,
fantastic move.
That's not true. You have to have mouth game. You have to have dick sling game, one or the other. So his mouth game is bad. You guys are falsely presenting any type of how do you get to know a bitch fucking relationship here. Do either one of you try to ever get to know a bitch, or do you just fuck like escorts or psychotic right wing fucking like rapist hookers? Like what are you fucking that is not at all needing communication and you're just laying into it? Like how does that work? What world do you live in? Anyway.
Move there, Hassan. Definitely.
The bar is so fucking low.
Right.
As long as you're not
I'm
like
only slightly
outwardly
misrepresenting what they're
misogynistic
saying.
in a violent fashion, most women are gonna be like, okay, I'll fuck this guy.
Dude,
I mean, that's
love
true,
how we can
but
find
it's
a
not,
way
but-
to respect and disrespect women at the same
Like, right. It's true, but it's not. What type of... Are you trying to fuck like a meth head? Because she'll fuck you. She might, you know, need promises of meth on the other end of that. I don't know. What's your fucking point?
time.
I don't know. What's my point?
It's just like a
What?
wildly disrespectful thing to say to women in
This is
general.
dumb. This is
It's
all
like,
dumb.
oh yeah, women would just fuck anything that moves as long as it brushes
People
his teeth.
fuck him. He's
Like,
cute, though.
oh
He don't
my
need to
God.
fucking...
All right. Hassan's
You don't
argument
need to
is
have
let's
a
be
good dick.
misogynistic in
He got a
private
tiny
instead.
dick. People still fuck him.
So I thought this was a funny video.
He probably does
I
with how
find
he
it
acts,
very, very
honestly.
funny for me personally.
You seem
that
average,
Hassan,
bro.
Relationship expert himself. That was very sarcasm. That Hassan over here is going to be kind of defending Mr. Harry Sisson.
This is also funny.
Kind of wild.
I'm
Kind of
waiting
wild
for it.
me to see him defend this guy.
I'm
Last
midway
I
on
checked,
defending him.
Hassan doesn't like the idea of liberals in general, especially liberals that get paid money from the DNC to have opinions. That's weird.
But it's not just the DNC, my friend. I mean, you might have seen one like one person side thing telling you some kind of skewed information to begin with, but it's not just like the Democratic National Convention. There's like a mass disinterest in our
Seems to go against basically isn't
coming up. as America. Like we have a lot of problems.
Ever
here.
had like a girl you talk to like in text a lot? This guy is doing that 11 times.
Okay, Asmongold.
So
I don't think people in your audience have girls that they talk and text to a lot, unless it's their mom.
You.
Wow, good flex, bro.
I mean, just fuck you in general. You think you have? My immediate thought. You think you have people in your chat? Your little like pro-rapist supporting 14-year-old chatters from the fucking Middle East. You think?
And it's usually just sending the same text message at the same time every day. Hey mom, where are my dino chicken nuggies? Or hey mom, the dino chicken nuggies.
He's destroying him with facts and logic right here.
Hey, this is just no. He's fucking. He's projecting, dude. That's what mommy makes him every day. Little chicken sammies, little dino chicky nuggies. Yeah, he's
We're a
projecting,
little cold
dude.
in the middle today. Can you please fix that problem?
He's projecting.
Outside of that, I don't think there's a lot of consistent texting of women that you want to fuck going on in your community.
Listen, Hassan, I don't want to be rude here. I don't want to say something that would insult you, bro. I am very happy in a wonderful relationship. And unlike you, I don't pay for sex. All right?
Thank you.
The irony of
Good
this
job.
guy. The
Good job.
absolute
Thank you for coming
irony
out and
of
saying
Hassan
that.
coming into this whole fucking
you.
argument to sit there. Meanwhile,
true.
bro
Thank
doesn't
you.
only pay for sex, but he supports terrorists that rape people.
Yep.
Like, are we on the same page here, bro?
Exact
Come on,
same
dog.
page. Thank you.
That's
epic,
like doing
epic troll. He got him good.
11 sets of daily quests every single day.
That's crazy.
Dude, I've done
What a
that.
crash out. Holy shit.
I've done
walk
that.
away to come up with a comeback.
Oh,
No
this
shit.
is good. Yeah.
He had to think.
Yeah,
He
no,
does that a
definitely.
lot, too.
A community that understands that
Shut
reference
up, you
definitely is
fucking
talking
idiot.
to women.
And then it's always like some
Bro,
kind of
you don't
Destiny
understand the
fork or
reference of doing
something.
daily quests, bro?
No.
Really, bro? You don't understand the terminology?
2 minutes from then, he started
You'll look
talking
really
about
funny in a
Destiny.
minute.
Have sex with them. Talking to women is just like
Destiny.
a daily quest that you got to do.
He just doesn't get comedy at all.
And wow.
Meanwhile,
Destiny.
Hassan was just sponsored for 2 days in a row by Assassin's Creed Shadows. We'll get there.
That was a banger joke for his
That was a banger
intended
joke.
audience, though.
Yeah, nice. I love how he walked away. He came back. He paced. He said, wow, like 47 days in a row. For 47 days. Wow. Wow, what a joke. Wow. That whole time he was trying to come up with something in his mind, and he couldn't. So he had to end up hitting him with the, well, it was a good joke for your audience. This guy, what a goat.
Side hose. All of them are.
Somebody who
The woman respecter has logged in to talk about how Harry is a hypocrite. Dude, it's awesome. Being a right wing.
So his argument here is that if you're right wing, how dare you call Harry Sisson a hypocrite? Because you're right wing. So you must therefore inherently not respect women or something. I'm not sure his argument
I do.
is it's not rock solid.
You don't get it? He's saying because the right wings are a bunch of fucking like religious fucking rapists and pedophiles and shit. You know, the Epstein stuff. You don't get what he's saying? Right there.
Bro's struggling trying to defend
No,
Harry
he's
Pisson.
right there.
Winger is so awesome. You have no values. You don't have
No values as a right winger. First of all, I mean whatever. We can
I mean, you voted for a rapist. You voted in a rapist, a convicted fucking sexual assaulteur, rather. I like to say it that way. Who had very close ties with massive child Epstein fucking child selling trafficking ring, massive #1 in the world guy at it, best friends with at a point in his life. Like, what? What? You don't get that? You don't get...
get into arguments whether Asman
You don't get that?
is a right winger or not. I personally don't really think he is. So
I definitely think he's a fucking right winger. It might not fit your narrative right now, but yeah, he's definitely a fucking... Are you kidding me? He's like right of conservative, for sure. Maybe a little Tea Party edge in him. There's a slight... I don't want to say Nazi, but there's like there's something there where he's avoiding something. There's something he's avoiding, and he really favors a certain edge. I'm not sure what it is yet, though.
so much. But you can get into that as much as
A lot of
you
people
want.
just call him
Do
Nazi,
not
though, but
care.
I don't think it's
However,
that.
I
That's
do
very
have to say,
dismissive.
it is very funny to see brothel lover and terrorist supporter talking about the lack of values of the right wing. Like,
saying he needs to buy women is a much stronger insult than falsifying the Artemis thing. But I love saying, like, man who requires escorts in order to have his fucking dick get wet. A man who's probably never had no condom sex in his life, you know, while a pimp was watching. You know, that kind of shit.
We gotta
a pimp is waiting nearby in a fucking Cadillac.
This is some funny
fucking
shit. Bro actively supports rapist, murderous, baby-killing terrorists.
Bitch is just looking at her watch the whole time while Hassan's getting his little 6-incher in there.
And he's out here telling us, right-wingers are hilarious. Why are they even calling out this guy that's manipulating women?
Have to have any values. Right. You could just be like, I'm apolitical. Yeah, these fucking whores. How dare Harry not respect these bitches?
Yeah, it turns out not cheating on your spouse or girlfriend is a lot more of a right-wing value than a left-wing value, I think, inherently.
Like,
fuck off. Stop even further doubling down on that stupid fucking notion. No. There's a certain, like, chivalrous southern mentality. I wouldn't call it left or right. What are you even talking about at that point? There's no politics in how men, you know, act in normal dating type of scenarios with somebody who's also in the same. So 2 Democrats have a chance at having just as much of a healthy relationship as 2 Republicans, and the people within those are individuals, and they're not going to be any more or less. I mean, I understand that, but this angle of it, no. Like, there's even James Carville and his woman or whatever, and they have opposite opinions, but they get along. I don't know. It's not about, like, your political party that shapes your ability to be a woman respecter, is what I'm saying. Like, that's not the one defining factor. He might not be saying that's the one, but I just wanted to, like, cut in there a little bit. Monogamy is a Christian value. I feel that is his angle. I accept that 100%, and okay, I can see it from that. And Hassan on the other side is the multi-love. So
monogamy is a Christian value.
Yeah.
I feel that's his angle.
Or Jewish. You're right, though. And like it's pretty much an American type of thing, I guess. So I don't know. Maybe I just don't have that international thing on it. Like, because we're all about, like, one man, one woman, one marriage. Like, that's kind of our entire country. Anyway.
He's not even trying to present himself as, like...
Yes, gay marriage. Shut the fuck up.
He's not even trying to present himself as a person who is pro-women at all. It's just pure... Look at how hypocritical this fucking stupid idiot is. That's it.
Look at this guy.
Oh, my God. Oh,
this is gonna be really funny in a minute when I show you the next clip. I literally built this entire moment up for you. I hope you're happy.
Fucking the beauty of coming across as nihilistic and not remotely associated with any sort of ideological boundaries or morality.
Up. Man, are you even saying anything? Yeah, what the fuck is even...
with a Gucci bag, got his product kicks, gotta have his swag.
Dude.
Bro is the epitome of morality. Hell yeah. Nothing like my communist terrorist supporter over here, multi-millionaire. That's true morality. You see, he understands.
It's fucking awesome. Oh, it's so good. It's fucking awesome.
Fucking awesome. So anyway, his big defense for Harry Sisson is you're actually
really
right-wing,
nice.
and therefore, you don't have morals, so why are you calling out a guy who manipulated women? Now, this is very funny for multiple reasons, mostly. It is mostly funny for this reason.
Okay.
Now, this is a pretty epic clip. Now, I think we all know, as I've already showed you, in the Hassan Piker's 200% fucked video, as well as in the Hassan Piker's 100% fucked video. He is a supporter of terrorist organizations that rape people. He, in fact, denies when women get raped, and he denies that it's conclusive rape, even though you will have images of that uploaded by the terrorists.
Oh my God.
The terrorists themselves.
Right. Okay, we are familiar with this. I have to pee. I'll be back in just a moment. I just have to run into the bathroom, lift my dress, and squirt away. So, yes, we got a chugs to fucking, oh my God, I didn't even refresh the page yet. God, this looks fucking amazing. Since last night, I haven't refreshed the page. Oh my God, that's so loud. Oh, that's pretty. Okay, I'll be back in just a moment. I have to pee. I probably shouldn't whip up a bunch of water. I can also just doodle something and turn it into a digital art. Oh my god! The AI tool is real fun these days. Like, all of them. Alright, I gotta piss. Can I take this off without fucking up? No. Okay. Ouch. What is it stuck on? What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Fuck. I gotta pee! I don't have time for this! Ah! Fuck! Okay. There. Luckily this has a fucking GoPro. Okay, my need to pee is subsiding now. I wiggled it out. You know, Jesus took control of my bladder. You know, Jesus took the feel away. I'll be me away. Okay. All right. Back in a second. Okay. Anywho, what's this old man doing with this stick, dude? What are you doing with that stick, bro? Anywho.
Uploaded fucking images and videos of women naked from their waist down with blood pouring out between their legs.
Yes.
And he will say it's not conclusive.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, bad. Oh, my God. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I just got back from the bathroom. Jesus Christ, man. My head was in, Ngoro. I've seen too much. Anime is gross. It's not anime spit. Yeah, sure it is. Sure it is. Shut up. Art is art. Ngoro. Little dead anime girls, half naked and shit. Their throats all slit. Fucking cum and blood dripping out of them and shit. Yeah, gross shit, ain't it? Yeah, the shit that some fucking nerds masturbate to, I tell you. So I live in the real world. Hi, welcome. Don't give me that eye. You're the fucking anime freak. All right. Anyway, okay, great. Here we go. We're getting back to it. You're the I'm kidding. You're the fucking look at you. Look at you. You live in that world, bro. All right. Anyways, mask up. Okay, mask. My mask. Mask up. Mask back on. Okay. Never remember the December? Never remember the, what was it again? Which one was it? What was the day? I forgot. Shit. I said never remember, but I didn't think I'd actually not be able to remember. Never, fuck, man, if we don't, is it important that we, remember? Because if it's important, I think we're kind of fucked here, bro. I mean, I already done forgot what we were even talking about, dude. I smoke too much. Never remember, they say, and I'm like, what are you even talking about, dude? And they were like, dude, I'm so fucking bliss, I don't even know anymore. Dude, what was the date? Bro, dude. Okay, I'm ready now, shut up. Okay.
That this guy is. But now you're probably thinking, well, you know what? That's when terrorists do the raping.
Okay.
He doesn't actually think it's ethical, right? Get ready.
Henry College is like doing one good thing.
All right, what is the one good thing of college?
Is that like, if you have these millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better.
Sharia law.
The Hassan argument is he's power scaling.
This is Sharia law in some form. This is rape. You know, if the poors are gonna rape, you take the poors from the other poors and you let the poors rape the other poors willingly. It's that kind of shit. This is some gross shit. That's gross. That's nasty, Hassan. You're gross. You're fucking degradatious, anti-American shit filth. You're trash, dude. Fuck off.
Rape. He is saying that if white rich guys rape white rich women, it's a good thing.
Yeah, it's the same the other way around. Caste system.
It's at least not raping minorities. What? Listen, I don't condone violence or anything, but I don't think any
That's
of you
not
have
even
seen
equivalent.
this clip. I don't even think I've
There
shown
would
this
still
on
be
the
minorities
Bikers
within
Present
that,
Fuck
but just
franchise.
not rich
I
kids.
just felt like this was a really important place to drop
Or
this
whatever.
nugget
Just
of
not,
info.
okay, whatever.
I don't know if Hassan is speaking from
It's
experience
stupid.
or
He's
anything.
dumb.
I
Yes,
personally doubt it.
for sure.
I do, however, think it is hilarious that this
I doubt
guy,
it.
Mr. Utilitarian-based ethical rape guy over
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
he is going to sit here and talk about how right-wingers have no morals, and he's going to defend a dude who manipulated a bunch of women and took money. Brug, what is happening?
I get your
You know what I mean?
counterpoint,
Like,
but
no one knows
again,
what you mean.
Taking these guys.
All right, keep explaining it. It'll make it better next time, I'm sure.
Oh my god.
And putting them in a pen with
Say it
one
again.
another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society.
All right, so now that is the second time he explained the same concept of how at
Yeah,
least the
except
rich
just-
people are
just
raping
quicker.
each other.
I'm
Okay, I
stating
get
that It's
it.
a good thing that date rape is happening.
No, of course
I'm saying
not.
that
From a utilitarian perspective.
rape Henry College is.
Yeah, and that's the clip. So basically,
And then you
the
could just, you
argument
know-
is, you see, when rich white people rape other rich white people, that's B-tier rape, okay?
Oh yeah, I mean, he's probably a hint of like anti-white racism in there as well, but you know, whatever.
Hey, not like A-tier rape, which is a whole other thing. And then when the Hamas terrorists, when they commit rape, now that goes down to F-tier rape.
Thank
That's
you.
barely even rape, according
But
to
it's the same equivalent as what they're doing over there with the rapes. So you just round up the poor people, you make them, they do the rape, and then like you know, you put the rich people in coliseums around it or whatever, and you put them in the chairs and the seats, fill the seats, rape coliseum, very fun. I mean, that's what it is. That's the whole like, oh, you get to publicly rape this and that now. It's like, okay, that's what Hassan is like pretty much pointing towards. So okay, cool, great.
Hassan. Because, I mean, they also murder the person that they rape. And they're valid military targets, even if they're
Like I said,
babies.
that's respectful to kill
Hassan
them after you
logic.
rape them,
Truly
right?
an ethical mastermind. Who is getting the most justified
So-
rape? Is it the Jewish Israeli festival goers? What about the teenagers from wealthy families? Well, how about the sex
God.
slaves in illegal...
Oh my god. And then the fact that it's fucking okay. This is good. Dun 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 na na na. Da na 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 na. We're the rape monks. RAPEMUNK. Oh my god. Who's getting the most morally justified rape? All right, Jewish Israeli festival goers. That's Alvin. Alvin. We have teenagers from wealthy families. Oh, hey, do they have cookies? Sex slaves in illegal German brothels. I guess I'm fine with the German part. I always thought that about you, Simon. Simon, you're fucked up, dude. Simon's fucked up, man. He's the fucking... Simon? Is Simon the neo-Nazi of the Chipmunks? Sieg Heil. Whoa, Simon, whoa!
German brothels. Now,
I mean, Alvin's doing it, but you're saying it. Oh,
are the
jeez.
real questions. I'm so glad
Alvin's
people
just
are
edgy.
actually asking these questions.
Simon's
this
serious,
is important
dude.
stuff. All right, we gotta know. We gotta know, and that's why we have Hassan Piker, rape power scaler.
Our
extraordinaire.
moral fucking compass.
I wanted to get into
oh,
this a little
thank
better.
God.
People
His
said
God
they're shitting on
specifically.
him,
Oh,
for
thank
being a giant communist fuck.
I'm
now,
not gonna say that
this
one.
guy continuously
Out of
is shilling
disrespect.
communism constantly. You know, communism is based. Everyone should read the Communist Manifesto. It only caused the deaths of 100 million people. You know, yada yada stuff like that.
That's what people like Vosh also say, and why he's grouped in with like the same contingency. The shit Vosh says though makes a little bit more sense to like the American thing. I could see like future politician me versus Vosh and some kind of like radical leftist like who gives a fuckathon, half not ass actually knowing anything debate with each other. And you know, we never talk about any controversies. I don't have any. And I'm nice enough to not bring up just horse crap or how he supports strange forms of other strange things. So I don't know. But we'd stick to the points. And I'd say, you know, you're kind of a little bit of a weird socialist communist, and I probably shouldn't trust you. But compared to a lot of psychotic leftists that have hijacked the movements lately, I think Vosh is more of a trustable voice than people like Hassan. In terms of, at least Vosh isn't blowing up fucking terrorists. And meanwhile, fucking Mr. McFucking anti-America over here, any opportunity he's getting, he's fucking on that train. So it's kind of disgusting to see compared to the guy with the horse porn folder. It's like, you're more disgusting than that guy. You are just, it's astronomical how much of a shit biscuit this motherfucker is. Like, it's amazing.
And people started asking him questions. Hey, bro, you live in a massive mansion in Los Angeles.
For one
where
thing,
the real
for four
estate is
things,
expensive.
for 8
Can't they
things.
explain why you didn't redistribute your wealth to other less wealthy, more impoverished people? Hassan had a choice response.
Well, that's that religious.
Okay, dude, it's a huge fucking house in Hollywood or wherever the fuck it is. It is
I can
kind of
do
different,
more
at least on
good.
the vibe check. Bro, what are you saying?
I'm eating right now. I'm always eating. Bro, I'm eating. I got money. I got food in my mouth.
In West Hollywood. And if you think it's a fucking mega mansion because
I love how he says it's a single family home, like that's supposed to mean something.
Just, Hassan, swallow before you talk. You eat so fucking much. You always chew and fucking, you're always keeping something in your goddamn fucking gullet. You're always talking like you got some food in your fucking mouth. Just swallow the fucking food, Hassan. And then speak. You fucking child. There's food in your mouth.
I love how that's supposed to mean something, bro. What does that mean? Of course it's a single family home. Because there's no other people that you moved in with you. You should have. You should have put some, I don't know, poor illegal immigrants and homeless people in your extra rooms. I don't know, bro. I would do it. I mean, your dad's a billionaire, so why not? Your
In
uncle's
reference
a multi-millionaire,
to
so why not?
the housekeeper or whatever.
It's
Very
a
funny.
normal size house. It's probably smaller than your parents' house in Connecticut, dumb fuck.
All right, so the argument is it's probably smaller than his parents' house in Connecticut, dumb fuck. Now, this is actually a good response. Because it turns out maybe he really does actually have a small house and he redistributed the rest of his wealth. Maybe it's just the location that's expensive.
Also, it doesn't matter.
Another good comeback.
It doesn't matter.
That's number one.
Not a point, not an argument at all. You can move to fucking Ohio and give the other. All right, buy a house for yourself, the same exact size in Ohio for $300K and give the other $7 million to homeless people.
I know it's The Rock, but I don't care
The
anymore.
irony is, obviously, socialists don't actually believe in redistributing their own wealth.
It doesn't matter.
He's talking about make the rich pay, but except for him, he's not the rich in this scenario.
Number two, it literally fucking doesn't matter.
Right, it doesn't
Like,
matter. Think, Mark, think.
Think about it.
I'm thinking.
Please, for a brief moment, take a
I'm
deep breath
thinking
and go.
so hard.
Hassan, having a house
Don't hurt yourself.
or renting out an apartment.
How is that the options? How is that the options? Think about it. He could be renting instead.
Does this change his commentary even a little bit? Does this?
Yes, it in fact makes you a hypocritical
Hassan's
bitch.
kinda
Just
quiet,
a little,
sorry.
A tad, bro. Bring one homeless guy into your house. Give him a home. Give him a couch, brother.
Changes worldview even a little bit. Who has explained to you that this is inherently hypocritical?
This isn't really a counterpoint to
inherently immoral
the woman shit
own a
earlier.
house? No, I never said that.
Oh my god.
As a matter of fact, I want you to be able to own your own home as well.
He wants everyone to own houses. Now, he's not going to actually explain to you the fact that redistributing the wealth doesn't mean that everyone's rich, bro. It just means that a power vacuum happens, and then a really fucking powerful rich guy kills the other less rich guys. But he doesn't want to talk.
I mean, he understands. He knows that. The actual way to redistribute, I don't know, homesteads is to take them the fuck back from the goddamn banks who have robbed our fucking people and stolen our fucking everything. They've stolen our... We have so many houses on markets that will never sell and that are just sitting there and that banks own. They're just fucking sitting on it, waiting for it to go for a high dime just because of like a scam or a fucking regional shift or so. They can afford to hold these houses forever. We have so many homeless people. We have enough homes for the homeless. We've done this on John Oliver blank years ago. You can still look at the stats now, and it's like, it's still comparable stats. We can still put fucking lesser people into homes immediately if we're talking about homelessness and shit like that all of a sudden. So in terms of redistributing the wealth, we have a good capitalist system here. We just need to kind of like figure out how to hold the fucking rich people accountable for destroying it. So
About that, all right? He wants
let's
everyone to be in multi-million-dollar mansions.
Nobody talks about that.
Not remotely,
Vosh talks about that a little
realistic,
bit.
but hey, that's his son. The guy
From
who grew
like
up struggling
actual
with a billionaire
American
dad.
concerns.
This is the problem.
This is the problem. I
Are the
agree.
problem.
He is the
You
problem.
treat this
Rich
as
Nepo
though
baby
I'm some
concerns
fucking
are not the
televangelist,
problem.
Who has a
You
private
are.
jet and is like, yeah, I'll have to fly in a private jet. I can't be with a
And like I already said,
undesirable sinners in a tin.
I already fucking whispoed, sorry to pause so much, Creflo Dollar. I already said he justifies it under his, I'm spreading my socialist gospel or whatever the fuck. He thinks he's some kind of revolutionist, so more power to him, right, guys?
Yeah, no one's making that argument. Again,
It's whatever.
but literally
I
no
am.
one. But
I
yes,
am.
I'm not saying that you have a private jet.
As
but I
another
am saying
left
that this
wing,
is your house.
I am.
All right, miss me with. Your dad in Connecticut probably has a much bigger house.
2.74 fucking million. Do you see that
Pay no
goddamn
attention to the servants' quarters on the
mansion
side.
square?
No one wants
What
to
even
see any
is
of that.
this Minecraft shit? Oh my god, hold on. I don't want to like, I wasn't going to do it because I don't want to be like doxy like that, but holy shit, that's just the corner of the pool, bro. And even then you see like this fucking, this nice warm area, you smoke your cigarettes in winter and shit. And, you know, you got your like, is that like a mini bar area and shit? Fucking, what? It's like an open half deck thing. It's like a fucking, yeah, like what? Servants' quarters? How do you, what? Right? Like a whole fucking like chunk on the side. There's probably a deep fucking garage in that extreme other corner too. Like a nice, like multi, this goes past. We can't even see how far that goes this way. You know, it could go fucking past this for all we know. This could be a house that's so fucking, this house could be that fucking big. You know? Like, we don't even know. So, that's ridiculous. Dude, that's a fucking mansion. You want a fucking Minecraft mansion. It seems like your taste, too, doesn't it? You fucking... My house is square. I have such Minecraft childlike tastes.
Shit. The servants' quarters are not where it's at all. He actually doesn't like where the servants live. It's a little bit shabby.
It's a little
Nothing
close.
like a single family
It's a little too
home.
close.
Probably smaller than your dad's house. He's out here struggling just like the rest of the poors. Listen, he doesn't
Yeah.
have a private jet, okay? His
Aw.
dad might, but he doesn't, okay?
Yeah.
Now, Hassan is a good socialist because no one likes money as much as Hassan. He talks about it constantly. He makes lots of it, which is pretty crazy. So this is a tweet from Hassan saying he is playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. Pre-order with this link. This is Hassan taking a shill sponsorship to play Assassin's Creed Shadows
While
for
saying,
money. Now the thing is,
I'm not a
Hassan
gamer.
is a multimillionaire. All right, bro's worth many, many, many millions. And the
Yes.
thing is, he needs more money because he is the most
Greed.
capitalist socialist I've
Yes.
ever seen in my life.
Yes.
He's a communist.
He takes advantage
with
of
a
it.
Gucci bag.
Okay.
Got his Prada kicks. Gotta have his swag.
Swag.
That's my goat. But then again, it's just one sponsorship. So this isn't necessarily saying
Fuck,
anything.
dude.
Maybe he just wants to play Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Is that a real
so
song? I'm gonna
maybe
have to look that
this
up.
doesn't actually impact anything. So this is another sponsorship also from Assassin's Creed Shadows. You see, he wasn't just sponsored by it once, but that yacht is not gonna pay itself. See, I love when my goat, the socialist overlord over here, is talking about redistributing the wealth, and he just makes a fuck ton of money and constantly shills to his audience to make more fucking money. It's
does
pretty
he
great.
donate
It is pretty great.
to
Now,
charities,
you will notice,
or does he just donate
Hassan
to terrorism?
Got 2 sponsors from Assassin's Creed Shadows, also known
It's
as
probably because he
Johnny
wanted to give money to
Simulator.
like Hamas or something.
And you will probably note that he also supports
Had to make money
Assassin's
for the
Creed a lot
terrorists.
in the public eye.
Real quick.
So Ubisoft reportedly enlisted a team of lawyers to sue players who harass Assassin's Creed Shadows the developers. Now, to be clear, Assassin's
harass
Creed Shadows is a
yeah,
bullshit game.
yeah.
It's a game that vastly disrespects Japanese culture. It is
I
shoving
don't know.
propaganda into every pore of this game, and I am...
So there's an argument to be made, I heard it earlier, about game devs lately in the business who don't give a fuck about the games they're making, and they're just trying to make $1, to the point where over the years they've become resentful of the gamers themselves that they make the games for, and then those gamers don't even like the games that they're being forced to fucking make. I could see where that circle would come from. But my argument there is, maybe you should just fucking quit then, cunt. Go, don't be a dev, you fuck. If it ain't in your soul, go learn a music career real quick, and then come back when you have a fucking spark of inspiration that says, ooh, I need to make Final Fantasy. Do us all a favor and make your next game a solo 8-bit project, you fucking worthless cunt anyway. So, fuck gaming journalism. Fuck this type of shit that took over. I agree with Elon Musk on fuck gaming journalism. That's a weird one. It's completely useless. It's an entire industry of bullshit, waste of money. By far, one of the most useless, unimportant things to the entirety of the gaming market is all of the entirety of all of the fucking journalism ever around any of it. It's always been GamePro gives this game a Nintendo paid me out of a 4. Like, it's always that. It's always ever been that. It always only ever will be that. Gamers are individuals. Games are individuals. One can appeal to one in a different fashion. Just like I'm a little different from Nuxo here, and we agree and disagree on a lot of spots. There within are our gaming differences. What games appeal to me, what games appeal to you, etc. So, that's all. Just a little side note. Like, art is art. So, if you're not liking doing art, either pick another thing if you're an artistic being, or retire. Fuck off. Let some little shit Jimmy fucking come up. Because there's enough of the next gens who actually know how to use that shit, and their school taught them properly, who want and have ambition and want to do these things. So, fuck off, step down, retire. You're already rich as shit anyway. Like, I could just keep doing this, but it's whatever. Fuck off. So, bye. And then people are talking about degrading Final Fantasy to a AA title. What the fuck does that even... Shut up. None of this means anything. This is buzzword shit.
Fucking happy
None
that
of this
it's
means
absolutely
anything.
tanking in the actual marketplace, and it didn't break the top 20 played games.
You gonna
on
call
Steam.
that
This
AAA?
makes me all very happy. All right, you gotta understand.
Shut
Assassin's
up.
Creed Shadows claimed it was paying homage to Japan. It released the game where this is the main character, Yasuke. He historically
Yasuke
was a
Simulator.
black slave that was paraded around by Nobunaga.
Right.
Because look how interesting it looks. All right, that is not my commentary. That is a historical fact. They made Yasuke a shinobi that saved Japan, that has sex with dudes, gender fluid individuals, and also Nobunaga's sister, who, by the way, is still to this day regarded highly as a symbol of purity,
Why is
and is
this
the
necessary?
grandmother of like 9 Japanese emperors. All right, canonically, bro. The imperial family comes from this man's ballsack.
I'm gonna give the tilt face like that
I'm
bitch
just
we
saying,
watched yesterday.
This game is obviously bullshit. They disrespected Japan in every single way, to the point that the Prime Minister of Japan talked about it in his speech. In his speech, he said that they disrespected Japan. They massacred people at shrines. They included female sumo wrestlers, even though female sumo wrestlers were not allowed. They
provided
fucked
nothing.
up on a
I
massive
don't even know how to
galactic
mock her. She
scale.
was so
I
fucking
made a video
base.
covering that if you're
She had
actually
nothing
curious
to
about
her.
hearing more about this specifically. But of course, being that Hassan is a paid shill, paid by Assassin's Creed Shadows multiple times to play it, the wildest meta online is content creators of every political background running targeted harassment operations in the ways that anonymous
fuck
online
up.
forums used to do, and masqueraded as accountability. Sending death threats to devs does not accept accountability. You should self-reflect.
Man, this guy talks. Not you, Nux.
Hassan, your audience sends me death threats every single day.
No shit.
Again, I'm not saying this to complain.
I've gotten death threats from his fucking audience. Like, no shit, man.
I actually don't give a flying fuck.
Yeah, eat my fucking dick, you fucking
sends
wannabes,
every single
posers,
day. There's always gonna
trash,
be a retard or two on the internet that's gonna go out there and fucking send death threats to people, and I don't accept it.
No matter who you are.
I don't think it's acceptable.
Right.
I don't think anyone should send death threats. But if anyone's the master of the death threats community, it's this motherfucker. It's this guy himself.
Yeah.
So he's painting everyone that's critical towards Assassin's Creed Shadows as this giant masquerading death threat sending accountability enforcing retard situation. Now,
Well,
the super irony is there's another controversy that Hassan is in the middle of right now. Hassan's mods, as you know, if you type anything into Hassan's chat, he will ban you if he doesn't like what you have to say.
Oh, just whatever.
Including things like,
Who cares?
I don't know, Jews shouldn't
I've never
die.
tried.
That's pretty controversial. I don't think.
I've never tried.
I don't think. I think he would ban you for that. To be
Probably.
honest. When the mods ban you, Hassan Mod denied my unban request and sent me this lovely message. Just jump already. Hassan, this is your moderator. Okay, bro?
Wow.
This is your moderator.
That's your moderator?
Sending a death threat.
You are garbage. Your moderators are garbage. Your entire community is garbage. Everything about you is garbage, Hassan. Wow. From channel moderators, just jump already. Mod implied I should commit suicide. Yes, submit report. Okay, good job. Yeah, mod implied I should commit suicide. What are they going to do about it? Nothing. Should you have even said anything about it? No. You probably got even more of a magnifying glass on you now, you know what I mean?
Let's just make this clear.
These people are fucking psychotic.
When you sit here posturing
they own
about
Twitch.
accountability, flaming everyone that criticizes Assassin's
I'm not
Creed
on
Shadows,
Twitch anymore.
That they're all sending death threats constantly. Motherfucker. You're just defending this game because they paid you a fuck ton of money. This is probably $50,000 per sponsorship. All right, he's a big fucking stream.
Yeah,
Maybe
like
more than
30.
that. And so first
No,
he
I
makes
think
believe
Ubisoft
he cares
is poor.
to protect his pocket.
No, whatever.
Then
I don't care. I don't
He
know.
thinks that sending death threats to devs is not accountability, and anyone that criticized this game should self-reflect. And this guy just politely incentivized people to commit suicide.
me?
And by the way, there are many of Hassan mods that were caught doing this shit.
Oh, I'm sure.
In case
I'm
you're
sure.
curious.
It's whatever.
That's Hassan Piker.
If that's
classic
the standard,
hypocrisy
then
of
that's
Hassan.
the standard.
He had more to say about his favorite cash cow. So here's a tweet talking about the fuck around, where Ubisoft reported and listed a team of lawyers to sue players who harassed Assassin's Creed Shadow developers, and the find out, where the actual member of the Japanese parliament went on public television shitting on Assassin's Creed.
What?
Now this is very funny. Very funny. So Hassan, of course, says, these people are so insanely dumb, there's nothing you could do about it. Everyone believes nonsense now. It's over. Fake shit that confirms their bias is more important than the truth. They'll just move on to the next fake outrage by the time people fact check it. Hassan lies in like every tweet he makes.
This is amazing. It says, this is amazing. The Ubisoft will sue them, and then Japan is like, fuck off. Fuck off.
I think we could go through his tweets and try our best to look at, you know what, we're going to do that right now. I want to. I'm going to scroll through his tweets until we find a tweet that's not a lie. Okay, no promises, obviously.
Hasikta
Alright, that's a retweet. Retweets don't count. I'm sure
Fuck
you
you,
retweet
Hassan.
people that tell the truth.
Hasikta
Alright. Sunday Fun Day. NPR did segment on me. Light news, drama, fun react, galore, gaming. We got it all.
Hasikta and
so
Pumbaa.
This is just a link to his Twitch
Hasikta and
account.
Pumbaa.
I don't think reading the Communist Manifesto makes you an extremist. All right, moving on.
If you go down
All
far
right,
enough, you'll find
all
mine.
right, this is our favorite communist.
Which is also a lie.
All right, so Elon
Keep
Musk
going,
is
buddy.
a coward who hates
Put me on
free
your show.
speech. He has always bent the knee to authoritarian leaders who demand censorship. That's a crazy take. Oh my God, it's crazy! Infinite
it's
content.
True, but...
Okay, I don't want to spoil. We're actually getting.
Oh, here you go.
Gonna get there
No, click on that one. Oh, you could have the fashion, dude.
So this is still Hassan ranting about Assassin's Creed Shadows,
okay,
and he has very nice things to say. Now you see, Hassan openly condemns death threats.
Let's go.
So now that we've come to the conclusion that he condemns death threats. All right, let's see what he had to say about Assassin's Creed Shadows.
I can't. It's so hard for me. It's so hard for me to not.
That's his cock every time he walks past brothels in Germany.
It's so hard for me.
Tokens that I've collected because we unfortunately still don't live in a world where you have kill yourself tokens.
All right, so bro wants to live in a world with kill yourself
Oh,
tokens.
I've
But remember,
heard this one before.
death threats are bad,
Yeah.
and everyone that criticizes Assassin's
But we want
Creed
kill
is part of that
yourself
pot of
tokens.
bad people.
Okay, because if we did live in a world
If we
where
did have that.
you could get kill yourself tokens whenever someone sent one to you, I would be using so many.
Right.
Okay. And because we
even
don't
mean?
live in that world, I can't use the kill yourself tokens.
Shut up, dude.
And therefore, I can't cover
So I
the
could get
story
5 cents.
with the real feelings that I have in my heart.
Right. Because the real
What?
feelings would involve him telling people to kill themselves. Now, the irony is he supports terrorists
That's
that
stupid.
kill people. So this is fun.
You know what I mean? It's genuinely, this is one of the hardest things.
What a reach.
No.
It's genuinely one of the hardest things where I just I have wishes in my mind.
Right. Wow.
I have passion in my heart.
Right.
And there's no way for me to openly communicate how I feel about this.
He's just so sad that he can't tell people watching him to murder United States senators anymore.
Yeah,
He
or
is sitting
directly
there
say,
ranting,
kill
rock
oneself
hard, so
to his audience.
sad and
Yeah, yeah.
pissed
He's
that
so
he
mad.
can't release the violence he actually wants to release upon
poor
the world.
guy.
My poor guy. My
Yeah,
poor
poor guy.
man.
Poor man.
Anything else to say? That's it? Got anything else? While he's thinking about the fear on his heart, let me just remind you.
Medicaid just in
Oh,
fraud
good job. Thank
Nope.
you.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick
Don't do
Scott.
that. Don't do
okay?
that.
You wouldn't make
do
Rick
that.
Scott, former governor
Don't
of
do
Florida,
that.
Rick Scott.
Don't do
you
that.
wouldn't make him a prominent part of the Republican Party.
I disavow.
There's about
I do not
50
Yeah, so
condone.
that's my goat. That's his son, all right? So he has so much hate in his heart. He just wants to tell you what he's thinking, but he can't. He can't say it out loud. Dude is actually dangerous.
You know what I mean?
Huh?
There was a time and place when people used to fling the R word freely, okay?
He means retard.
And I feel like in that time and place...
Twice on this show.
maybe
I'm
even
sorry. I'm
use gay as
sorry.
a pejorative, or the F slur.
Gay is a pejorative.
Or the F slur. I love the F
horror.
slur.
Or as a pejorative.
Personally.
Bro's like, I really
my
condemn
favorite.
you if you say retard, but he doesn't condemn terrorists that rape children.
Right.
Like, come on, man. What are we talking about here?
And I felt like in that time and place, that bullying that came along with it
Right.
kind of kept these motherfuckers at bay.
Right.
Not saying that was the
No.
only thing, but like,
He's such a fucking idiot. He doesn't realize that it's the people that harass
No.
people for saying retard that brought retard back. He's such an idiot that he doesn't
Yes.
realize that this oppression of language did not help his cause at all.
Correct.
All right. I do think, however, we should bully people that support terrorist organizations. I think that's pretty bad.
like clearly there was a point where these dudes were kept at bay. I don't know who or what was doing that. Anthropologists are going to come back and look at this time and space and find out maybe bullying wasn't bad because there was shame. People had shame. This is shame.
This guy supports terrorists, and he's talking about people having shame for saying the word retard. Like, what are we talking about?
Shameful shit to openly do a political movement around Stellar Blade.
There was no political movement around Stellar Blade. Stellar
Not really.
Blade is a game with attractive female characters, and every Western game is just making actual slop characters.
Yeah.
The irony is the Western games aren't selling, and the
It's a big
analysis
topic
is
with this crowd.
The Western games are pushing propaganda down
It's
your fucking
Gamergate.
throat instead of actually trying to create good art.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Retard, the anthropologists aren't going to be asking questions about why retards weren't bullied into into non-existence.
Ben Stiller.
They are going to be asking about gender-neutral bathrooms.
Not having the same
You're not gonna follow Ben
56
Stiller?
outfits that it had
Not-
pre-first day patch is a shameful thing. It's
Like, that is the wildest rant I've ever heard in my life. So bro wants kill yourself tokens so he can give kill yourself tokens to people instead. So he wants to bring back bullying to bully people that are fighting for games
So they can
and
nut
not
up,
be
and
overt
then with
propaganda
that
machines.
token,
Look, this
they are going to pay for their ability to speak freely. I didn't know what the end point was there.
is insane. Like, dog, this is
It sounded
wild.
dumb.
can't. It's
How could you? I mean, I'm not wrong with I'm not against bringing back bullying if you're specifically bullying, terrorist supporters. And
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
But you think
Yeah, click
that
on it.
Hassan
Click it.
Schilling ends there?
Click
no,
it.
no, no.
Click it.
Bro
Click
is
it.
got to get his bag. Dude has one
Let's
thing on the
go.
mind, and that is money. So anyway,
Yes.
so this is Hassan's
Yes.
merch. It looks very similar to the
Oh, I'm so
Gen-
glad you went through this.
Hassan, new merch drop. All right. When you were partying, I studied dialectical materialism. When you were getting married and started family, I mastered the socialist grift.
Real motherfucker.
While you wasted your days goofing and
Fake
daffing,
ass
I
bitch.
cultivated an audience of leftist activists who paid for my Porsche.
Yeah.
And now that the world is on fire and Trump is in office, you have the audacity to question my going to Gaza? That's my goat. Mall Ninja, ready to cook. That's my guy. Look at him in full gear. How many rings does he need? That's not enough. Not enough rings. He will make the gayest outfits even gayer. Hell yeah, that's my guy. Anyway, people were obviously making fun of him for this because A, it's incredibly cringe, and B, socialist Gucci gang over here is fucking selling this t-shirt for $100 or some shit. Bro is gonna riz so many sex trafficked women in brothels with this shit. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's hot.
Hassan had 4 sponsorships in less than 2 weeks. That is my socialist king. Looks like Assassin's Creed probably dropped at minimum $50K for this
I mean, he's got to pay for his high-level escorts and shit, you know? And his plane rides to fucking Brazil or wherever, or, you know, Taiwan or whatever, or, you know, Serbia. You know, he's got to pay for his plane rides, you know?
day deal and definitely buy his merch. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Vegas
Endless
hookers. Who wants a
socialism
Vegas
jutsu.
hooker, am I
The
right?
grift is crazy.
You want those
So,
good
of course,
fucking
Hassan
weird
starts
island
crying about it.
hookers,
People make
you know?
fun of him. People make fun of him for this obvious cringe. And my favorite part is, my haters will make the funniest promos. Ideology.shop union
Fuck
made us
you.
made, baby. This is what Hassan
Ideology,
really looked like.
yeah, yeah.
Hell yeah, living that meme. But don't worry, it's not enough. I am
fuck.
screaming. They post this fucking side-by-side of the cringe lord and this guy. Hell yeah, they get it. Another fantastic post from my socialist king. Bro cannot stop crying. He's trying so hard to make it look like he's not coping.
They get it.
But, dog, you are literally selling merch. Overpriced shit merch to people. In
Very
the
funny.
name of socialism. Like,
They
what are
buy
we
it.
talking about? You got some kid in a sweatshop in China or something to make this bullshit merch.
Serbia.
Where he's gonna find a way. Bro is
Australia.
speedrunning capitalism. This socialism straight up makes capitalism worse. I think we gotta get together. We gotta get together and acknowledge the fact that socialist grift makes a lot of money. Say please and thank you, Mr. Zwensky. So, anywho, Mr.
Excuse
Mr.
me?
Piker goes on
Calm
stream here to
down.
defend his merch.
I do want to make a note about something that I find is very funny. Apparently, people have been hating on my latest drop.
I don't hate on the drop. I think it's unbelievably cringe, sure, but I don't hate on the drop. My goat, my socialist goat.
I think
it's
it's
so
shit.
funny
I think
because
it's
like
shit.
they get it.
I think
know
it's
what
very,
mean? They get it.
They get it, guys.
Nope.
Like I don't know why.
They get it.
I don't know why they
They get it. They get
People
it.
as
They
if-
get it. It's actually cringe. Yeah.
like apparently Ethan and all of his fans in
Okay,
his
it
snark
has nothing to do with
subreddit
that.
where
I
they
think
just
your clothes
snark
look like
me
shit.
all day every day as
I think
Ethan
you're really
simultaneously
corny.
complains about fucking
I think your clothing is corny. I think it ain't got shit to do with like any of that other stuff. I think Teddy Fresh, even self-aware corniness, has less corny than your shit. That Elon shirt that Ethan's been pushing for the last couple of days, I hate that thing. Looks like everything you have. I hate that shirt. It looks like your entire collection, Hassan. You see that blob of a piece of shit, right? That's exactly the Elon. Like shit stain, gold crap on black. You gotta get close to understand what the fuck it says. And when you look at Hassan, it just says like, fight the man. I am the machine or some shit. It's like the dumbest fucking like, we, not USA. It's like the dumbest cringe fucking labeling, bold, dumb, ditzy, bitch girl bullshit is what he's delivering. Bold, ditzy, bitch art. So, no, your shit looks like garbage because your shit looks like garbage. You have no fucking taste, dude. Maybe like, I don't know. Maybe you're just not built for that, bro.
snark subreddit's ruining his life.
You know?
But thank you for the marketing.
You're
That was
welcome.
very nice.
Yeah, I'm sure that a lot of people in my audience will buy your merch now. That's crazy. Hell yeah. I'm here to help. I'm here
I'm
to help
sure
my
there's
socialist
such a
king.
crossover.
Dude is trying to speed run socialism straight to hell, and I appreciate it. Dude is straight up ruining socialism for anyone that actually does approve of that movement. Hell yeah. Him and his friend Bernie Sanders.
That's kind of what I'm saying about like him
from Big
and
Pharma.
Vosh. Like you make Vosh look good, dude.
When you were partying, I studied the dialectical materialism. When you were getting married and starting a family, I mastered the socialist grift. While you wasted your days goofing and gaffing, I cultivated an audience of leftist activists who pay for my Porsche. And now that the world is on fire and Trump is in office, you have the audacity to question my going to Gaza. Yeah. It's basically just like stupid sexy Hassan over and over again.
Yep. That's definitely what people are saying.
Yep.
People are just sitting there laughing at his retardation, and he's like, yeah, everyone's just sitting there. Huh, stupid sexy Hassan. Doing his sexy Hassan things. Yeah, from a utilitarian perspective, raping white women is better, according to this guy.
Oh my God.
But I do like it.
Right.
I do like that they're doing free promo for no reason.
Hell
so that's nice.
From his perspective.
Yeah, there's a lot of stupid shit going on.
Good point. Fantastic analysis. And then he proceeds to maul over Ethan Klein for a solid minute.
I'm sure.
Ethan should definitely speak to a therapist. This is so bad for him. He should speak to a therapist. He brings up the merch again. Obviously, look at the ad that my haters made for my merch, bro.
My merch.
My goat.
And then he cries.
My goat. That's
and then
my
he cried.
Socialist goat. Anywho, other things that are fun. Hassan farming sponsorships, as we know, it's very funny. Every single tweet he makes, every single tweet, the response is all, how much did they pay you to shill this pathetic game? Ad, yeah we know. Nothing says socialism like happily gargling billion-dollar companies' balls when it means you can get a quick buck. Oh look, the commie is shilling for slop. Another sponsorship. Why do you need the money, Hassan? I thought you were just...
He has a lot of people, Hassan, that don't like him because he isn't being true enough to certain movements, terrorist groups. So, like, for instance, that one gal who comes up and runs up on him and is like, stop drinking Dr. Pepper. At least do it off camera. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, that could even be one of these random hater-ass motherfuckers on one of these accounts. You know, it's stupid-ass, weird fucking parasocial shit like that that also causes people to act like this. It's not just my haters that are Ethan fans. So, you know. Okay, Buffalo Hassan, Buffalo Bill, Hassan Bill. I don't know what to call
living
you.
on basic needs. Then why is he really mad? The
Buffalo
ad money
Piker.
from Twitch is gone. Guess the 100K a month from subs isn't gonna get by in California. Socialist, right? So that's my socialist guy. 3 sponsors in the last week. More to come. Who knows? And the crazy thing is, he already makes a crazy amount of money. He does. I can tell you how much money Hassan makes because I also have a YouTube channel. Now,
you're funny.
To do some quick analysis, I'm not even talking about Twitch subs where he makes hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
Probably a month. But on his YouTube channel alone, he probably makes like $70,000 a month. Like, I don't think people realize he's a big ass YouTuber. He makes a lot of fucking money. And he still needs to keep shilling, which I don't think there's any problem with. I'm all for making money. Making money is great. I think that everyone should have a drive to make money. I think it makes the world a better place. If everyone's trying their best to make money, fuck yeah, dude.
No.
Hell yeah.
Nope.
Do your best. Live your best life.
Nope.
Keep grinding.
There's 2 different kinds of people in this world, I've always said. There's those who try to track down money. And there's those who try to track down love. That's it. There's 2 kinds of people. Are you romantically minded, or are you a sellout fucking money greedy cunt? So, I mean, not every rich wanting person is a greedy fucking cunt, but you know, like, where does your true ambitions lie? Yeah. There's like a true between of the 2, I guess, but yeah, love or money or love. You know, you can't really. You can do the both, but you can't really do the neither. So pick one.
Compete with other people to make better things.
Self-love counts.
Bro has levels of integrity over here. And then my favorite part, I just wanted to wrap up on this little fun thing. He gets into this little activist face-off. He's like, Ethan Klein makes believe he's an activist. Well, look at me. I am actually a much bigger activist because I don't drink Coke. And then it turns out that he does.
Like I just said, yes, he does.
Why is he doing this? Why is he
I will
working
say
for
the
this
more damning one is being sponsored by Marvel Rivals because
he's sponsored by Marvel Rivals, China Shill Company.
He himself reposted someone showing that Disney's on the ban list. He did that today.
No
he did?
Way!
Yeah,
Oh my God, what a loser! He said don't support Disney because Disney supports Israel, but he takes a sponsor from Marvel Rivals. He is such a cuck.
Post the link on the Discord.
I don't understand why nobody cares because, like, and again, he drinks Coke on his stream still. Oh, he's tweeting about me now. This is from right now.
Today.
Activist Ethan Klein.
But if you see this person puts on the bottom right picture,
Ethan, obviously the
Whitney's are
Palestinians
banned.
workers are sexual assault beyond wielding them as a sword against Hassan. Hassan hasn't had a Coke since it was added. That's not. I literally saw a video of him drinking.
Right, so they make this whole argument about how ever since Coca-Cola was added to the boycott list to boycott Israel, like that's gonna make any difference at all. It's literally all just virtue signaling.
Right,
None of these
right.
people actually fucking care.
Right.
But anyway, so Hassan makes believe he doesn't drink Coke anymore.
Like one of those fucking I called it out. I was like one of those
Look at these. Again, I'm just saying, this is literally the epitome of two retards fighting. This is two people arguing over who's a faker activist. God, thank you for this content.
Coke Zeros. Like that was on a recent stream, bro. That's not true at all.
Someone linked that, by the way. There's a second tweet.
This dude be slurping that shit down, and I don't blame him. It's fucking good.
Now this is the best part. You look at this image,
But like, holy shit.
bro.
Yeah, look at exactly. I'm full of Diet Coke, man.
He's a fucking liar. He's
whole
just such a
fridge is full.
fucking liar.
What a fucking
He
scab.
calls out Disney.
What a
He
scab.
calls out Disney, guys. He calls out Disney for supporting Israel. So what does he do? Takes a sponsor from Marvel Rivals. He says, I don't drink Coke anymore.
What does he
anyway,
do?
fridge
Fills
full of
his
Coke in
fridge.
the background.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just so funny. And just to bring back an old gem, I feel like this is it's definitely important. This is Hassan's audience. This is the people that Hassan is supporting.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
She's necessary.
Stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
You need to stop
You
drinking Coke
need
Zero
to
on
stop
stream.
drinking
You're
Coke Zero on stream.
At least pretend.
least
She said the quiet part out loud, guys. She said the quiet part out loud. At least
Please.
pretend you care. At least virtue signal Hassan, please.
Put off stream.
Okay, I'll put it in a glass.
I'll put it in a glass. No one will know.
Is Pepsi okay?
No Coke, no Pepsi, lie to your audience. This is when Hassan meets a real fucking retard in his audience.
Real fan.
I didn't know it was like that.
I didn't know it was
One of your
like
real
that.
fans,
Anyway,
buddy.
this didn't change. No!
Just like
And
the
he's
other
still-
one. Oh.
That's my guy. That's my socialist
Ow.
king. Look at this guy. This is when he meets one of his own. This is a creature that crawls right out of your chat, bro, to confront you in public. Bro's a communist with a Gucci bag. Got his Prada kicks. Gotta have his bag. And I respect the frick out of him if he wasn't such a slimy terrorist supporting fucking bullshit rape deniers piece of crap.
Go.
I wanted to end on a solid note. All right. Who is getting the most morally justified rape? These are the real questions
Is it
that
Adolf?
Hassan wants to ask. Is it the Jewish-Israeli
Is it
festival
Teddy?
goers? Is it the teenagers from wealthy families?
Or
the sex slaves in German brothels? Hassan Piker will bring you all the correct answers to every morally ambiguous question you could have. Bros out there condoning death threats to senators, but not death threats that might go to game developers of Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Slam.
Bro is a communist hardcore sitting there fucking slapping his meat on the table. Everyone should read the Communist Manifesto.
Yep.
Communist is great.
Comic,
but he
comic,
lives
comic,
in his goddamn fucking Hollywood mansion with his servants and shit.
In mommy's
He's
basement.
he has his Porsche Taycan. He takes 4
Got his mom
sponsorships a
living
month,
with him.
making crazy fucking metric tons amounts of money.
You know,
like the
he lives in the
craziest
basement.
part is, to quote the Boondocks, why can't liberals say that they don't hate America? So, thank you so much for being here. This was Hassan Piker's 310% fucked. I've done the calculations. That's exactly where we're at right now. If you want to see more damning videos, check out 300% and 200%. Those are fucking bangers. 140% is really good too. Really good shit. Again, I don't want to cover him, to be honest. I don't. Except he keeps doing shit and no one covers him properly. No one points out the hypocrisy like I do. Because to be honest, I don't think anyone actually wants to sit through this endless metric fuck ton of shit that this man shits out on the fucking screen. So, I think this was a good episode and all. The unbelievable hypocrisy. Respecter of women, despite visiting brothels and shit, defends rape in certain instances. Some ethical rape, according to Hassan, is based, actually. And there's my guy, Hassan Piker, talking about how Harry Sisson flirting, getting nudes from 11 girls without them knowing that their side hose is actually justified in calling out Asmongold for being immoral. I think this was a good video. I think I didn't retread basically any old ground. Thank you for being here. Definitely subscribe. When Hassan is 320% fucked, I will absolutely let you know. Hell yeah! Lock in. It's getting crazier. I'm very excited for 1,000% fucked. That's when he's in prison or deported. Stay weird, fam. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/.
He's loud. Hell, thank you. Oh boy. I don't know if we're there yet. You're going on the end. Oh no. All right. No, not yet. Okay, let me get this off my head. It's slightly itchy. And it's fucking up my hair. Okay. Good job. We got our knucks out of the way. I was going to wear that for that or the conspiracy video. That was the evil, satanic video that we have coming up. But I'd rather be comfortable for that one. Crack. Looks like we have a news weekly weird I'll be watching fucking later. We have some bombies. Let's check in with shits real quick. Dude says this game's badass. Bernie just got canceled. I don't even know what the fuck. Oh, when he walked out of the thing.
Uh-oh. This is not a weeb game. To be fair, the game was made in Korea, okay?
Oh. Trust less.
Energy is escaping
from Brinkguard.
That's a game.
We are following some breaking news.
Okay.
I want to take you out to the Middle East.
IDF bombs Gaza Strip, at least 23 killed. There you go. It'll start now.
The Associated Press, Palestinian medics
I already told you this is
reporting
going to
that
happen.
Israeli
This is
strikes
happening.
killed
Goodbye.
At least 23 people in the Gaza Strip overnight into Tuesday. The dead include 3 children and their parents who were killed in a strike on their tent near the southern city of Khan Yunis. Now, these reports are coming from Nasser Hospital. Hospital officials reporting they have received a flood of dead and wounded since Israel resumed heavy bombardment of Gaza last week, shattering the ceasefire that had halted the 17-month war. A lot to discuss this morning, so we want to bring into the conversation the expert, Executive Director of Scholars for Peace in the Middle East, Dr. Asaf Ramarwaski. Dr. Asaf, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being
Great to have Dr. Tim, Dr. Steve. Anyways, maybe that's why shit's blowing up, eh? What does that mean? You figured out. Reggae Wars, Return of the Irie Jedi. Hey! Yo.
Welcome, Irie Jedi. Jah know me wait for you. You no longer need these. Jah break you free. Obi-Wan one break it down. I am looking forward to completing your training, my brother. Soon you call me Master Babylon.
Is this just AI?
You're wrong, Babylon man. You turned my father, but my heart stayed true. Oh no, me young Jedi, you will find that it is you who are mistaken. His lightsaber, yes, a Jedi weapon, much like your father. But you know Dread Vader won't turn back. Dark side grip him tight. You're wrong, my brother, so my spirit fly free. Your rain will crumble, Babylon fall with me. I swear we're safe. Your rebels no threat. Jah guard me fortress. Your friends soon regret. Resistance awaits me son. Rasta Obi-Wan fail. Irie Yoda gone. Your path is set, Jah write it in stone. Like Dread Vader, boy, you know me own. Believe it, my brother. Believe it, my brother. Believe it, my brother. Believe it, my brother. You, like your father, are now mine.
Yeah. Reggae words. You saw me. I did that. Orgy lists to...
Hey there,
What?
folks. Hope you're doing well today. You know, we've all been there before. You're making your guest list for your upcoming orgy, and you include someone you didn't actually mean to include.
Oh.
Awkward. And this actually recently happened to the Trump administration when they were discussing war plans over Signal when they included a journalist named Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic. Oops.
Oh.
And there's so much to unpack here from like, why are you using Signal instead of, the government's encrypted communication, which is, not a public company, and instead, the government, which is going to be way more secure, way more encrypted. And granted, it was probably Hegseth. He's like, whoa, the emojis are way better on Signal, bro. Me and all the other Chads that use it. And really, it's probably just about circumventing documentation and logging. So it's good they got a journalist on the thread. Jesus Christ. These people are so incompetent. Here, let's just watch the goddamn clips.
Senior Trump administration officials, including the Vice President and Secretary of Defense, used the encrypted commercial messaging app Signal to debate the pros and cons of launching military strikes against the Houthis in Yemen.
So stupid.
New phone, who dis?
And they accidentally invited the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic and Washington Week moderator Jeffrey Goldberg to be part of that chat group.
Like, again, this is wrong in so many ways. Confidential information should not be shared over a non-government app, let alone the incompetency of including a journalist. Who else was included?
So you're added to this group chat.
Oh,
you
it's
see
not
some
World,
18 or
it's
so
Wheels.
other
My
people
bad.
on it. Among them appear to be...
Hold on. Today, one of these lucky contestants will win their weight in fish. We're here on Wheel of Fish. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have Wheel of Fish. Are you ready?
Okay, let's
you
play
ready?
the game. We start with yesterday's winner, Miss Phyllis Weaver. Are you ready, Weaver?
I
sure am, Cooney. Okay,
Okay.
you get over there and spin the Wheel of Fish.
Cooney.
Go ahead, give
Get
it
it.
a big spin.
If this gets copyright clips later, I'm sorry, but this is for the point. This is for a meme. This is a dead meme.
Oh, red
snapper. Yeah, red snapper.
Mmm, it's very tasty.
Very tasty. Very tasty.
Okay,
But-
Weaver, listen carefully.
Okay.
You can hold on to your red snapper,
Or
or you can go for what's in the box,
the box.
that Hiro-san is bringing down the aisle
Yes,
right
here we
now.
go. There's ba 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 da, ba 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 da, ba 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 da, ba 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 da, ba da, ba ba da, ba 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 da, ba 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 da.
I'll take the box. The
Oh.
box. You took the box.
She took the box.
Let's see what's in the box.
What's in the box?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Stupid. You're so stupid.
That's it. Oh, that's not it. I'm stupid.
Senior
Stupid.
national
You're so
security
stupid.
and cabinet
Hegseth.
officials like Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Pete
That's it. They're
Hegseth,
just
John
so stupid.
Ratcliffe, Tulsi Gabbard, Stephen Miller, Steve Witkoff, Michael Waltz.
Man, how did we end up with this clown car deciding when we go to war? But I mean, this isn't the first time accidents like this has happened with this group. If we look back to Donald Trump's first term, we could see that Rudy Giuliani butt-dialed journalists and was recorded talking about needing money and trying to find dirt on Biden.
This is just one of those headlines you don't get to read often. Rudy Giuliani butt dials NBC reporter heard discussing need for cash and trashing Biden's.
Listen, but I'm sure this Trump administration, that ran on no war,
Skunky.
can easily explain this away and just polish the turd.
One question. Can you share how your information about war plans against the Houthis in Yemen was shared with a journalist in The Atlantic? And were those details classified.
Okay, so he begins by chuckling, so it's gotta be a good explanation.
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia.
Okay, all right, so this is his approach to deny it happened, even though, like, all the conversations are out there. Okay.
Yeah,
Wait, here it is over on BBC. The White House has confirmed that a journalist was inadvertently added to an unsecure group in which U.S. national security officials planned a military strike in Yemen. Like, this is great. I remember Pete Hegseth talking about transparency, and I mean, literally, the White House is admitting to this, and he's like attacking the character of this journalist. I mean, when this is, again, the conversations are out there, the White House has confirmed it, and he's like, no, I know what to do in this time. You deny it and you attack those people. I mean, it almost feels like everyone in the Trump administration is in like an abusive, toxic relationship, and they're just emulating and replicating the toxic behavior that they see on display.
Yeah.
Or the fine people on both sides hoax.
I learned it from you.
Hoax. So this is the guy that peddles
Daddy generation.
Garbage. This is what he does. I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign.
So he mentions Charlottesville, and then he also mentions the suckers and losers comment, which was
don't you blink
what
at
someone
me.
had claimed that Donald Trump had said about people who serve in the military.
Don't you be blinking at me.
But again, you guys boo war heroes like John McCain and then celebrate Vladimir Putin. Like, how is that patriotic? But hey, who knows? Maybe there's cracks in the dam. I mean, I don't know, maybe former white nationalist Nick Fuentes, after the way he's talking now. Let's take a look.
As much as I hate to admit it, liberals were right fundamentally about Trump.
I mean,
whether he has good intentions or bad intentions, whether he means well or not, some people blame his advisors, some people blame people around him.
I mean,
whatever you think about his culpability, he is in effect, okay, maybe not consciously or intentionally, but in effect, what he is a demagogue. What he is a populist demagogue.
And so again, this guy ran Kanye West's presidential campaign. He was the white nationalist Kanye brought to the White House.
Yeah.
And he's like, whoa, flag on play. I'm not cool with this.
Yeah.
And granted, this doesn't have to do with including the journalists.
Yes, even Nick Fuentes has been taking
Donald Trump's
our
general
side,
behavior.
quote unquote, lately. It's
but again, gross. What are these morons doing in these red hats, like high-fiving and celebrating the incompetency
this has
of,
some
like,
shit in it.
including a journalist,
come on, buddy.
On an unsecure chat line, unsecure relative to the government secure chat lines, including journalists. Come on, dude. It's like, oh, let's have Rudy Giuliani butt dial more fucking national leaders.
Right.
And directionally, what liberals said about him, which is that he was stirring up the rubes, animating the rubes with nativist rhetoric and ginning up resentment against the system to empower himself and the people around him, and then brought the swamp closer to the periphery in his first and second administration, willing to say and do anything. Yeah, that all kind of turned out to be true. Yeah, that basically turned out to be true.
Who would imagine, like, bringing in the billionaires into the swamp would be a bad thing, man? What does it mean when this asshole starts to make sense? Thick. Like, I don't know. No, but seriously, you guys are over here in your red hats, high-fiving each other over a completely incompetent administration. Not only that, you guys are like, you're in a cult and you can't even see what's going on. Like, they're on signal, guys. Hey, no, I get it, MAGA. This is what winning on the right looks like.
Right.
Man, it must feel so good. Seriously, like, the content makes itself.
I can see it in there.
And, like, you just constantly make yourselves look totally idiotic. And you're like,
That's gonna be
just
dangerous
keep
to
running
shit
into
again.
rakes over and over again. And we're just over here laughing our asses off at you. Hey, look out. Watch out for that rake, bud.
Leopards are eating my face. Leopards are eating my face.
Oh yeah.
Leopards are eating my face.
Oh yeah. Leopards are eating my face. I wish I could get a leopards are eating my face cup. Check out their merch, folks. Anyway, I'm stalling time. Okay. Oh, I gotta melt this a little bit here. These kind of get cloggy. Alright, and shovey-dovey. Bang, there should be like a fucking melted hit or two. Get it nice and warmed up. Ouch. Yeah, that's very warmed up. Why is booty in the bottom left corner here? Ugh, my fucking nose. Most hated sculptor you probably recognize. I don't fucking know.
If you haven't seen this before, you've probably seen something like it.
Oh, undercover sexting, legal federal charges for Eden Prairie Man. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I heard they caught some kind of ring over in fucking, like, what's it's called over there. So that's good, that's good. Take them down, folks, take them down. Downtown gonna be some pissed souls when they get these bills. Birds don't need tables. Okay. We already saw, didn't we? I thought we already saw that. His bit about fucking.
You know, a lot of people did vote for him.
Yes. They out of sense.
Oh, it's an additional. Oof. Man, I think I've had my cap on that real fast. Okay. I gotta plug this in. Where'd I put that thing? That'll do. Oh, come on. Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't know this was a 40-minute. Thank you, thank you. Okay, okay. I think we're almost getting to it. We're almost to the main event of the night. This is Stall. I was going to flip through this. What are you even talking about? Why do I hate him?
And display them
Why?
with mirrors. You, a simple Philistine, may call this buying something and calling it art. Vacuum cleaner, consumer products in plexiglass cases and lit with fluorescent lights. You may scoff at this and argue that Jeff Koons did little more than create a shopping display. And I agree. But if I were to argue in favor of Koons, the point behind his art is not for you to think about the effort and talent that Jeff Koons either has or lacks to build his sculptures. He is a conceptual artist. He thinks and plans out his ideas and hires other people to fabricate them. The new is meant to make you think about consumerism, about the nature of something being brand new, about immortality, and even about sex. According to Koons,
I mean, these are...
Fuck off.
They're kind of eternal virgins.
I believe in some of these aspects that Jeff Koons succeeds in making me think. It helps that these products have aged considerably and look like they belong to a different time with different designs, materials, and colors than you would see today.
Hey.
These products are brand new in the sense they have never been used, but they are certainly still not new.
It's still new. What is this, like a fucking 14-year-old concept
and not
for me?
nearly as glamorous as they were in their time.
Jesus.
Technology and taste.
Well, it's new to me. I just got it the other day.
His next series,
Stupid.
Equilibrium, consisted of basketballs and tanks filled with half-pure salt water at the bottom and half-distilled water at the top. Keen viewers may note that basketballs filled with air will float in water regardless of the salinity,
Amazing.
which is why Koons filled these basketballs with distilled water as well, though I was able to recreate the effect with tap water and table salt. The basketballs would stay floating in the middle for about 3 months until they sunk to the bottom and the tanks had to be reset. This series also contained several bronze casts of equipment, usually used for flotation, scattered around the exhibition. Koons describes these displays as womb-like, and with the ads of famous basketball figures surrounding the tanks, he wishes to communicate that these figures are like sirens, beckoning young people with the promise of a kind of socio-economic equilibrium. In 1986, the series Luxury and Degradation was exhibited, which contained polished casts of commercial products related to the consumption of alcohol surrounded by liquor advertisements. The pieces are supposed to represent different income levels, from the low with this fisherman golfer, to the middle with an entire alcohol-filled train, to the high with this Baccarat crystal set. With this, Koons attempts to comment on the deceptively seductive power of advertisement, and even the deception of alcohol itself.
Okay.
The messaging is simple but sensible. The commercial consumption of alcohol may look shiny and glorious, but it can take away your economic and political power. This would also be the first time Jeff Koons used stainless steel in his work. In the same year, he presented Statuary, which consisted of stainless steel casts of figures from Louis XIV to Bob Hope. Koons said of this series, "If you put art in the hands of the monarch, it will reflect his ego and eventually become decorative. If you put art in the hands of the masses, it will reflect mass ego and eventually become decorative. If you put art in the hands of Jeff Koons, it will reflect my ego and eventually become decorative. He also believes the material and finish are sexual, saying, "The surface of my stainless steel pieces is pure sex, and gives an object both a masculine and a feminine side. The weight of the steel engages with the femininity of the reflective surface."
Great.
This series also included Rabbit, which is the most expensive artwork ever sold by a living artist at auction. It sold in 2019 for $91 million. Banality was the series in which things most would consider kitsch were made into large porcelain or wood sculptures. These objects resembled mass-market toys and figurines.
Gross.
Disney animals interacting with John the Baptist.
Very fun.
Cherubs pushing a pig. Michael
LOL.
Jackson in Bubbles.
Oh no.
A pinup girl hugging the Pink Panther.
All right, you're getting more
The
art
show
as we go
caused
on.
quite
This
a
is
stir.
much better.
Jeff Koons is fascinated by advertising and even designed ads for his own exhibitions. For Banality, he purposefully leaned into controversy, once saying, "The art forum ad shows me in front of a blackboard indoctrinating very young children. I really wanted to direct that sense of their vulnerability to the art forum readership. The people who hate me, to make them just grit their teeth and hate me even more,
LOL.
because I was taking away their future.
Okay.
I was getting at their future, the youth of tomorrow." There was
That's
a
where,
clear
like-
tongue-in-cheek angle with all these works, but there's also a
Not
sense
good. That's where
of
like the
something else.
trans community,
Jeff
whatever.
Koons once said of Pink Panther,
Jesus.
"Pink Panther is about masturbation. I don't
Hell
know what
yeah.
you would be doing with the Pink Panther other than taking it home to masturbate with."
Okay.
You may see where this is going.
I don't.
Jeff Koons has a very sexual thought process.
Oh, I mean, just
I
in
use
general, he's
masturbation as a metaphor
a little
for
too
cultural guilt
fucky.
and shame
Oh, boy.
and banality, with works like Pink Panther, Woman in Tub, and Naked. While
Oh,
these
boy.
comments make sense for overtly sexual works, even the most
gonna
benign
rip this
objects
fucking
can be
tag off.
viewed
I'm
by
done.
Koons through a
I don't care
sexual
anymore.
lens. One of the greatest pleasures I remember is looking at a cereal box. It's a kind of sexual
I'm going to.
experience
I'm
at
gonna
that
rip this
age
fucking
because
tag.
of the
It's already
milk.
coming.
You've been weaned off your mother, and you're eating cereal with milk.
yes.
And visually, you can't get tired of the box.
Less itching.
See this cannon? It's actually
Fuck
sexual.
this thing.
The straps in the back are very sexual. They're very much containing, but through a sense of castration to a certain degree. This Liberty Bell, if you can believe it,
This is me. I'm
sexual.
fat and XL.
The Liberty
I'm,
Bell
I'm a
is
fat
like
girl.
a skirt. It always reminded me of Dolly's Little Alice running around. This bell is cracked. It's like a loss of virginity.
This is
the spider is up
polyester and
inside it.
spandex.
The spider
Hey.
is very, very similar to, again, looking inside the woman. It has all the Duchampian references, and a lot of people have worked with the Liberty Bell. Did my man just call the Liberty Bell a whore? Do tell me if
Yeah.
I'm missing something, but all of this sounds like a bit of a
Cope.
stretch, right? All these explanations he
I'm
gives
out.
make sense now with you.
Oh my god, I'm out.
It's Pete. I try not to jump in with a take on everything or comment on everything we see in the news of the day, but what we learned about today is truly incredible.
Okay.
The U.S. Secretary of Defense, the
Okay.
National Security Advisor, the
Okay.
Vice President of the United States,
Okay.
and other very senior, very powerful Trump White House officials,
Yes.
it turns out, discussed highly classified war plans, not only on an unclassified channel, but accidentally and randomly, it seems, including a journalist. And
Yeah.
to see this administration
dunk on him, Pete,
claiming that it cares about competence and merit, and then be responsible for an epic fuck up like this, demonstrates
Pete.
that these are not
Get him,
serious people.
Fuck
I was
up.
an intelligence officer for about 7 years in the U.S. Navy Reserve, and I occasionally handled highly classified
Yeah.
information
Yes.
during my time in the cabinet as
Show
well.
him your fucking profession.
It can be hard to
buddy.
explain
Yeah.
just how much goes into keeping that information safe. It
Oh,
is
they don't care.
only available to people with a security clearance and a need to know. It's only discussed in certain facilities that are hardened to make sure that they don't have the same vulnerability to surveillance as most places. And importantly, you only ever use classified systems to discuss classified information. So America needs answers on why an unclassified, commercially available app was used, and even more importantly, how some of the most powerful people in this country didn't know that they accidentally included a journalist while they were discussing classified war plans that they had yet to authorize and execute. This is not something that's just important for its own sake. I know Americans who lost their lives because of intelligence failures. This kind of intelligence failure calls the question on whether there is any place for merit or competence in this administration at all. Because if there are not highly serious consequences for this level of screw-up, then it will make clear that all of the bluster about merit that you hear about from this White House is just bullshit. We deserve so much better than this. It is getting clearer by the day that the people in charge of the American government cannot keep the American people safe. Gotta do better.
Okay.
When you get Pete Buttigieg, probably the most...
Get out of here. You're great, but get out of here. I'm not going to let you talk on my shit. I drank a whole conspiracy. Okay, I dread this. Why? Ooh, it's so long. This is my finale of my thing today. I've already done a normally long show. And I was gonna tack this, and maybe I just won't even watch it on here. But I'm really excited to watch it, and I really want to, and I want to give it attention, and maybe I will have a thing or two to say, or maybe I won't. But it is about conspiracy, which is thrilling to think about. Yeah. So maybe I do want to watch it, but I also don't want to bootleg newer tent too much here, but I don't know. I mean, I want to watch it. I'm really excited and eager to check this out. So I don't know. Itch. Maybe give me another one little diddle here, and let me fill up my fucking coffee cup so I can make sure to take like 5 pee breaks during this. And fucking Secret of Evermore.
This might be like, oh hey, this opened up the path.
Okay, I'll be back in a second.
Right, yeah. For any boss in here, or any combat,
Okay.
like that guy did 0.
1 second.
If you can sneak around him. Ow, jerk. A mushroom.
Interesting.
Colbies aren't bad. We don't use them, but if ever in a pinch we might.
Yeah. Oh my god, you... I hate all of you. Just want to make that absolutely clear.
I'm waiting for when you call it, just get fed up, you use crush, like, that's it, everyone dies! No, go down. Backing down. No, where are you going?
Oh. Where did you come from?
There's a pocket in here. Oh, nectar. Never mind, I'm sorry. I wasted your time.
I don't even remember what nectar does.
It's a healer.
Oh.
Petal and then nectar are the two heal items, I do believe. So
I think
things to consider also if we're low on health. Maybe pop a nectar instead.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Go into that thing they're guarding. Maybe this is where I'd use crush on them. Ooh, you get $90 on them.
Nice.
Okay. That's where we're supposed to be. But we need also the dog here. But go to the end of the stairs? Not those stairs.
Oh.
No, you should screw up. Yeah, that's what I thought. Go back. Ooh, feathers. A biscuit. Ooh.
This place is chock full of
weird items.
Yeah.
Gunpowder?
Okay.
Where's the spell that uses that? I want gun. I cast gun, prepare to be God. And
acorn. Oh my. We found the treasure room.
I see we did. Ethanol!
Are we making a bomb?
Dry ice. Yeah, hell yeah, we're making a bomb.
Oh my god, this...
No, to the 9 o'clock. Oh, I guess we didn't go down here. Yes, we did. No, your own out. Down in 9 o'clock. Keep going. No. Up this way. We didn't
explore.
Yeah. No, okay.
What Devin said is gonna pass. I swear.
Yeah, you think I'm joking, but I know Cody's patience with things. See, everyone. Honestly, if these fuckers, I'd probably just not bother.
Might want to though.
What the? Did you do that?
I guess as soon as I stepped on this. Okay, I broke a door. Good to know. I thought that was something the dog opened.
Yeah. No, those doors I knew were on. Well, so I did not do any off-screen writing for Cody here, so we're basically where we left off.
It's fine.
Yeah.
That's a really good game. Okay, I think I'm ready. Good luck. Okay. This is one of my favorite channels, and my hair. So my favorite channels, of course. It's amazing. It doesn't say I've watched all of them, but I've watched all of them a couple times. Not the Twilight. I've only watched that one once, though. It's great. Fucking follow ContraPoints. Watch some ContraPoints, folks. Oh, of course I'd push blah, 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 blah. Yeah, what? I push good content, bro. I push things that are thought-provoking and at all worth your fucking time. These are worth your fucking time. Like good RPGs. These are just worth your fucking time videos. Whether you fully agree with what you may be assuming or not, this is a fucking amazing channel. This is one of my favorite videos like ever, right there. Opulence is so fucking, God, this video is so fucking, it is definitely its own art piece. So, a lot to say about this channel. It's a really good channel. And, they got a lot to say, and I got a lot to say. Let's say about how fucking good it is. As well. Okay. Bye. Okay, I'm done now. I'm done stalling. This is the thing. This is the thing I've been waiting for. Where's my left speaker all?
The Bilderberg Group, Atlantis, Serpent DNA.
Nice.
Does the Vatican control the Freemasons? Or do the Freemasons control the Vatican? These people are sick.
Anyway.
It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
That's great.
Symbolism will be their downfall.
Okay.
So, I'm somewhat interested in conspiracy theories. I don't believe in them, but it's one of those things, you know, like cults or serial killers.
It's all fucked now. I gotta I gotta brush my fucking hair. I should have brushed my hair quick.
When it happens, I take an interest. Ooh, what's going on here? It's good to start a video by saying something nice. So let's all go around and say our favorite thing about conspiracy theorists. I'll go first. My favorite thing about conspiracy theorists is their passion for diagrams. As long as the internet has
my favorite thing about conspiracy theorists is a good thing. I don't know, it's fun to mull over stupid shit. Is making my own blue conspiracies out of nowhere that have somewhat reasonable thought to real life. Well, I like making them myself. What do I like about... Oh, geez. What a complicated question. Don't make it about me. What do I like about them? Those conspiracy theorists over there? Their ability to... think outside the box, know that stupid fringe knowledge, just to have that tolerance for that base of listening to people's bullshit, you know? Like, they're open. At least they're open-minded. At least they're accepting of something. I don't know. It's usually a negative, but I'm trying to say it's a positive here, so.
existed, researchers have posted conspiracy diagrams.
Yeah. This'll do. I'm comfy enough.
This is one from 1999 with Lucifer at the top. Before the internet, people had to draw these things by hand.
But Lucifer is every religion.
The pyramid shape is considered traditional. I remember seeing this one around 2010. At the bottom are the debt slaves, the sheeple. You are here. Above us, world population control, religion, government, education, media, and then like corporations, man. Then the banks, the think tanks, the elite families, the crown, and at the very top, the all-seeing eye. Maybe it's the Illuminati. Maybe it's the reptiles. Maybe it's Daddy when he's arrived and he's taking his belt off.
You know, it's like Daddy arrived and he's taking his belt off.
Let's face it, most conspiracy diagrams look like the untethered scribblings of incurable screwballs.
Okay.
And maybe they are. But I think they're also a sincere attempt to understand the shape of power. Not a good attempt, but that's okay. I no longer expect good things.
I don't know.
Every conspiracy diagram is an answer to the question, who really controls the world? The pyramid represents hierarchy. It's like those medieval drawings of the great chain of being.
Is this too much? Is this
medieval
dumb?
Europeans saw reality itself as a kind of pyramid, with God at the top, the supreme being. Each tier beneath him represents a lower emanation, the orders of angels, humans, animals, plants, and minerals. Medieval cosmology was a mirror of medieval politics. As below, so above. The feudal system was a pyramid, with the monarch at the top, then nobles, knights, vassals, merchants, peasants, and serfs. In 2023, passionate graphic designer Dylan Lewis Monroe created a conspiracy diagram called the World Hierarchy Pyramid.
Okay.
It combines the medieval great chain of being with
some crazy
every
Dylans out there.
Theory. At the top is the Tetragrammaton, that's the Hebrew name of God. Then the
Bicka.
Angels, the extraterrestrials,
the numerology
dark AI,
based
transdimensional ETs, the Borg, Anunnaki, Draco reptilians, Satan, Source, 2 Corinthians. Do your own research. Then, of course, the elite bloodlines, the secret societies, of course, and way down at the bottom, the Matrix, 9 to 5 debt slaves, peasants, sheep, cattle, NPCs, maskers, Monster energy drinks.
I like. Hold on. I like Xenogears because they call people lamb. Lamb is a derogatory term used by Solarians to refer to non-Solarians who live on the planet. That's like, surface dwellers. So, lamb. That's all. At what point Queen uses the term land dwellers. So it's known to just be that in a derogatory form of. Very
They
nice.
think it's satanic.
So you
Cheap,
go into
but lamb.
The letter Vav is also the number 6.
Oh my God,
you
that's good.
could have here in Hebrew 666 on the can. Now, do you know what a MILF is?
Oh yeah, baby.
I do.
You want to slam?
Breeders. Hey, don't talk that way about straight people. One of my best friends happens to be... Wait a minute, does that say Goyim?
Oh no. Yeah. And then putting it at the top. That's kind of telling. All this is telling.
Okay. It is way too early in the video for this. I'm trying to keep it fun, trying to keep it flirty. We are not dealing with Goyim for at least an hour. So put a pin in
Shut
it,
up.
and for now,
Oh no.
I'll pretend I didn't see that. The World Hierarchy Pyramid looks like something you'd find in the
quite a
basement of a
start
domestic
already.
terrorist. How can someone be this wrong about every aspect of reality? Is anything about this right? Well, isn't it true that power is a pyramid? You could make a less crazy pyramid diagram. A 1911 illustration called The Pyramid of the Capitalist System. Oh God, we're already talking about capitalism.
feel like I
Never
might
beating the
have
bread
even,
tube allegations.
seen
The
this or
Pyramid of the
something.
Capitalist System has the workers at the
Yeah, I
bottom,
feel like I've seen
then
this
the
one.
bourgeoisie,
It's
the
pretty.
army, clergy, politicians, and at the very top, in place of the king, in place of God, is
Yeah.
money itself. A conspiracy theorist would look at this and say, well, that can't be right. Money can't be at the top, because money does not conspire. Money has no plans, no intentions of its own. It isn't good or evil, it just is. So, who controls the money? Who really controls the world? What's up, you guys? Just checked into the Watergate Hotel. No need to break in, that's cute. Nice view. Not very private. Honestly, not a great place to do a conspiracy.
No.
Part 1. Just asking questions.
Okay.
So, I spent the last year of my life researching conspiracy theories online.
Okay.
And
Good
I'm
luck.
not doing well.
Okay. So, do you know about the wave machine? You know, all that black hat shit and oh my God,
Time
please.
you saw Taylor Swift on your TV at the Super Bowl, you were flashed with demonic hand gestures.
Oh, I
and
mean,
an
yes,
inverted
but also,
cross.
like-
Did he just say Taylor Swift? I can't even tell reality from parody anymore. It's like that essay,
AI,
A Modest
AI.
Proposal, by Jonathan Swift.
What's
I feel
her
like I'm
name?
losing my mind.
What's her name?
So
Is two
to
different
ground
people.
myself, I tried asking some normal,
Not Brittany.
non-terminally online people
Not
what
Brittany.
they think about conspiracy theories. And
Oh,
what I
with the Thai
found
Avril
is that for
Lavigne,
most
right?
people,
Or whatever.
conspiracy theories are a mainly harmless
know.
game they play. The game of what if. You know, what if
Marjorie
Tupac
Taylor
and Elvis
Greene's
are still alive?
Weather Machine.
And what if they hang out in the UFO at Area 51 with Sasquatch and Taylor Swift's gay whiff? Sure. Why not? Speculating
Tyler
about
Swift.
who really killed JFK is basically America's pastime. Because it's more
I don't
exciting
care.
than baseball, and it's like a murder mystery.
I don't care.
We all get to play detective. Was it the Russians?
I don't care.
The CIA?
I don't care. I don't care.
Pro-Castro Cubans? Anti-Castro Cubans? Colonel Mustard on the grassy knoll with the magic bullet? America has a weird obsession with JFK. I feel like it's because of two things. One, he's hot. Two, he's dead. And it's that combination of hot and dead that really gets our juices flowing. Whenever I imagine JFK, I see him silhouetted against soft
I
white light,
am
and he smiles
just
at
a
me
man.
lovingly in slow motion.
We are all
JFK is America's
made
beautiful
of
dead wife in a
stars.
flashback.
The best thing about JFK is that fucking song, the Neely Brothers shit. That's the best thing about JFK. Boop, 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 boop,
Like,
boop, boop,
oh,
boop. Yes.
horse suits. Sometimes started movies that appeared in our minds. He knew the secrets of all space and time. And if he liked you, he would tell you, but you had to unwind.
You don't know it, but you are full of stars.
There you go.
He understands my shit. said the short and the tall. He saw a million faces and he sexed them all. I saw him heal a zebra. I saw him love his wife. I saw him bless a demon and that demon changed its life.
Yeah.
Some secrets never aired about the sex lord elect.
There it
Let's
is.
go back to the start. When JFK was...
But now we released them. Okay, so let's not go back to the start. Let's continue.
He's our dead anime mom.
Oh.
Oka-san. I can't believe we fumbled her. So look, I hate to be a buzzkill. I know it's fun to speculate wildly about the secret conspiracies behind world events, but for me, it stopped being fun a long time ago.
Yeah.
I can't pinpoint when exactly,
In
but
high school?
there's
Fucking
a couple
boring.
moments that stand out.
Come on.
Exhibit A is
Move
Edgar
on.
Madison Welch, who on December 4, 2016, drove from North Carolina to Washington, D.C. and
Pizza.
entered neighborhood pizzeria Comet
Pizzagate.
Ping Pong with an AR-15 rifle,
Yep.
which he fired through a closet door, terrifying customers and staff. He later told police he was, quote, self-investigating. He was doing his own research. He was self-investigating the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, which falsely claimed that leaked emails from my close personal friend Hillary Clinton, contained cryptic
Of course, we all
references
love
to an
Hillary
elite
Clinton.
underground
Of
satanic
course.
ritual murder and child sex
I see her every
trafficking
Sunday.
operation.
I
It's a
fuck her
shame,
regularly.
because baseless
I'm her
speculation
cool
about
boy.
the lurid
I'm
sexual
Hillary Clinton's
depravity
cool
of the
boy.
rich and
That's how I make
famous
all my
can
money.
be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But when someone picks up a gun, the truth is not a game. The shooter
She
would
doesn't
later
pay
tell the
very
New York
well.
Times, quote, the intel on this wasn't 100%. Yeah? Exhibit B is America's foremost conspiracy theorist for the last quarter century, Alex
paid
Jones.
actors. I like
live
that
on
early in the
InfoWars,
Lolcow, paid
mocking
actor.
the father of a child
Really
who
good.
was killed at Sandy Hook. And I know Alex Jones has paid a heavy price for this, but it is pretty heinous.
I mean, it's like, yeah, I read this card, okay? I mean, it's like, whoa, whoa.
I don't know, is this what questioning authority looks like? It's not just
like,
asking questions if the
whoa.
way
It's
you're
like-
going about it is
Like, whoa.
fiendish. Of course, when you point out the harm done by conspiracy theorists,
It's like-
they say, well, that's just controlled opposition. It's a psyop designed to make us look bad. And okay, I guess it's possible that it's a psyop.
Yeah.
But
You're a
isn't it
psyop.
also
You're an
possible
op,
that you've
too.
simply surrounded
Not in
yourself
that
with
way.
assholes?
Not
Conspiracy
that
theorists
way.
tend not to
I
take
mean, they would call
criticism
you like
well.
a-
They feel like
like
you're
a-
manipulating them.
Yeah,
like you're
yeah, like a
shaming
mental
and
ops.
vilifying people just for questioning
yeah.
official narratives. And
You're pushing a
isn't
leftist
that
ops.
exactly
I meant
what they'd
that,
expect
like leftist
a shill
ops. My
for the
bad.
deep
I'll shut
state
up.
to do? Isn't conspiracy theorist
Fuck.
just a slur for anyone who dares to snap out of their programming? A convenient way to silence anyone who questions the establishment?
Sure.
Well, it's good to be skeptical and it's good to ask questions.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's a difference between
more healthy to
intelligent
make your own
skepticism and, for example,
than-
denying well-documented events on the basis of wild conjecture posted online by some maniac moments before harpooning his own parents. Just because you're
Sure.
asking questions doesn't mean the questions you're asking are good. Who really controls the moon? No one controls the moon, Vanessa.
The
That's not a
Nazis.
good question. Go back to your
The
desk. Conspiracy
Dark Side of
theorists
the Moon
think of
Nazis
themselves
or
as
whatever.
speaking truth to power and challenging the establishment. But is that even what they're doing? See, I can also ask questions. My first question is, which establishment are you questioning? Does this establishment include Donald Trump and Elon Musk? I notice Alex Jones and many other conspiracy theorists have taken to shilling for both of them, now that they are collaborating so closely. Conspiring, if you will.
Yeah.
One thing we've seen in the United States over the last decade is that when an entire political party embraces conspiracy theories, you can't really say that conspiracy theorists are questioning propaganda, because the conspiracy theories are the propaganda. On December 2nd, 2015, presidential contender Donald Trump appeared as a guest on InfoWars with Alex Jones. Let's look at the comments. This video is shadow banned. The elite don't want the people to see this. 1984 is here. Okay, but the interview is on YouTube, and it was the first result when I Googled it. And Donald Trump is the president of the most
Yeah.
powerful country in the world. So
Yeah.
who exactly are the elite? Isn't what people call the elite or the establishment really just a bunch of warring factions? And isn't one of those factions the United States Republican Party, now essentially a right-wing conspiracist party? Their 3-time presidential nominee and 2-term president so far, entered politics in 2011 as a birther conspiracy theorist. But he was just asking questions, right?
Ridiculous.
On January 6, 2021, the Capitol was stormed by 10,000 self-described patriots aiming to violently overturn the results of the 2020 election because of conspiracy theories spread by Trump and that scummy lawyer he used to hang out with.
Let's have trial
Hit
by
him with
combat.
that info.
We will never give up. We will never concede. We will stop the steal.
A month earlier, Trump's former national security advisor Michael Flynn invoked the Stop the Steal conspiracy theory in a call for Trump to suspend the Constitution and declare martial law. Exactly the things conspiracy theorists have been worried about for decades.
Yes, but they loved it under that.
When it actually happened in front of their eyes, they didn't notice.
Or they loved it.
Because the conspiracy theory was the propaganda.
Right.
And in the background of all this, of course, was QAnon.
I heard
I
that
assume
forever.
you all know what QAnon
And I was always
is,
like,
but
no, nobody will ever do
sometimes
that.
it's good
But
to
yeah, no,
verbalize it
real quick.
just to remind yourself how much the vibes have deteriorated. QAnon was an online messianic conspiracy cult whose core belief was that the world is ruled by a global elite of satanic, sex-trafficking cannibals from whom the children would be saved by reality TV star turned President Donald Trump, whose sacred mission was to declare martial law, end the adrenochrome harvest, and purge the deep state pedovore cabal in a wave of mass executions called
I'm not
the
into
Storm.
vor.
This he would accomplish with the help of military intelligence insiders known as Q, who only communicated with the public via cryptic messages on a seedy, racist image board called 8kun, operated by a father-son team of American pornographers out of a hog farm in the Philippines.
Seriously?
The online conspiracy world has since moved on from QAnon. In fact, they'll tell you that it was actually controlled opposition and a distraction. Denial is always the last stage of these things. The so-called QAnon shaman, Jacob Chansley, now claims he was unfairly associated with QAnon by the media in, quote, an attempt to control the narrative and destroy the public image. It's not what he said 4 years ago.
Q most certainly did send me, ladies and gentlemen. Q is the highest levels of the military and the intelligence community in the United States. And they are disseminating above top secret information to patriots in our republic. That means people like you, so that we can take back our country from the communists and the globalists.
He now blames the whole thing on Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and the deep state.
I say that.
I think it's more like
I say things
deep
like
state
that
set up riots than Trump riots. I don't think Trump had people do that. I think it was more likely that the feds and the crowd and Antifa and BLM were largely responsible.
It's like the narcissist's prayer, you know? That didn't happen, and if it did, it wasn't that bad, and if it was Nancy Pelosi's fault, and if it wasn't, the deep state made me do it. It was controlled opposition that I was a part of, somehow. So no, I'm not just gonna pretend QAnon didn't happen because it would be convenient for you. If you just memory hole these things, then you never learn anything, and we just do it all again. American politics is post-QAnon in the sense of like post 9/11 or post-apocalypse. It's not like things are going back to the way they were, and more like this is just the way things are now. QAnon's core idea was that the world is ruled by a satanic pedophile elite who must be purged by a right-wing authoritarian takeover. And this idea is as popular as ever. Here's right-wing misogyny influencer and alleged sex trafficker Andrew Tate, I don't even want to be alive anymore, getting 131,000 likes on Elon's X.com for announcing that drag queens at the 2024 Paris Olympic opening ceremony prove that a satanic cabal controls the West. Here's Ambien enthusiast Roseanne Barr on stage with Tucker Carlson in September 2024, shrieking about cannibal vampires and riling up the crowd for another insurrection.
You know they eat babies. That is not bullshit. It's true.
So it's not just the dogs and the cats, not just the pets.
They're full-on vampires. They love the taste of human flesh and they drink human blood. Fauci gave everybody AIDS too. Did you know that?
Oh my God.
He did. Google it.
These are not fringe ideas anymore. Alex Jones has faded from relevance less because of his deplatforming and more because of the mainstreaming of his own ideas. He used to be king of the fringe, but now he's not so far from the center. A little fish in a big conspiracist pond. It would be an exaggeration to say that conspiracy theories have become the dominant form of political discourse, but not that much of an exaggeration. During the 2024 election season, 4 of the top 6 podcasters on Spotify were conspiracy theorists. President Trump's campaign was backed by Elon Musk, who tweeted about Pizzagate on the eve of the election, the result of which increased his net worth by $200 billion. And Musk, of course, has now been appointed to the newly created Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. Well memed, my lord. You win, te interwebs today, good sir. Way to pwn les liberals epic style. Chatelet, my brothers, top keck.
Legalize comedy.
I'm this close to losing it. Don't fuck with me, fellas. Another conspiracist Trump appointment is RFK Jr. They should just nominate the Time Cube guy. Why not?
It rotates in 4 different directions simultaneously. Toward midday, midnight, sun up, and sundown. It rotates those directions simultaneously.
It's RFK Jr., who believes in chemtrails but not vaccines.
I rotate simultaneously.
Was ethnically targeted disparages the Chinese. Who denies that AIDS is caused by HIV. Who's promised that he, quote, won't take sides on 9/11.
What?
He forgot. So conspiracy theories are no longer for freaks in tinfoil hats making public access TV shows about Sasquatch. If that's all it was, I wouldn't care. It's not my business what you people do with Sasquatch in the privacy of your own bedroom. But now, conspiracy theories are for the freaks who run the country. And when it comes to deciding, you know, which elections are rigged, or which mass tragedies are hoaxes, or which reptilians control the central banks, it kind of becomes everyone's business. Because for democracy to work, you know, if that's still a thing by the time this video comes out, we, the people, need to have reasonable conversations with each other. And it's very hard to have reasonable conversations with people who think the World Health Organization is controlled by high-level Luciferian druids. So in this video, I just want to ask some questions. Not about any particular conspiracy theory, but about conspiracism as a way of thinking. Why do so many people believe in conspiracy theories? Why are they so obsessed with symbols and rituals? Why are they taking over politics? Has this happened before? When did this start? Is the internet to blame? A funny thing about conspiracy theories is no matter how wrong they are, engaging with them forces you to ask deep questions, because there really is something mysterious about truth and power. How do we know it's true? What authorities can we trust? Why do bad things happen? Why are there wars? Why is there poverty? Who really controls the world?
Well, religion.
In this video, I will answer all of these questions and more.
Less.
So, buckle your seatbelt, Kansas.
I got a little bit more comfy. Okay.
And find out just how deep Dorothy's hole goes.
Okay, I'm in. She's a cunt on Twitter, though. Let's go. All right.
Part 2, The Rabbit Pill. Hello, Earthlings. Hope you're having a good trip. Let's start by looking at how conspiracy theorists argue. I need to teach you to counter those arguments so you can properly shill for the Galactic Empire. A common argument goes like this. Aren't there endless examples of real conspiracies? Everyone always thinks conspiracy theories are crazy until those theories are proven to be conspiracy fact. As a Trump supporter on Truth Social put it, not trusting the government doesn't make you a conspiracy theorist. It makes you a history buff. So, on the one hand, yes, the government has done things that are bad. They've even deliberately done bad things in secret, which might be the definition of a conspiracy. And that's true of whatever country you live in.
I got you. The one thing that came to mind is me always saying the first alternative truth is not always necessarily the truth, you know?
given, but I'm going to focus on the US because the Saturnian Order has commanded me to make America look bad. Easiest job they've ever given me. To choose a popular example, Project MK Ultra was a wildly unethical CIA mind control experiment.
There you go. We're going to have the Black Cat.
Between 1953 and 1973.
Let's go, bro. Let's have fun.
One of its goals was to develop a truth serum using substances like LSD and morphine. Now, obviously, this did not work.
This is a fucking classic.
Because morphine and LSD are terrible truth serums.
Yeah, they
Trust
don't do
me,
that.
I've tried. We know about MK Ultra because after the Watergate scandal, Congress investigated intelligence agency abuses and uncovered CIA documents that were supposed to have been destroyed. The details are very scandalous. In an operation known as Midnight Climax, the CIA lured men into San Francisco brothels, dosed them unknowingly with LSD, and observed their behavior through a one-way mirror. In another experiment, US Army biologist Frank Olson was given LSD without his knowledge or consent, and he died 1 week later after falling from a 13th-story hotel window under suspicious circumstances. It's true that there's no shortage of real conspiracies. I'll put some on the screen right now, and you can do your own research. So you can't really blame people for wondering, if this is the stuff that's declassified, what else are they doing that we don't know about?
Yeah.
Probably a bunch of messed up stuff. I'm not going to disagree with you there. And many conspiracy theories do have some kind of resemblance to things that actually happened. Anti-vaccination conspiracy theories are almost entirely baseless. But in 2011, the CIA located Osama bin Laden in Pakistan by secretly collecting blood samples under the pretext of a fake vaccination program. QAnon is total madness, but when high-profile men like Epstein or Diddy are outed as prolific sex criminals, it's not unreasonable to wonder how many other rich and famous people are complicit in those crimes.
Well, and then like Anon or whatever, I don't think it's related, but the little black book or whatever that's been out for like, I don't know, 15 years or some shit, Epstein crap, like they called it immediately, and we've just been waiting for the same information.
So with so much evidence of real conspiracies, why shouldn't we take the rabbit pill and go down Dorothy's hole? Well, in short, because conspiracy theories have less in common with real conspiracies than might initially seem to be the case. Conspiracists will tell you that the term conspiracy theory was invented by the CIA to discredit anyone who questions official narratives.
But no, it's got to be something.
This is not true. Quote,
Recorded use of the phrase conspiracy theory dates back to at least 1863, more than 60 years before the CIA was established.
That's according to the Associated Press, but I guess that's the mainstream media, and we can't trust them. I only trust truth seekers posting about med beds from a garage and telling you to buy cryptocurrency. When the quantum financial system hits and I finally get my Nisara Gasara deposit, you'll see. You'll all see. The difference between actual conspiracies and conspiracy theories has to do with evidence. When we talk about conspiracy theories, we're not talking about scientific theories, like the theory of gravity, which is a well-substantiated hypothesis. At least for you people. It's actually completely false, but they won't let me talk about that. We're using the word theory in the non-scientific sense of unsubstantiated conjecture and speculation. Just a theory. As in the theory that Katy Perry is John Benet Ramsey, or that Jeffrey Epstein is a 300-year-old vampire who used to be Andrew Jackson. Conspiracy theories are by definition unsubstantiated, in the way that UFOs are by definition unidentified. If you know what the object is, then it's not an unidentified flying object. If credible sources confirm a conspiracy occurred, then it's not a conspiracy theory. And to conspiracy theorists, a confirmed conspiracy becomes part of the official narrative, part of the puppet show, and is therefore itself something to be questioned. You see this all the time with MK Ultra, where the actual documented events only interest conspiracy theorists insofar as they inspire unsubstantiated speculation that what we know is just the tip of the iceberg.
It's all bullshit anyway. Next.
So conspiracy theories are to investigative journalism.
MK, who cares? Is what I'm saying. Like, it's all just old bullshit.
Zoology, the study of animals, is a scientific endeavor based on standards of evidence.
Let's go entomology.
Cryptozoology, the search for Bigfoots, Yetis, various Mothmen,
should be fun.
is a
I feel like she'll get into it
hunting
even,
activity based on a parascientific pursuit of mystery for the sake of mystery. Not to be too harsh on cryptozoology.
Mothra.
I'd rather people hunt Mothmen than do QAnon. If you're torn between the two, I want you to promise me that you will not rest until you have that Mothman's head. Cryptozoology is not a science, because when a new species is scientifically acknowledged, it's no longer crypto, no longer secret, and is therefore outside the domain of cryptozoology. When the unknown becomes the known, its mystique is gone. And the mystique is the entire point. This
Like
is why
SCP.
conspiracy theorists have always been obsessed with secret societies, like the Freemasons or the Illuminati.
Yeah, SCP.
What interests them is secrecy itself. YouTube is full of videos like hidden camera exposes Freemason rituals, or like forbidden videos
Screams
inside
can
the
be
Mormon
heard.
temple. Incredibly boring things become obsessively fascinating if you simply tell people that it's secret and they're not allowed to know about it. The conspiracist classic None Dare Call It Conspiracy by Gary Allen, a major influence on Alex Jones, describes conspiracy research as, quote,
history's greatest whodunit, a mystery thriller.
I think this reveals a lot about the conspiracist mindset.
Huh.
Conspiracy research is a thrill-seeking activity. People don't become conspiracy theorists because they followed rational arguments to an evidence-based conclusion, which is not to say that conspiracy theorists aren't interested in evidence. They're very interested in evidence.
I guess that's kind
They
of what I was
accumulate
saying with
vast
my
webs
first,
of
like, what do I
evidence.
like
They're
about...
passionate about investigation, about doing their own research.
Yeah,
9/11
yeah.
truthers will often give at least a superficial impression of being well-versed in structural engineering. They present facts about the temperature
Yeah,
at
they
which
dig
jet
up
fuel
shit.
burns.
They go.
They start using words like nanothermite. They have confident opinions about whether Building 7 could have collapsed from fire. But I think it's a mistake to see conspiracy discourse as some kind of botched attempt at rational inquiry. I don't think it is. But why not? There's a particular type of evidence that conspiracy theorists usually rely on, what they call anomalies. An anomaly is anything that seems subjectively suspicious, improbable, or inexplicable. A glitch in the matrix. For example,
sniff.
the Apollo 11 press conference is constantly cited by moon landing hoaxers because the astronauts appear at times dejected and morose. Conspiracy theorists interpret this anomaly as proof that the astronauts are being forced to perpetrate a scam on the American people.
Poor men, clearly under threat of death if they reveal the truth. That they went nowhere near the moon. I'm trying to be open-minded here, but their body language says they never went anywhere. I've seen people more hyped about a visit to the mall.
Isn't it also possible
They're
that
hyped,
they were,
they're gonna die.
I don't know, tired after
Every 2
flying to the
seconds.
moon?
But
Because
whatever.
everyone on the internet is an expert body language analyst, so what do I know? In the summer of 2020, a conspiracy theory spread on social media claiming that
Wayfair.
missing children were being
Yes.
trafficked by
Wayfair.
online furniture retailer Wayfair.
Shit, that's my
The
favorite
evidence
one.
for this conspiracy
Dude, sweet.
was an anomaly.
I'll
on
buy
Wayfair's
a
website,
Tiffany-
where certain pillows
a
and
Tiffany
cabinets were listed for
fucking
$10,000
Trump.
and outrageously
Shit.
inflated
Oh, wow,
price.
whoa.
Some of these
Yeah,
items
yeah.
had names
Oh, no.
that just so happened to correspond to names of children who'd been reported missing. People on Twitter started wondering, wasn't it possible these
Wayfair.
children were being sold into depraved sexual slavery?
Put the kids in
and
the
trafficked
cabinets.
inside of pillows and cabinets?
Put the kids
A lot
in
of
the
people jumped
cabinets.
to that conclusion without stopping to consider alternative explanations. Like, for example, maybe there was an error on the website. Maybe the
No.
products were named by SEO optimization algorithms looking for frequently searched names. Or maybe giving human names to products is just a fairly common marketing
Yeah.
practice. The
They're
Stephanie
just trying to be all
upholstered
IKEA
armchair,
about it,
the
you know?
Vanna tufted sofa. This
Yeah.
one's not even on Wayfair.
Yeah.
Adelia is at Home Depot. My God, this goes all the way to the top. Don't worry,
Adelia.
Adelia. We'll break you out of your
Adelia.
velvet prison. The Wayfair missing children
No.
did later turn up, by the way. One 18-year-old
Yeah.
girl went live on Facebook to reassure the public that she was fine and
No,
not, in fact,
I'm not a
being
cabinet.
sex trafficked inside of a cabinet. The conspiracy theorists in the chat were not relieved. In fact, they were annoyed.
They probably
Their
didn't believe her.
investigation was being debunked.
And
One
they probably
woman
wanted to,
commented,
like,
Put her ass
discredit her.
back in the cabinet.
Right.
For a more convincing example of the argument from anomalies, let's look at Loose Change, the
Put her ass back in
2005
the
documentary that defined the 9/11 truther movement. Loose Change is essentially just a big list of 9/11 anomalies, including some that actually are pretty, well, anomalous,
Okay.
like the discovery of a hijacker's passport at Ground Zero.
7 different black boxes, made from the most resilient materials known to man, were all completely destroyed beyond repair. Yet, a passport, made from a fragile material known as paper, managed to fly through a 2,000-degree explosion and land undamaged blocks away, where the FBI conveniently found it, thereby incriminating Saddam al-Sakami and al-Qaeda for the attacks. Who writes this stuff?
Isn't it weird that a passport would survive a 2,000-degree explosion? Like, yeah, it is extremely weird. How do we explain that? Well, my explanation is that sometimes
weird things happen. In 1987, Northwest Airlines Flight
Thingo
255 crashed shortly after
Shit
takeoff
be flying
in
when
Detroit,
Thingo boom.
killing 156 people. Everyone on the plane died except for one 4-year-old girl. How could a 4-year-old survive a plane crash that killed more than 100 adults?
That's crazy.
Isn't that anomalous?
Circumstance.
It's super fucking anomalous. But you know what?
Super anomalous.
Sometimes anomalous things happen. How did the hijacker's passport end up at ground zero? Well, I really don't know. Maybe God guided the passport to safety. Maybe an Al-Qaeda operative handed it to police because they wanted to get caught. Maybe it was planted by a reptilian. It was me. I did it. Me and my close personal friend, Hillary Clinton.
Yes!
None of this is plausible. But is it more plausible that the Bush administration planted such a weird piece of ultimately superfluous evidence in the course of orchestrating this secret controlled demolition of the tallest buildings in New York City, and that no one involved in any stage of that process has leaked anything about it for over 2 decades? God, am I really debating 9/11 truthers online? Have I really learned nothing in 23 years? The thing about anomalies is that they never really amount to any kind of substantive evidence that a conspiracy occurred. The argument from anomalies is often just a series of statements beginning, "Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that cabinets on Wayfair are listed for $10,000? Oh my god, that's really anomalous. Isn't it weird that Sirius, the hero dog of 9/11, was photographed with Bill Clinton exactly 1 year before the attack? Yes,
I don't know. Is that the same dog?
You have proven that a weird thing happened.
Yellow
but that's
lab.
all you've proven.
Pretty common.
It's a style of argument based entirely on innuendo,
That's my
conjecture,
conspiracy.
and asking leading questions designed to push the audience to a speculative conclusion. It's like that History Channel show Ancient Aliens, where the phrase, "is it possible?" occurs with comical frequency.
Is it possible that Bigfoot is actually an extraterrestrial?
Could it be?
Is it possible the moon is not only hollow, but an artificial structure? Is it possible that the story of the Minotaur is based on actual events? Is it possible that the octopus didn't originate on Earth?
Is it possible that what we have here are extraterrestrials wearing some type of protective suits?
Is it even possible that Nessie is an alien
Hey,
entity
we
that
got
is able to
Nessie. We have
pass through a
Nessie.
wormhole that exists
No, it's like
at
plastic
Loch
or
Ness?
whatever.
Like, yes, lots of things are possible.
No.
Because possibility requires a very low threshold of evidence.
Is it possible?
It's possible the moon is controlled by reptiles. It's possible that
It's
life is
Hitler.
but a dream. This
It's
rhetoric
the dark
of
side of the
asking
moon is
leading
controlled by
questions
Hitler,
functions
okay?
in part as disavowal. Because technically you're not making any claims, you're just asking questions. But it also provokes the imagination of the audience. It makes you feel like you're connecting the dots on your own. And that's exciting. It's engaging. It makes you feel smart, like you're an independent investigator.
I'm smart. Watching
free
this makes
thinker.
me feel smart.
You're not a sheep who
I feel
believes
smart.
whatever the mockingbird
No,
of
you're making me
mainstream
feel like
media
a
forces
true
down your
lion.
throat. You do your own
Lambert,
research.
the sheepish lion.
Do you? No, Patrick.
yes.
Scrolling Telegram channels about how the Knights Templar are using 5G networks to make you eat bugs is not research.
Hey.
No one likes to feel like a passive receiver of information. Okay, well, some people do. Fleabag, maybe.
I want someone to tell me what to eat, what to like, what to hate, what to rage about.
But conspiracy theories appeal to people who want to feel in control of their beliefs. And I do kind of sympathize with that. I don't want to get knowledge cucked by some high priest telling me what to believe. This attitude is not at all unique to conspiracy theorists. Individualist skepticism is sort of the foundation of Western philosophy. The modern era in philosophy starts with Descartes, who wanted to question everything. In the Middle Ages, you had to accept the doctrines of the church, or they'd call you a heretic and they'd burn ya. But Descartes thought that knowledge shouldn't be based on dogma, it should be based on reason.
That's right.
And that does sound good, doesn't it? The problem, though, is that if you question everything, then how do you know that anything is true? Descartes argued you can't even trust your own senses, because you could be dreaming right now. You could be deceived by an evil demon. So Descartes wanted to discover an idea that could not be doubted, and he came up with this Latin slogan, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, which has to be true, because it's on t-shirts and coffee mugs, popular everywhere among people who want you to know they went to college. From the cogito, Descartes tried to deduce that God exists and that God wouldn't allow a demon to deceive you. It's not a very good argument. Descartes is not a good philosopher.
But, you know, he's a good,
The problem is that knowledge is inherently a collective endeavor. And that's even more true now than it was in Descartes' time.
We're all about
a
good
do science
motto.
by yourself anymore. To some extent, you have to trust the work of other people.
I want to
Conspiracy
believe.
theorists don't
Good
trust
motto.
science because science is an institution and they don't trust institutions. A lot of conspiracy theorists go even further than that, and they adopt this oppositional attitude to knowledge. In other words, whatever they want you to believe, the opposite is probably true. On a YouTube clip of Richard Nixon telling Billy Graham that there will be a pogrom in America if the Jews, quote, don't start behaving, the top comment reads, I always wondered why I was conditioned to dislike Nixon by the media. Things are starting to make sense. This idea that every mainstream source of information is conditioning from the Judeo-Bolshevik banking cabal leads to a kind of fetish for stigmatized and secret knowledge. Conspiracy theorists play up how persecuted and silenced they are because they see institutional opposition as proof of their correctness. An Austrian painter and conspiracy theorist once said in his book, My Struggle. Oh, poor baby. My struggle. He should have just called it My Journey. My whole entire journey. He wrote that the media's insistence on the protocols of the Elders of Zion being an anti-Semitic hoax is, quote, the best proof that they are authentic. This is one reason why conspiracy theories are impossible to debunk. The attempt to debunk them is seen as shilling, and therefore as proof of the conspiracy. If it isn't true, why are you so eager to disprove it? Conspiracists see the media, the academy, the medical establishment, every reputable source of information as a kind of Cartesian demon lulling us all into a dream world from which their goal is to awake. And it's this experience of awakening that conspiracy theorists are trying to trigger, with an overwhelming gish gallop of anomalies that eventually climaxes in a wild leap in logic. The most egregious example of this possibly ever is the Dutch conspiracy theorist Janet Ossebaard's 10-part video essay Fall of the Cabal, which recruited millions of people into QAnon in 2019 and 2020. Fall of the Cabal begins with a section called Things That Made Me Go
What I'm going to do is first of all give you a short overview of things that made me go
Things That Made Me Go is just a random list of anomalies. Not arguments, just questions. Isn't it weird?
Isn't it weird that the Vatican's audience hall is full of references to reptilians?
No.
Did you know the Vatican's telescope is called Lucifer?
Tell me
and
more.
Since when does the Pope make the sign of the devil?
I don't know.
9/11.
Wow, that's really anomalous.
Are you aware of the fact that children cartoons contain subliminal messages of sex and violence? Why?
That's super fucking anomalous. Fall of the Cabal does allude to a few things that are real. Like
Damn it, I'm trying to get rid of this
Monsanto and Bayer are companies that make
washed my hair
herbicides.
yesterday.
That's true. But then that's just casually
It's very
mixed in
unreasonable
with,
today, you know?
blood libel.
Do you realize that these foreskins are actually sold? That it's a trade? What's next? Drinking baby blood?
Look, what is the point of this? There's no logical connection between any of these points. It's just a bunch of ominous innuendo leading the viewer to the vague conclusion that something isn't adding up. We've been lied to. And that is always the preface. We've been lied to. What is the purpose of opening with that? Well, if you can make your audience feel like everything they've ever been told is a lie, like science is fake, like school is indoctrination, the news is propaganda, the so-called fact-checkers are dangerous.
The so-called fact-checkers are dangerous.
It leaves the audience in a very vulnerable position, because now they have nowhere to turn for reliable information.
They're quite dangerous.
Because you've convinced them not to trust anyone, and now they don't know what to believe. And if you're a propagandist, that's exactly where you want them. Because most people are uncomfortable with doubt and uncertainty. It leaves you open to alternative explanations, even bad ones, because any explanation feels better than none. So this is the critical moment, when you make the logical leap into hyperspace. You've broken the audience down, and now you get to build them back up. You get to be the Morpheus telling them how deep the rabbit hole goes. And you may as well go ham, because at this point, they'll just believe anything you say.
Get ready for some conspiracy facts. The North American Man-Boy Love Association. This is their mascot. Why are children exposed to Illuminati symbols, chemtrails, cannibalism? George Soros.
Pedo Bear is funny,
the
though.
Rothschild family. Follow the money. Adrenochrome is real. It is the ultimate drug. The same Church of Satan Chelsea Clinton is so fond of. If you can really jump from one timeline to another parallel one, you can time travel. I have grown to fully trust Don, master of all masters.
Oh, wow.
He's a genius.
Oh, my God.
A 5D chess player. A man with a huge heart. Q is not a cult.
At this one, I want to say the
insidious
fake
thing about
voice.
this form of indoctrination is that, to the people susceptible to it, it feels like critical thinking. They think they're connecting the dots, asking questions the sheeple can't handle. They noticed the anomalies, they followed the money, no one told them what to think, except you kind of did tell them what to think. You just did it in a way that made them feel like it was their idea. And when people feel like something is their idea, they internalize it as part of their identity. They become possessive of it. Where they once may have been open to skepticism, they'll now be on guard against it, ready to dismiss it reflexively as shilling. So the point of the argument from anomalies is not to support a conclusion with evidence. The point is to trigger a crisis of belief that primes the audience for a kind of conversion experience, an initiation into the cult of mystery, of secret alternative knowledge. And that conversion experience is called the awakening, going down the rabbit hole, taking the red pill. It's hard to overstate the influence of 1999 cyberpunk science fiction film The Matrix, a great movie whose legacy is unfortunately tainted by association with every manner of Looney Tunes buffoonery. The Matrix became the centerpiece of 21st century mythology that it is because its allegory of awakening from a dream is a universal archetype. In Western philosophy, there's Plato's cave, Descartes' demon. Lenin says the revolution will arrive with the workers' awakening of class consciousness. In Hindu and Buddhist thought, the illusion is called Maya, a deceit that conceals the true nature of things. What's called enlightenment by Western Buddhists is a 19th century translation of the Pali term bodhi, which is more literally translated as awakening. So the Matrix can mean whatever you want it to mean. The directors of the movie now claim that it's an allegory for transgender awakening. But whatever your interpretation, taking the red pill is to awake from a dream world. It's a revelation that explains the feeling you've had all your life that something is vaguely wrong.
You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind.
By taking the red pill, Neo undergoes a rite of passage, symbolically dying in the dream world to be reborn in the desert of the real. For Neo, this also entails the realization that he is, in fact, the main character of reality, which also probably speaks to something in the conspiracist mindset. When conspiracy theorists tell you to wake up, they're not trying to persuade you about the causes of a particular historical event. They're urging you to transform the way you think about the world in general. Dylan Lewis Monroe's Q-web diagram connects the dots from Atlantis to the Rothschilds to the Vatican to 9/11 to reptilian extraterrestrials to Obama's fake birth certificate. It's all connected. In the Q-web, the Western pyramidal hierarchy has been replaced with a mesmerizing Eastern triangle, which the authors of Conspirituality compare to a Buddhist mandala meant to guide the viewer to awakening. So, what is it the conspiracy theorists are awakening to?
Idiocy, stupidity.
Wake up.
I get two tards for this entirety because it's so long, okay?
So wake up to what?
On that
well,
note.
like every convert, conspiracists are awakening to a new worldview, which I'm calling conspiracism.
Oh, new.
And yes, it deserves to be an ism.
Hello.
Because it's not a theory, it's a way of
You're
thinking.
not a green thing
The details
anymore.
constantly change,
Okay.
but the fundamental mindset remains the same.
Yes.
In his 1964 essay, The Paranoid Style in American Politics, historian Richard Hofstadter said that conspiracist thinking was not unique to his own era of hysteria about looming one-world communist government.
Correct.
It tracked its roots all the way back to the founding of the United States, when there was a panic about the Bavarian Illuminati infiltrating the Freemasons and plotting to replace Christianity with Jacobinical atheism. In 1798, Timothy Dwight, president of Yale University, said, quote, "Shall our sons become the disciples of Voltaire and the dragoons of Marat? Or our daughters the concubines of the Illuminati?" The concubines of the Illuminati. I, for one, welcome my new sex lord, Adam Weishaupt. When I heard he was professor of canon law at Ingolstadt, I was like,
beautiful
oh my God,
title.
it's so fucking hot. That same year, George Washington received a letter from a German reverend warning him of a, quote, "society of Freemasons that distinguishes itself by the name of Illuminati, whose plan is to overturn all government and all religion." This conspiracy theory was popularized by John Robeson's 1797 book, Proofs of a Conspiracy.
I was going to say, I think this goes
against
way
all the
before
religions and
1800s
governments of
and
Europe,
shit,
carried on in the
for
secret
sure.
meetings of Freemasons, Illuminati, and reading societies, collected from good authorities. Well, if it's from good authorities, Washington wrote back, quote, "I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plan and doctrines of the Illuminati," but he assured the minister that the Freemasons in America were not involved. So, conspiracism has existed for a long time. Illuminati conspiracy nonsense crossed George Washington's desk, but we could go back even further than that. In the year 64, there were conspiracy theories that the Great Fire of Rome was an inside
I want to
job
say
ordered
the
by
word
Emperor
itself
Nero.
sounds like some
Olive oil
Latin
can't melt
shit.
marble columns.
So,
Nero, of course, blamed the
conspiratorium.
Christians. Christians were in many ways
You know?
the Jews of ancient Rome. Well, the Jews were also the Jews.
Yeah.
They often are. So this is not a new way of thinking. The internet did not start this. It's actually kind of amazing how consistent conspiracist rhetoric is across centuries. Another passage from that letter to Washington reads, "Our present time, pregnant with the most shocking evils and calamities, threatens ruin to our liberty and government. Secret, the most secret plans are in agitation." Like, it sounds like someone translated Alex Jones into 18th century
Yeah,
English.
it's pretty perverted.
According to
I was gonna
Hofstadter,
say, that was a
paranoid style is
perverted fucking
characterized by,
line,
quote,
like,
heated exaggeration,
really pointed.
suspiciousness, and conspiratorial fantasy, as well as feelings of persecution. It's overheated, over-suspicious, over-aggressive, grandiose, and apocalyptic in expression. Sound like anyone you know? But I think conspiracism is more than just a rhetorical style. It also has certain core beliefs.
Okay.
Political scientist Michael Barkun says the three principles of conspiracism are: nothing happens by accident, nothing is as it seems, and everything is connected. I agree. But I want to use a slightly different definition because
I'm
I do my own
conspiratorial,
research.
so
I'll call the three
I do my
principles
own
of
research.
conspiracism intentionalism, dualism, and symbolism. Now pay attention because this will be on the test. Intentionalism is the
Okay.
idea that everything that happens is the result of a deliberate plan, that there are shadowy agents of evil scheming behind
It's
every
poignant.
misfortune. There
The
are
theory
no
that
accidents,
nothing
and no
happens without
significant event
somebody
is the result of mere
making
human
something
ignorance or
happen.
incompetence, or of systemic
There's
forces
always a
beyond
thing
human
behind
intention.
it.
Dualism is the idea that all of human history and politics are best understood as an epic battle between good and evil, the forces
Okay.
of light against the forces of darkness.
I was thinking
when bad
like
things happen, when there are wars,
Twin Soul
disasters,
kind of thing.
poverty, these are simply the result of evil people doing evil things because they're evil. And finally, symbolism is the idea that everything has meaning and everything is connected. So politics and history are sort of astrological in nature. There are no coincidences. Everything
Right.
is teeming with signs and symbols that we can decode to discover the truth and define the future. Now, these are all pretty common patterns of thinking that most of us slip into sometimes. And not everyone who flirts with conspiracy theories is a full-blown conspiracist. But people who believe in all-encompassing super conspiracies like QAnon, the kind of people who think the Deep State Mapping Project is an accurate depiction of reality, those people are full-blown conspiracists.
That's not Putin.
Now, let's explore the labyrinth of their madness in excruciating detail. It's okay, I've had a spiritual awakening.
I'm okay,
I've learned
I'm
to
okay.
enjoy losing subscribers. Conspiracist Principle 1.
Excuse me.
Intentionalism. Hello, my pretties. In October 2024,
you're not around, and
conspiracist
YouTube keeps
Congresswoman
purging.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
So if you
Marjorie,
got a couple
if you're watching
old,
this,
like,
I've already
shit
put a
accounts
hex on
sitting
you.
around,
It's too late.
you might
In
lose a
October,
few.
Marjorie posted a series of tweets arguing that severe hurricanes in the southern United States were deliberately geoengineered by government agencies to suppress Republican voters. Damn, I wish it worked. A
Hey.
year earlier, Marjorie, fucking
bitch.
Marjorie, tweeted that climate
Yeah.
change is a scam perpetrated
She's
by, quote,
fucking
very
crazy.
powerful
Fucking Marjorie.
people that are getting rich
Marjorie
beyond their
Taylor
wildest
Greene's
dreams,
weather
convincing
machine.
many that carbon is the enemy.
Oh, yes.
How can this woman believe
that anthropogenic climate change is a hoax, but the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is planning each specific hurricane. Well, because she's an idiot, but also because she's a conspiracist, and conspiracists believe that nothing happens by accident.
So now you're blue. Okay,
so
we're between blue and red. The red is like
carbon emissions might cause climate
overall
problems
narrator.
as an unintended byproduct of industrialization.
Okay.
But they have no problem whatsoever.
We're having three phases for these three
Satanists
parts?
are using HAARP to create hurricanes, and the Rothschilds are starting forest fires in California with Jewish moon lasers. This is intentionalism. The idea that everything that happens is
blue
the
is for
result
you
of someone's
here.
plan.
This is fun.
And if it's not immediately obvious whose plan it is, that must be because the plan is secret. Conspiracists see world events as a big puppet show. For every war, every terrorist attack, every recession, every pandemic, every election, revolution, or so-called natural disaster, there must be a man behind the curtain pulling all the strings. In the most general sense, intentionalism is a way of explaining why things happen. Why does a volcano erupt? Well, a scientist who cares about facts and data like a cuckold might say that the collision of tectonic plates forces magma through cracks in the Earth's crust, leading to an eruption.
What a coincidence. Move along, sheeple. Nothing to see here.
An intentionalist explanation would be that volcanoes erupt because someone makes them erupt. And who that someone is depends on the specifics of your worldview. An animist or polytheist might say that a volcano erupts because the mountain is angry, or the god of the mountain is angry. A monotheist might just say angry. Not all monotheists, but you know the type.
Hello, good morning.
Keep pushing on to the hell where you will forever burn.
And a conspiracist might say that volcanoes erupt because the globalists are using volcanic smoke signals to neurologically communicate the dates of upcoming wars, recessions, and terrorist attacks.
I predicted in 2022, globalists
They like their numbers.
would use Mount Etna smoke rings to signal war. They have done it before. 8 June 2000 equals 1 year, 3 months, 3 days before the 9/11 attacks, where buildings collapsed. Collapse equals 133. 8 June 2000.
Yeah, they like their
numbers. The smoke
numbers.
ring stunt occurred on Kanye
That's
West's
'cause they're
birthday.
like,
What a coincidence. Kanye West
not from
and Mount
America.
Etna have the exact same numerology.
Checkmate.
Oh my God.
Geologists?
Yes.
At this point, I don't even know who we're checkmating.
Bingo.
Conspiracism is pre-modern thought applied to postmodern politics. Karl Popper said, "The conspiracy theory of society comes from abandoning God and then asking, who is in his place?" Well, apparently the globalists, or the deep state, or the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Vatican, the World Economic Forum, the Bilderberg Group, the Satanic Cabal, you know. The New York, Hollywood, international banking, Rothschild, Soros, communist Zionists. You know the ones. So there is disagreement among conspiracists about who they are, about who controls the world, who is the puppet master. But they all agree that someone is. It's a kind of intelligent design theory of world events. Conspiracism is to politics, economics, and apparently meteorology what creationism is to biology. And it's motivated by a lot of the same anxieties and misunderstandings. Like creationists will say, well, if God didn't create mankind in his own image, then I suppose it's just a random accident that one day monkeys gave birth to Meemaw. Okay, but that's not what the theory of evolution says. Science Cuck Chuck's book is not titled On the Origin of Species by Random Accident. Oopsie doopsie, new species originated. No, it's on the origin of species by natural selection. Natural selection is not random accident. It's a long-term process where heritable characteristics better suited to a particular... Why am I bothering to explain this? Why am I even making this video? Why do anything at all? I guess for the pleasure of rolling the boulder up the mountain once again.
One must imagine Sisyphus
Why
happy.
do anything at all?
Don't tell me what to imagine. The point is, evolution doesn't need a plan. I mean, you could argue that evolution is God's plan, and okay, seems like a weird plan.
Those are my
it's
inspirations.
Not weirder than ordering Abraham to sacrifice his kid and saying, just kidding, at the last moment. It was just a prank, bro. Father almost sacrificed his son. Prank gone wrong. Hilarious. Liked and subscribed. Now, things get a little more complicated with history and politics, because obviously a lot of things that happen in politics are the result of someone's deliberate plan. Whether or not you believe in 9/11 conspiracy theories, I think we all agree that someone decided to fly planes into those buildings, or holograms, or whatever it is you people think happened. Russia invaded Ukraine, presumably because Vlad Putin made a plan. Not a good plan, clearly, but technically some kind of plan. And the invasion of Ukraine is typical of the way actual plans tend to play out. One, it's a plan of a single faction, not of some unitary global elite.
Really covering a lot of topics
on this. That was a good one. It's haphazard, it's improvisational, it unfolds in ways the planners didn't anticipate. This is not how conspiracists understand plans. In his best-selling crackpot ravings, Behold a Pale Horse, conspiracist William Cooper describes his intentionalist view of history. Quote, "A grand game of chess is being played on a level that we can barely imagine, and we are the pawns." He then absurdly suggests that before continuing the book, the reader should play, quote, "at least 2 complete games of chess. You must learn the rules they play by."
I fucking grew up playing that shit.
Conspiracists are incapable of any other typographical style. Conspiracists think that if political power seems divided and incompetent, that's just because we're stuck in the dream world at the bottom of the pyramid, unaware of the evil chess demons secretly controlling everything. Listen to how 18th century conspiracist Augustin Barruel described the secret causes of the revolution. Quote, "Even the most horrid deeds perpetrated during the French Revolution, everything was foreseen and resolved on, was combined and premeditated. They were the offspring of deep-thought villainy, since they had been prepared and were produced by men who alone held the clue of those plots and conspiracies, lurking in the secret meetings where they had been conceived." This is not how things actually happen, though, Augustin. An event like the French Revolution is too complicated to be the result of a perfectly executed master plan. But just like creationists, conspiracists often fail to even understand the alternative to intelligent design. Conspiracist Gary Allen writes, "There are really only 2 theories of history. Either things happen by accident, and neither planned nor caused by anybody, or they happen because they are planned, and somebody causes them to happen." This is a false dichotomy. We don't have to choose between the conspiracist view of history as a masterful game of chess and the straw man alternative that everything happens by accident for no reason.
The butterfly
That's not what mainstream
effect
historians
type
are
of shit.
saying. They don't think the French Revolution was an accident. They just think the causes are complex, from the Enlightenment to inherent tensions of the estate system to harvest failures in the 1780s. And yes, obviously various people involved in the revolution
Chicken egg
made
failures.
plans, but none of those people were masterminds secretly controlling every twist and turn. Which, if you put on your Sherlock Holmes hat, you should probably be able to deduce from the fact that most of them were guillotined. Masterful gambit, citizens. Intentionalism especially runs rampant in the way people talk about the economy, a topic where most people are a little conspiracist. You know, why did the price of eggs go up? Because the president
You're still fucking on it.
Red inflation
Good shit.
dial
Good
on
video.
his desk. Not that the president has no control over the economy. You know, he can appoint the Federal Reserve Chair, he can propose taxes, tariffs, wars, that sort of thing. But a lot of times, blaming the president for the price of gas and eggs makes about as much sense as sacrificing the king because the river flooded. It feels good to blame someone, but in reality, there's not a single person on this earth who can precisely predict, much less control, the economy. And that's sort of creepy, right? Like the whole world revolves around money, but money is this weird abstraction you have to do math to understand. Most people aren't up for that, so we talk about the economy like it's an angry volcano god.
Yeah, fuck
Conspiracists really love to literalize the invisible hand. William Cooper claims that for the secret elites, it is as easy to predict and control the trend of an economy as to predict and control the trajectory of a projectile. The economy has been transformed into a guided missile on target. So who is launching this missile? Whose hand is the invisible hand? Well, conspiracists usually say that it's the international banking cabal, or the Rothschild-controlled central banks, or a bunch of other words that basically mean Jews. Again, more on that later. To actually understand the economy, you would have to use scientific, systematic thinking, not animistic, intentionalist conspiracy thinking. In a way, every systematic theorist, from Milton Friedman to Karl Marx, is closer to being correct than literally every conspiracy theorist. And yet, even the most systematic thinkers still rely on intentionalist metaphors to communicate their ideas. When Adam Smith wanted to describe how the preference for doing business at home leads merchants pursuing their self-interest to also unintentionally promote the good of their country, he said, "They're led by an invisible hand." When Karl Marx wanted to describe the extraction of surplus value from the working class, he said, "Capital is dead labor that acts like a vampire. It comes to life when it drinks living labor, and the more living labor it drinks, the more it comes to life." an invisible hand that guides us, vampires drinking blood. These are anthropomorphic metaphors that describe an unintentional pattern as if it were an intentional action. So why use these metaphors? Well, because this is how humans think. We make sense of the world by imagining it as a reflection of ourselves. We see the earth as a mother, and the sun as a father. We imagine an economy with hands, capital with fangs, and the universe itself with a mind like our own but greater, which we call God. I don't think it's stupid to think this way. I just think it's human. Humans think humanishly. So some level of intentionalism is probably inevitable. We sort of can't help it. It's one reason why conspiracy explanations of events are so appealing, and it's compounded by a few other motives. Motive 1 is the denial of chaos. I'm sorry, I know we're like 3 subsections deep. Unlike better YouTubers, I have not succeeded at organizing this video into an internet-friendly numbered list.
It's scary to become an adult and to realize
that, in fact, your parents don't know what they're doing, and no one knows what they're doing. There really are no grown-ups, not in the way you thought when you were a kid. It's unnerving to think that no one is steering the ship. So even if the deep state puppeteers are evil, it's maybe reassuring to think that at least someone somewhere is in control. Someone is daddy.
You know, it's like daddy arrived and he's taking his belt off.
He's got his belt off.
Motive 2 is the denial of collective action. Why would Augustin Barruel want to think that the French Revolution was an Illuminati master plan? Well, because he was a Catholic monarchist. So it was ideologically more convenient for him to think secret societies planned the revolution than to accept that it was in any sense of the people. It's like the American conservatives in the 1950s who could not imagine why anyone would choose to be a communist, so they assumed it must be water fluoridation and Manchurian brainwashing. Or like the conservatives today, who see every progressive social movement, from LGBT rights to Antifa to Black Lives Matter, as top-down plots perpetrated by Soros-funded crisis actors on behalf of the globo-homo woke agenda. Motive 3 is proportionality bias, the tendency to assume that major events must have major causes. The idea that a world historic disaster like the COVID-19 pandemic could be caused by something so trivial and accidental as a bat virus being transmitted to humans via pangolins or whatever, it feels narratively imbalanced. It's more satisfying to imagine that it all unfolded according to a master plan of a secret global conspiracy to control the human race with face masks and arrows on the floor of the grocery store. Wake up, sheeple. Motive 4 is the need for someone to blame. This, I think, is the big one. Whose fault is it? Is a very important human question.
The elites are the reason I get no women. I know this may sound crazy, but retaliation is an instinctive reaction to injury. When something goes wrong, we look for someone to punish, even if it's not really anyone's fault. When a storm destroyed his bridge, the Persian king Xerxes supposedly ordered his men to whip the sea as punishment.
Oh yeah, the sea whipping.
So probably that didn't happen. You can't trust what a Greek says about Persians. I'm always saying that. But there's also real examples. During the Black Death, Jews were falsely blamed for poisoning wells and were massacred in pogroms across Europe.
That's
in
number
2020, Trump called COVID the China virus, using a similar kind of scapegoat logic to direct populist rage at foreigners, which is the entire thing he does. It's all he does. At the height of the pandemic, millions of people viewed the Plandemic trilogy of conspiracy documentaries, which falsely claimed the virus was deliberately engineered as part of a global conspiracy to take our freedoms. Plandemic provided scapegoats by making cartoonish villains out of everyone from Anthony Fauci to Bill Gates to the WHO, WEF,
so I know all this kind of shit too, though.
CCP, John D. Rockefeller, Big Pharma, global
it's base level information.
And it's not that no one deserves any blame for the way the pandemic was handled. The 10 richest men in the world doubled their wealth in the same 2 years that millions of people slid into poverty. I think that's worth being angry about. But the conspiracist tendency is not to blame opportunists taking advantage of unjust systems and perverse incentives, and it's certainly not to blame the systems and incentives themselves. No, conspiracists demand blood. So they seek out secret covens of witches and reptiles and Satanists whom they imagine are motivated by pure ontological evil. Speaking of which, Conspiracist Principle 2, dualism.
What? We made it?
Dualism is the idea that society, and maybe even reality itself, is a struggle of good against evil,
Light against dark.
Okay.
There's a battle being fought
Here
over
we
our
go.
heads for world dominance.
So I try not to grant this one much
Battle
for
between
shit.
good and evil.
Yeah.
Either you are with us, or you are with the terrorists.
That's one. I do stand with that.
I'll quote another Marjorie tweet because she thinks with the same subtlety that she does pull-ups.
Oh yeah, bitch.
Quote, we are in a battle
Shit.
between
Everybody
good
brings
and
that up.
evil.
I love it.
The Democrats are the party of pedophiles,
Oh, no.
murdering the innocent on
No, that's literally the guy that we put in
Democrat
office.
Party
But
is
okay,
flat
whatever.
out evil. And yesterday they tried to murder President Trump. Imagine
Oh,
the
no,
Democrats
well,
attempting
okay.
something as proactive as an assassination.
That's it.
Not really their MO, is it?
No.
Dualism is a view of human behavior devoid of moral ambiguity, where people do bad things not because of ignorance or a misbegotten sense of righteousness, but because they have consciously sworn allegiance to the forces of evil. And it must be a great confidence boost to people who think this way, to know that because they haven't sworn allegiance to evil, they must be on the side of righteousness in everything they do. Sometimes people call this Manichaean thinking, in reference to the religion founded by the ancient prophet Mani, who taught that there is not one God, but two opposing powers, the Father of Greatness versus the Prince of Darkness. But I feel like calling it Manichaean evades the fact that most people who think this way are, well, followers of more popular religions. So I'm calling it dualism. Now I'll just say it. Dualism is wrong. The world is not a battle between light and dark. Light and dark are complementary and codependent, and I know that's true because it was revealed to me by the Archangel Metatron in a mystical vision I had after consuming some sacred plant medicine from the Mother Earth.
Some
Checkmate,
ayahuasca or some shit. Get the fuck out of
Sometimes
here.
the best way to test an idea is to look at the other things it leads people to believe. So let's look at some dualist thinking in action. In May 2024, Buckingham Palace unveiled Jonathan Yeo's portrait of King
I
Charles
love
III,
that thing.
which depicts the monarch
There's even the
against a red
butterfly, the
background
blood
evoking,
butterfly.
like,
God, that's
a
so
sea
fucking
of
good.
blood and fire.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Normal people agree.
Fuck, I love
that
that
this
painting.
was funny.
Oh, I don't
The
even give a shit.
conspiracists flocked to
It's
social
fucking
media
amazing.
to
God,
speculate
it's
that Kate
breathtaking. It's
Middleton was
beautiful.
dead and the portrait was painted with her blood, and that
Cool.
vertically mirroring the painting along its right edge reveals the face of Satan, Prince of Darkness.
Oh, sweet, dude.
Conspiracist Naomi Wolf quote, "These Satanists just don't sleep."
Oh, dude, whatever, dude.
It was really
So
bad
the
for
same
your
use
skin
of like
not
pink
sleep.
to red in your
That's probably why they
background
need the adrenochrome.
is
So look,
like
I
kind of
agree
what's
that the
in
king
it.
is bad.
It's a
We're on
beautiful
the same
picture.
page there. But he's not bad because he's a secret Satan worshiper who hides demonic
That's a
images in
beautiful
oil paintings.
painting.
No, the king is bad because, prepare yourself, Brits, yank take incoming, because
Yeah.
monarchy is bad. The conspiracists do not understand that problems can arise from a form of government itself. For conspiracists, the problem is never the structure of power, but rather that the people currently in power just so happen to be evil Satanists. Listen to how QAnon propaganda film Q, The Plan to Save the World, directed by
Shit.
Joe M., describes the
This is
root
a
of
dig.
all
That's a
societal
dig.
problems.
We were taught that capitalism was the cause of a massive rich-poor divide and the reason for poverty. Others were taught that communism, the system of equal wealth across all people, was really to blame for the mess. But
It
you see,
is.
folks, it is none of these things.
Yes,
What
it
you
is.
must learn is that it was the criminals all along. What you
It's
must
not our
learn
own
is that it has
Americans.
always been them. A colossal global criminal class.
Joe M. argues that inequality, crime, and war are not the result of any particular political order, but are the result of satanic criminals taking over government, industry, media, and banking and deliberately oppressing us, the good people, by attacking the family, poisoning our food, and murdering our beautiful dead wife JFK. Rest in peace, sweet angel.
The world is currently experiencing a dramatic covert war of biblical proportions.
Yeah, we're on that
Literally the fight
timeline.
for Earth, between the forces of good and evil.
The apocalyptic tone conceals a kind of optimism. If we could just purge the deep state, then all the world's problems would be solved. No more war, no more poverty,
The deep
no more
state
crime,
is religion.
because all of that is the deliberate plan of the ontologically evil
The thing that
cabal
swings the
and
dick
their
is
mainstream
religion.
media shills.
We realized that the problem was never capitalism or socialism, Democrat or Republican, black or white, Muslim or Christian. We know it was just very powerful criminals who had too much power.
It can be tempting to think that conspiracists are confused socialists, since they're seemingly so bothered by rich elites. But they're not socialists. They think both capitalists and socialists are bad because they're all puppets of the real satanic power behind the throne. Some conspiracy theories, like QAnon, are very explicit that the enemy is literally Satan. But conspiracist dualism can also be a little more subtle than the least subtle it is possible to be. John Bircher-style anti-communist conspiracy theories of the last century usually didn't mention Satan specifically, but the way they told it, communism may as well have been the devil. When conspiracists like Alex Jones or his major influence Gary Allen rant about communism, they're not talking about actual communist theory or practice. Like, here's how Gary Allen defines communism. And yes, the definition is in all caps. Quote, "An international conspiratorial drive for power on the part of men in high places willing to use any means to bring about their desired aim. Global conquest." He argues that Karl Marx was merely a patsy, a pamphleteer and hired goon of the Illuminati communist bankers. That no one in power ever sincerely believed that communism is good, because he defines communism as a plan to consciously do evil. Quote, "The issue, very simply, is the enslavement of you and your children." The idea of satanic elites was taken to its extreme by New Age conspiracist David Icke, who popularized the theory that the secret rulers of the world are literally inhuman.
Thanks,
that they're
Nick.
shape-shifting, blood-drinking, extraterrestrial reptiles who are using a metaphysical construct called the Saturn Moon Matrix to imprison humanity in a simulation with bad vibes. Maybe ease up on the red pills there, buddy. I think you've had enough. We need red pill Narcan stat. We're losing him. To illustrate why dualism is wrong, let's use MK Ultra as an example. Why did MK Ultra happen? Did the CIA experiment with mind control because they were Satanists who delight in doing evil?
Rest in peace.
That's not how things happen. In all of human history, almost nothing has happened because of Satanists. The CIA wanted to develop mind control because they were good American patriots with a paranoid conspiratorial streak of their own. They saw videos of American prisoners of war in Korea declaring allegiance to communism. And instead of concluding that this was the result of torture or genuine disillusionment with what America was doing in Korea, the CIA feared that the communists had developed mind control, and they would not allow a mind control gap. So they didn't think they were doing evil. They thought of themselves as protecting the free world against an existential threat. And when those are the stakes, the ends justify the means. And that is how you end up seated in front of a one-way mirror watching prostitutes poison people with LSD. If you're a Fed. I just do it for fun. This is not to deny there was an element of sadism involved in MK Ultra. In fact, I'm sure there was.
This man worked on some of these programs. He would write of his work, "It was fun, fun, fun." From brothels, an agent says, "We learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom."
But sadism usually finds a justification for itself. Conspiracists have never heard the saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The final element of conspiracist dualism is what's called millenarianism, the idea that the battle between good and evil is reaching an imminent climax, resulting in a messianic age.
Raging around us is the final phase of a vast global shadow war, not between nations, but between the forces of good and the most unimaginable of evils.
This like YouTube
For QAnon,
music.
The Day of Judgment was the storm, and it's not an exaggeration to say that many viewed, and at time of filming still view, Trump as the Messiah.
I have grown to fully trust Don, master of all masters.
Conspiracists of every era usually believe that total ruin or total transformation is at hand. The survival of the free world depends on the sheeple waking up. The truth will shake the earth to its foundations. Alex Jones has been saying for 25 years that tyranny is imminent. One world government, nuclear apocalypse, World War III, Civil War alert. The globalists are always just about to make that final move. Any day now. It's why you need to stay tuned into InfoWars for tomorrow's news today. And while you're here, please buy our Super Male Vitality Serum to purify your precious bodily fluids and help us pay our defamation damages.
But researchers say some of Jones's supplements
could be sperm killing.
Conspiracist Principle 3, Symbolism. So to show you what I mean by symbolism, I'm just going to list some things I have seen cited as evidence of a global satanic conspiracy.
Okay.
Corporate logos that look like the planet Saturn, the Monster Energy drink symbol, the statue of Shiva at CERN, subliminal sexual imagery in Disney movies, red shoes, celebrities holding pizza boxes, celebrities making hand signs, hidden in plain sight, Tom Hanks saluting the Baphomet in Forrest Gump. Sir, I would like to introduce you to the Congressional Medal of Honor. U.S. Congressional Medal of Honor, killing for Lucifer. Tom Hanks is another Satanist. And pedo. And of course, the goddamn reptiles.
Isn't it weird that the Vatican's audience hall
She doesn't trust
is
Keanu?
full of references to reptilians?
If Satanists took over the Vatican, would you notice?
Oh, is that what that is?
Therefore, they openly showcase their symbolism. Therefore, they were sloppy.
Bro, that's fucking
if you fold a
sweet.
dollar bill the right way and place it side by side, it reveals a reptilian face with sharp teeth.
Oh, yeah.
And beneath those teeth, Satan.
And
There's a whole genre of conspiracy theories based on symbolism in U.S.
false.
currency. The Eye of Providence and the dollar bill is the most famous, but the Kansas hole goes deeper than that. $5 bill shows the Twin Towers.
Fold it.
$10 bill shows after the planes collided.
Fold it.
$20 bill shows the buildings collapsing. $50 bill shows the dust and the smoke. $100 bill shows a new beginning. The money is all shaped like an airplane. Yes, all money is shaped like an airplane if you fold it in the shape of an airplane. What a coincidence. Move along, nothing to see here.
Fold it. Oh.
I want my dollar back. Is this what they mean by follow the money? Okay, so corporate logos, hand signs in music videos, images in Hollywood movies, occult symbols on currency. What kind of evidence is this? It's a style of conspiracism made explicit by one of Q's recurring slogans. Symbolism will be their downfall. The idea is you can divine the existence and nature of a conspiracy by learning to read the symbolic language of the elite. QAnon formalized this decoding activity through Q drops or breadcrumbs, cryptic messages that followers had to bake or decipher.
Like an army of digital autists, we connect the dots.
It's a gamification of political speculation that's been compared to an ARG. It's exciting to discover secrets, uncover plots, solve puzzles, decrypt codes, connect the dots, divine the future.
Yeah.
It's a discourse that's not even pseudo-intellectual because it's not even trying to appear rational. It's most closely related to occult divinatory practices like astrology or tarot reading. I call it mediamancy. If cartomancy is divination by reading cards, and necromancy is divination by talking to dead people.
By my tarot deck.
Mediamancy is divination by interpreting satanic Illuminati symbols in Taylor Swift music videos. Conspiracist symbolism views the media, the iconography of government, industry, and religion, even the events of history itself, as so many tea leaves in which you can divine the true nature of reality and predict the wicked schemes of the elite. Oh my god, the Statue of Liberty is actually Lucifer. Oh my god, the One World Trade Center looks like a syringe. Vaxxed. Conspiracists usually believe that the news is fake, that every official source of information is propaganda for the cabal, and yet it's also full of cryptic hints and symbols which we can decode and piece together to reveal the hidden truth. Now, a rational person might ask, what do the elites gain by this? Why would they place these symbols everywhere for us to find? Well, to mock us. They're doing it out in the open. Normalizing Satanism is a stage, a milestone on the road to the New World Order. It is a method of satanic inversion, of turning white into black and good into evil. Casual reminder that Taylor Swift is literally normalizing Satanism. So the idea is that the elites are evil occultists, so they put evil occult symbols everywhere because that's what evil occultists do. I don't think treating this like a rational argument will get us anywhere, so let's instead try to make sense of it by comparison with astrology. Now, I need to clarify my view of astrology because by comparing it to conspiracism, it might sound like I have a negative opinion of astrology. So I need to tread carefully here, or I'll be forever exiled from the LGBT community. More so, I think astrology has its place, so long as astrology knows its place. In The Essential Guide to Practical Astrology, April Elliott Kent writes, "Astrology is a language. It's the sky's way of speaking to us."
Okay.
Taken literally, this is intentionalism. The sky does not speak any more than volcanoes get angry. But taken metaphorically, it could be true that contemplating planetary cycles causes me to realize something about my own emotions. Like, for example, that I have bipolar disorder, if that wasn't obvious from,
Gemini?
Look around us. In my opinion, when astrologers are asked to explain themselves, they should say something like this. Astrology is a centuries-old tradition of storytelling that uses a symbolic language based around the movement of the planets to provide meaning and guidance to people's lives. All human thinking is to some extent projection. Like, what is a constellation? It's connecting the dots in the most literal sense. Yes. The constellation Aries is a ram. But is the ram in the sky, or is the ram in our minds?
Oh, you see Draco? Are you gonna see Draco?
It doesn't even really look like a ram to me.
You show me Draco? Draco looks nothing like a fucking dragon.
People who spent a lot more time around sheep. Human brains search for patterns. It's called apophenia, the tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. It's why we look at clouds and see animals. It's why we look at Disney's The Little Mermaid and see the phallus of the father.
We saw some earlier on the widget, The World Watcher.
And I expect those rules to be obeyed.
And when Dad gets home, you know what he says?
He's taking out his belt.
You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now.
It's Daddy, you shithead. Where's my bourbon?
Our brains default to apophenia whenever we have no better methods of analysis. You see this a lot on low information investing forums like Wall Street Bets. Low information investing.
I'm pretty sure.
So, gambling. On gambling forums, gaps in financial literacy are spontaneously filled by Stone Age superstition. The Nvidia line made a shape and then go up. The Tesla line made a similar shape. Maybe it go up. Guys, at this point, just consult the entrails of beasts like honest barbarians. Stock-obsessed Gen Z are using astrology and tarot to invest. My god, the S&P 500 is in retrograde. Well, by the retrograde, not only do we recognize patterns where there aren't any, but also our preconceived biases influence the type of patterns that we recognize. It's like people who go looking for God tend to find the God they're looking for. The Virgin Mary tends to appear on grilled cheese sandwiches in Miami, while the name of Allah tends to appear on melons in Indonesia. And conspiracists who think the world is ruled by a satanic cabal tend to find demonic symbols basically everywhere.
Sam Smith and The Weeknd with some of the most satanic performances ever. Lizzo with a literal 6 on her head, Doja Cat, and all these other artists. Do you guys get it yet?
An especially powerful type of apophenia is called face pareidolia.
They just do it for
the tendency
fun?
to
I
see
do it
faces
for fun.
in inanimate objects. So. Almost any symmetrical object with 2 dots over a line we perceive as a face. It's why emojis and emoticons can convert facial expressions with such little information. And a guaranteed way to create a symmetrical image is to mirror literally any picture along a vertical line. To choose a random example, if we were to take the portrait of King Charles...
I don't like that. That's
Conspiracism is to history and media analysis as astrology is to astronomy. Pre-modern thinking, postmodern politics. And this is a little awkward for Christian conspiracy theorists because they're basically practicing a form of occult divination. But that cognitive dissonance is easily managed by projecting their obsession with the occult onto the elite. It's because the elites are obsessed with the occult that everywhere I look, I see occult symbols.
The elite, again,
the
so-called establishment kings, are obsessed with the occult.
That shit.
Conspiracists hate the occult the way a man posts rants about the evils of pornography 20 seconds after zipping up his pants. The way the Ku Klux Klan hated Catholicism while parading around in Spanish Catholic capirote hoods. Sometimes haters are fans in denial. So why does occult symbolism have so many fans? Well, like intentionalism, I think irrational symbolic thinking is inherently human and will never go away. Academic history and political science will never fully replace conspiracism for the same reasons that astronomy will never completely replace astrology, because the scientific worldview cannot meet all human needs. Science tells us how things happen, but it doesn't tell us why things happen in a certain humanistic sense. We rely on symbolism,
every moment is an individual,
to inscribe the world with meaning, and science destroys that mythology.
Conspiracism is like spirituality in that it re-enchants the world. It re-mythologizes. It denies the meaninglessness of random chaos on one hand and the determinism of scientific laws on the other. Divination survives and thrives in the age of science because there's important questions that scientific rationality cannot answer. Questions like, how do I make sense of grief or trauma? Science doesn't answer questions like that. So we all practice some form of witchcraft.
Why am I fat? Why was I born fat?
Astrology. I mean, I believe in psychoanalysis.
There has to be a point at which Dad comes home.
It's like Daddy arrived and he's taking his belt off, you know?
When something horrible like 9/11 happens, we want to know why. Not just in a structural engineering sense. We want it to mean something. It's not why in the sense of physical causation. It's why in the sense of, my God, why have you
we're
forsaken
analyzing
me?
the tower.
What is the meaning of this? 15 years ago, I came across this conspiracist breakdown of the occult numerology of 9/11. It uses numerology, tarot, and Kabbalah to discover the esoteric meaning of 9/11. Quote, a mass sacrifice ritual invoking destruction of the divine union to provoke a response of blind violence based in fear. There's a kind of proportionality bias here too. Meaningful events should have meaningful causes. Maybe this 9/11 ritual meme brought some kind of comfort to the person who made it. And is that so wrong? If it's okay to use astrology to make sense of personal trauma, then is it really so bad to use conspiracist mediamancy to make sense of political trauma?
Stupid.
Well, yes. Yes, it is.
It's very stupid.
Why? Divination has its place as long as divination knows its place. And conspiracist divination never knows its place. It's virtually always in conflict with more rational ways of understanding politics. And for that reason, it's a menace to democracy.
Numerology
a voter
nonsense.
who's engaging with politics by searching for reptilian symbols and public architecture is not fact-checking claims about immigrants eating pets, much less developing informed opinions about tariffs. And worse, the confirmation bias and unfalsifiability of symbolic interpretation means that every prejudice is amplified to extremes and immunized against debunking. If conspiracists are homophobic, they'll divine symbolic evidence of a gay conspiracy. If they're anti-Semitic, they'll divine symbolic evidence of a Jewish conspiracy. And if they're 46% of Trump voters in 2016, they'll conclude on the basis of symbolism in artwork owned by Tony Podesta and references to hot dogs in Hillary Clinton's emails that Democratic politicians are enacting satanic pedo rituals in the basement of a pizza parlor.
Trump loves hot dogs.
What is it about rituals, in particular, that is so endlessly fascinating to conspiracists? 9/11 is a ritual. Celebrities in drag is a ritual. Celebrities out of drag is a ritual. The conspiracy theory is never just that the elites are abusing children. It's always specifically ritual abuse or ritual murder. So what is so important about rituals? I want to go down that rabbit hole, but it's definitely going to get me demonetized.
Religious people need an enemy?
I'd like to take a moment to thank this video's sponsors. The Clinton Foundation, the Bilderberg Group,
oh my God.
Club,
Oh, we knew it. I knew it.
The Council on Foreign Relations.
Oh, we caught you.
World Bank.
We caught you now.
Commission, the Jesuit Order, the Chinese Communist Party.
Oh, we caught
the
you
Temple
now.
Of Satan, the Rothschild
Yeah, we now
estate,
know.
Galactic Emperor Xenu.
Xenu, we know now.
Just kidding. I'll be lying in the cold, dead ground before I take a goddamn cent from Curiosity Stream. I have a little thing called integrity.
Yeah. Continuing on down Satan Boulevard.
Part 4.
The ritual. How far are we through this? I don't want to look. Is it like half? Okay. That's not so bad. This is going smoothly enough, actually.
Cold mother.
Mother.
Cruel mother.
Mother.
What is the password?
Dear mother.
No. I mean, the Wi-Fi password. I can't get any signal out here. Which is why I wish we'd do this in the city, so I don't have to drive out to New Jersey in the middle of the night every time we have a goddamn orgy.
Mother.
So there's this fixation among conspiracists on the real and imagined rituals of the elite. For example, the transvestigation conspiracy theory alleges that virtually every celebrity is secretly transgender due to some kind of elite Luciferian initiation ritual, as evidenced by, for example, this diagram of World War II General Douglas MacArthur's voluptuous female breasts. We're through the looking glass here, people. To understand this obsession, we need to ask, what is the purpose of ritual?
Well, ritual binds communities together, and like symbolism, ritual creates meaning and clarifies social status. Coronations, inaugurations, weddings, the reading of a judicial verdict, all of these are rituals that authorize certain relationships of power. So it makes sense that if there were secret powers behind the throne, then those powers would have secret rituals. And conspiracists often try to demonstrate the existence of the secret powers by exposing the secret rituals. In the late 90s, there was a young conspiracy theorist who hosted a local radio show in Austin, Texas. His name was Alex Jones. One of his first moments in the national spotlight was his Y2K video, Dark Secrets, Inside Bohemian Grove. I have a copy right here on VHS. Grove. Let's watch it now.
That's
Hello,
hardcore.
I'm Alex Jones, and I'm a radio and television host based in Austin, Texas. And for many years, I've been exposing the criminal activities of the global elite, also known as the New World Order.
In this video, Alex infiltrates the Bohemian Club, which is essentially a fraternity for rich middle-aged men who meet yearly at a campground north of San Francisco to perform a ceremony called the Cremation of Care, in which an effigy representing the dull cares of daily life is burnt at an altar beneath a giant statue of an owl. Participants in this chuggy frat boy pageant have included Presidents Bush Jr. and Sr., Reagan, Eisenhower, Hoover, and Richard Nixon, who once referred to the Cremation of Care as, quote, the most faggy goddamned thing you could ever imagine. Alex insists we should all be horrified by the Cremation of Care, which he describes as an ancient
Canaanite, Luciferian, Babylon mystery religion ceremony.
The centerpiece of the documentary is the secret footage Alex took of the ceremony, which is simply embarrassing for everyone involved.
Begone, old care, and all the winds make merry with thy dust. Hail, fellowship's eternal flame. Once again, midsummer sets us free.
See, this is why I don't hang out with rich people. They're not cool. Stop making them look cool, Alex. The documentary ends with Alex standing outside the Texas Capitol building with a megaphone, screaming about how then-Governor George Bush is a Luciferian occultist.
This is how George Bush dresses, right here when he's in the Bohemian Grove. He is nothing but a Luciferian twit. A Luciferian
And this is just promotion for the crap he made.
Okay, this is a little bit charming. I admit I kind of enjoy Alex Jones' early work before he went mainstream. The whole point of the Bohemian Grove video is Alex seems to think that this mock ritual sacrifice is something that should shock us to the core. He also absurdly implies that real child sacrifices take place at Bohemian Grove, despite the fact that he has the whole thing on video, and clearly no children are sacrificed.
Mock human sacrifices, they claim, just shocks the very foundations of what Americans believe their leaders to be.
It's like when conspiracists cite Marina Abramovich performance art or the Rothschilds surrealist ball as evidence of elite satanic cannibalism, you know, because one time someone ate a cake shaped like a person. Did you ever eat a gingerbread man? Are you a cannibal? Don't be stupid.
You're a monster!
You know, ancient Romans accused Christians of cannibalism because they talk of eating and drinking their god. Christians, of all people, should understand the concept of a symbolic human sacrifice. Isn't that like the entire basis of your religion? What exactly is so horrifying about a bunch of old men getting drunk in the woods and doing fruity rituals? We do still have freedom of religion in this country, which means you're allowed to do whatever fruity rituals you want. I think there is a grain of truth, though, in conspiracist paranoia about secret societies, like the Bohemian Club, or the Bilderberg Group, or maybe early in American history, the Freemasons. But it has nothing to do with rituals. The grain of truth is that there is something undemocratic about a bunch of men with a disproportionate grip on power gathering behind closed doors. If that's your argument, then I agree. But that's not what conspiracists are saying. They're not saying that secret societies are undemocratic. They're saying that secret societies are satanic. And that's why they're fixated on the rituals. They think the rituals are satanic, and therefore they suspect that child sacrifice is involved. Okay, so we finally arrived at satanic ritual baby killing. The moment you've all been waiting for. Satanic ritual baby killing is a classic conspiracist trope with a long and ugly history. In the Middle Ages, ritual child murder was an accusation made in witch trials and an anti-Jewish blood libel. In the US, one of the best-selling books of the 1830s was an anti-Catholic hoax called Awful Disclosures of Maria Monk, which claimed that so-called black nuns were forcing initiates to have debauched sex with local priests, and that the resulting babies were baptized, strangled, and buried in secret tombs beneath the convent. This was part of a nativist backlash against immigrants from Ireland and Germany, along with a bunch of other conspiracy theories about a papist plot to destroy America.
But, however, this is actually true.
Secretly subsidized by the Catholic powers of Europe. People in this country truly never learn. Meanwhile, in the Catholic powers of Europe, a panic occurred in the 1880s when a series of books exposed a secret Luciferian cult within Freemasonry that worshipped Baphomet, held satanic orgies, and was plotting to destroy the papacy. This was all revealed to be a hoax by the writer Leo Taxil in 1897. Not that that stops conspiracists from treating it as fact to this day. You know, maybe the decline in Freemasonry is the reason there's a male loneliness epidemic. Stop posting incel shit online and join your local Masonic lodge.
Power, sex, fire, whatever.
Devil worship. Exposing Satan's underground.
In the 1980s,
this the guy with the foofy hair?
This is getting old fast, there was a witch hunt known as the Satanic Panic.
You have to give a blood sacrifice to Satan.
An obsessive fascination with sex and drugs. And yes, heavy metal rock and roll. The other face of adult Satanism is violent and fiendish.
I hear him.
Centered on sexual ritual and torture.
I hear our boy.
Descending into the vilest crime of all, sexual abuse of children.
Dungeons and Dragons. Some claim it's a simple, harmless game.
It's all imagination.
Is it?
The Satanic Panic began in Canada with the publication of Michelle Remembers, a supposedly non-fiction memoir recounting Catholic psychiatrist Lawrence Pastor's hypnotherapy sessions with his patient-turned-wife Michelle Smith. In a hypnotic trance, Michelle allegedly recovered repressed memories of being surrendered by her mother at the age of 5 to a satanic cult, whose rituals included demonic orgies, Bible defecation, forced cannibalism, serpent fornication, kitten sacrifice, baby crucifixion. This apparently very convincing testimony was promoted by Oprah and spread worldwide, with 12,000 accusations of satanic ritual abuse, leading to dozens of convictions and years of jail time for innocent daycare workers. Certain American police officers even appointed themselves leaders of the Grand Inquisition, resulting in the certified VHS classic Law Enforcement Guide to Satanic Cults.
That's the
Let's
one.
watch it now.
The guy with the foofy hair, right?
There's two different communities
this
that
guy.
use this park.
Yes.
One is the pagan or occultic community.
Red
and
letter
the other
media.
community is, of course, the homosexual community. Interestingly enough, they go hand in hand.
No, they don't. Says
should
Jay.
be familiar with the different
No, they
types
do
of
not.
degeneracy.
He's very mad at
the
that.
way occultists tell each other, hey, we're Satanists and we're partying.
More than 2 million American children each year are reported missing. The ceremonies involve rape and sexual assault, sodomy, animal and human sacrifices, and often the slaughter of unbaptized infants. Sex with demons is primary.
My favorite part of this video is where they just list a series of atrocities supposedly committed by Satanists, but there's this 80s synth funk in the background the entire time.
Sexual trafficking of children. Corpse theft. Pornography.
So with Pizzagate, QAnon, and the general satanic pedo cabal conspiracies, these same satanic ritual abuse accusations are directed not at witches, Jews, Freemasons, Catholics, or daycare workers, but at the elites. And because this is primarily a right-wing conspiracy theory, the elites in question are mainly Hollywood actors and liberal politicians. Now, we have to acknowledge another grain of truth here. The idea of elite sex criminals seems plausible to people, in part, because there are, in fact, numerous elite sex criminals. Goddamn Jeffrey Epstein gave a lot of credibility to this.
Correct.
However, there is a considerable gap between Jeffrey Epstein, the real live sex criminal, well, the real dead sex criminal, and the conspiracist fantasy of the satanic pedo cabal. For one thing, there's no evidence that Epstein was a Satanist. And according to the victims, you know, if you actually care what the victims have to say, he was, if anything, unceremonious. So why then did he commit his crimes, if not for the sake of evil occultic rituals? Well, I think it's safe to infer he was basically a high libido sociopath with enough power to get away with it. And it also seems like beautiful girls were a kind of status symbol to him, and a currency he could use to influence other powerful men. You know what the real conspiracy is?
Patriarchy, fuckface!
When you strip away the fantasy of satanic rituals, what Jeffrey Epstein actually did is he treated women and girls like commodities. And I think it's emotionally challenging for people to confront that, because treating women and girls like commodities is banal. It's ordinary. Most men do it to some extent, and not because men are inherently evil, but because society empowers them to do it.
Hey, when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the I can do anything.
And because this is the internet, I need to clarify that I don't hate men.
Yeah, don't do that.
I'm not trying to castrate anyone.
You're fine.
I'm not trying to cuckold anyone.
I'm just watching your shit. I don't believe in that.
And step on anyone's and or
Yep, you're good.
I'm just asking questions.
You're fine.
Why didn't Trump grab him by
conversation
the
is just
end his
conversation,
political career
folks.
in 2016?
Thank you.
Well, because men say things like that all the time. Male sexual domination is normal. But Epstein
that's a hint
crossed
of
a line.
female.
He took it too far.
Like,
and there's a need to make that line as sharp as possible to distance criminal sexual domination from normal sexual domination. And that is one function of the satanic ritual abuse conspiracy. It denies the banality of sexual violence by making sexual violence exotic. Conspiracists project sexual violence outside themselves, outside their own families, communities, and churches, by imagining it as this bizarre, incomprehensible evil practiced by spiritually deviant
so that's
elites
where the red
with
hands
motives that resemble
people
nothing
that come
in
into my
ordinary human
chat, and I'm like, you're just saying those things because
we never have to confront the hypocrisy of our own values. That we idealize alpha male sexual dominance, but we're horrified when powerful men sexually dominate. We make a fetish out of youthful beauty.
They think that I'm the big scary.
When someone is sexually attracted to the exact quality we've all been collectively fetishizing. Like we haven't all heard ordinary
and you guys
men
are in a
say
group
that
of a
women
bunch
hit
of weird.
The wall at 25. I don't need to show the OkCupid data, do I? Like it isn't commonplace to tell teenage girls to watch how they dress because it's distracting to their teachers and it makes their male relatives uncomfortable. No, we don't need to deal with any of that because the problem is simply Satanists. This kind of distancing sensationalism really reached its peak with the conspiracy theory known as frazzle drip. And if you haven't heard of this, I'm so excited that I get to be the one to tell you. Frazzle drip, or frazzled.rip, is the name of a folkloric file supposedly discovered on the laptop of former US Representative Anthony Weiner, which, according to internet rumor, contains a snuff film so depraved it made hardened NYPD detectives cry like little bitches before committing sewer slide.
Oh, come on.
The video supposedly shows Hillary Clinton and her staffer Huma Abedin enacting a satanic ritual sacrifice in which they rip a little girl's face off of her face
is that one.
and take turns wearing the face as a mask while committing sadistic sex acts and drinking the adrenalized blood of this now faceless child.
Is that like the worst that they could come up with?
Okay, and what happens next? Does Squidward unalive himself? Is a clown going to murder me in the bath if I don't share this with my top 8 MySpace friends by midnight?
I was thinking, what happened next? How did they clean it up, you know?
This low-quality creepypasta is not some obscure piece of fringe QAnon lore. The Frazzle Drip rumor emerged in 2018, but to this day, people post about it on conspiracy Twitter and conspiracy Reddit on like
a weekly basis. There's a whole extended lore about how wearing a child's face as a mask is a common adrenochrome harvesting method, and that the media is full of symbolism alluding to the practice. For example, Lady Gaga's outfit at the 2009 VMAs. Guys, if you see a red lace dress and your first thought is, that looks like a child who's been skinned alive, the problem is within you. See also the Basquiat painting on a hoodie worn by Ellen DeGeneres and Jay-Z, and Wilson the volleyball from the movie Castaway. This last example is cited by conspiracists as evidence that beloved actor Tom Hanks is in fact a sodomistic pedovore who routinely gluts himself on the adrenochrome-rich blood of slaughtered children. So anyone who's even slightly tethered to reality can tell this isn't true. But I, as a close personal friend of Hillary, am in a unique position to prove it isn't true. Because I have seen the real Frazzle Drip.
Oh no.
I have it right here on VHS.
Oh no.
Let's watch it now.
That's not a legal thing to watch. What's Hillary Clinton? Oh my God.
Into position as before.
Sorry,
and get ready
wrong
for
tape.
a real treat. The first time you position the mask
Sometimes
on
I
your
get
face,
the labels on
you will
my
likely
VHS
want to use a
tapes
mirror
mixed up.
to help you align it properly. When positioning the mask, the 4 facial contact areas on the mask.
It's probably this one.
All these, I could pass on like so many of these movies above that.
Oh yeah, this is it. Mother of Darkness.
Oh, we found it. Oh yeah, where the face stuff. Oh yes, the blood. Yes, yes.
Take a fucking sip, babes.
Yes, yes. This Kool-Aid, yes, this Kool-Aid is amazing. Kool-Aid is this Kool-Aid is so good. This is stupid.
I love the smell of adrenochrome in the morning.
Okay.
Always Satanis. Hail Mullah.
Hey, where's the face? We need to wear some face.
The arm came off. Hillary, no!
She's
the
fading.
World Economic Forum is paying me to do this. So at a certain point, and we have reached that point, conspiracy theory becomes too dignified a term for what is essentially a perverted form of morbid entertainment. I have a good eye for perversion, because I am a pervert. I know how perverts think.
There you go.
So
right.
You can trust me when I say conspiracists are perverts.
Yeah.
People who are not perverts do not spend this much time thinking about debauched satanic sex
I'm
crimes.
telling you.
Now conspiracists will be like, how dare
y'all are the real
you?
fucking weirdos and pervs and shit. No, you're the fucking weirdos.
Doing our own
you're
research.
fucking weirdos.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Posting about celebrity face harvesting rituals is not
any
research.
of that.
It's not saving children. And I'm simply not going to allow you to get away
Kiwi farms all fucking day.
I
Same
think
shit.
This whole moral crusade
Ridiculous.
is largely an excuse for you to spend a lot of time talking and thinking about Sadian sexual depravity. There's an element of lust in every witch hunt. In the 1486 witch hunting manual, Malleus Maleficarum, there's a kind of horny obsession with women fucking demons.
Incubus, a male demonic force that copulates with human females.
Witch trials often involved the invasive inspection of women's bodies for so-called witches' marks. There's a scene in the Law Enforcement Guide to Satanic Cults where you just have to see it to believe it.
You'll note on our model that there's oftentimes a cut that goes from behind the ear all the way down to the throat. Wow. Another area that's obvious in these kinds of ritualistic carvings would be the pentagram or the inverted pentagram on the right and the left side of the upper chest.
It is our sacred obligation to uproot the sexual deviancy that is corrupting our children and putrefying our communities. Now, look over here at our bikini model.
Now, check out this bikini
model.
Body.
Now, we're going to inspect for months of the devil.
We're gonna draw this
Another
red
area
paint
we'll want to
all
note
over
is the foot area.
These are not serious
body.
people. Richard Hofstadter said that anti-Catholicism has always been the pornography of the Puritan.
Pornography.
He was talking about awful disclosures and those allegations about fornicating nuns murdering babies.
You got it.
19th century conspiracists developed a, quote, immense lore about libertine priests, the confessional as an opportunity for seduction, licentious convents and monasteries. Today, satanic panics are the pornography of the Puritan.
Satan is a symbol of temptation, and whatever the Puritan represses in himself, he attributes to the Satanist. Sex, drugs,
that's their desire.
hedonism, violence, luxury,
Correct.
the eyes wide shut style conspiracy of forbidden temptations.
Well, I've had a very interesting look around.
The philosopher Sartre noticed something similar in his essay on anti-Semitism. He says, "I knew a Protestant in whom sexual desire took the form of indignation."
My God, that's disgusting. Naked pics online? Where? Where did he post those?
The sight of women in bathing suits aroused him to a fury. He willingly encouraged that fury and passed his time at swimming pools.
Look at that disgusting display. Yes, sir.
The anti-Semite is like that. His behavior reflects a curiosity fascinated by evil, but above all, I think, it represents a basic sadism. So what does that mean? What is the sadism he's talking about? Well, there's two types of sadism in a witch hunt. Sadism 1 is the curiosity fascinated by evil, this morbid pleasure in denial that we take in going down the rabbit hole of sick and twisted crimes, which we attribute to the witch.
Such a clever witch to twist the truth, to cloud the mind with unholy thoughts.
Sadism 2 is the pleasure of retribution, justice served, burning the witch. I think these same two types of sadism are the reason police shows like Law & Order SVU are so enjoyable.
In the criminal justice
I
system,
try not to give into that
sexually based
shit too
offenses
much.
are considered especially heinous.
The framing of a police procedural provides a legitimate context that gives us permission to indulge whatever morbid curiosity we may have about especially heinous sexually based offenses. That's sadism 1. And then, because those sexually based offenses are so especially heinous, we feel a sense of satisfaction when those hero cops bring down the hammer of the law on whatever creeper pervert of the week. Retribution, justice served. That's sadism 2.
I'll tell you what I think, pervert. You can't hide from me behind your fancy education.
And your circular glasses.
I think the same dynamic explains a type of cultural fixation on
there is, right.
pedophilia.
Yes.
I mean, it's right there.
This
in
is
the
you
name of the
motherfuckers,
show.
okay?
It's called To Catch a Predator.
I called you out yesterday. You didn't like that. 2 days ago? 3 days ago?
There are no children.
I don't even know anymore. I don't care.
To Catch a Predator, the media and the cops collaborate to essentially create a crime for the purpose of televising the punishment.
You guys like that shit, don't you?
Entrapmentainment.
Yeah,
and I'm not
you guys
asking
like
anyone
your weird
to feel
fucking
sorry
perverts.
for the predators they catch.
Junkies,
I'm
you're
just
junkies.
trying to keep it real.
That's your own kind of
about the
like
reason
weird little
that
religious
this show
drug.
exists. A lot
You
of
gotta
people
feed your
obsess
vein.
over real or imagined
Psychos.
crimes against children.
Seriously.
Not out of sincere concern for victims. Put her ass back in the cabinet. But simply because crimes against children provide a really good justification for retributive violence. It's why warmongering politicians often say the enemy is killing babies. Because it's a crime that cries out for revenge, that
They're eating the dogs.
Unlimited retaliation. In 2017, the first ever Q drop claimed that Hillary Clinton had been arrested and was being extradited. So from day one, QAnon was a retributive fantasy that appealed to Trump supporters who were beginning to wonder when the Donald was planning to fulfill his campaign promise to lock her up. And from there, it escalated into this idea of the storm, the public mass executions of politicians aligned with the cabal. So that's another function of the satanic ritual abuse conspiracy. It sanctions violence, and it sanctifies violence. It makes violence sacred, because violence against evil is good. And what could be more evil than satanic pedophiles who murder children and wear their faces like a mask?
That's very true.
So, like To Catch a
Fucking
Predator,
Hillary.
QAnon was, in many ways, a bunch of people
Hillary
standing
over here.
around a gallows looking for a criminal to hang. Scapegoating, the need to blame and
That
punish
costume
someone,
looks fucking great.
is where the three principles of conspiracism come together. Intentionalism, because punishment needs a criminal. Dualism, because if the criminals are purely evil, we can rest assured our violence against them is purely righteous. And symbolism, because we need a method to discover criminals and reveal their purely evil nature.
This is how occultists talk to each other. This here is a psilocybin mushroom.
So satanic rituals are proof, both of guilt and of
Psilocybin
deliberate allegiance
mushroom.
to the devil. Where does this
Mushrooms
desire for
are
retaliation
boomers.
come from? Why does scapegoating happen? Well, one, it can be a response to an unintended disaster like COVID-19, where conspiracists blamed Bill Gates or the World Health Organization or the Chinese. Two, it can be a response to an actual crime, like 9/11, a crime against the American people.
Yeah.
We couldn't retaliate against the hijackers, obviously, But
they can retaliate against us, Hassan?
Power, it was collectively decided we were going to retaliate against someone. And Iraq and Afghanistan became the surrogate victims.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts.
Sorry about that.
And those who harbor them.
Like, it's happening again with this Gaza shit, though.
An act of projective guilt.
Well played.
Where our own guilt or feeling of guilt is either forgiven or repressed by transferring guilt to the scapegoat. This is actually closest to the origin of the concept of scapegoating in Leviticus, where on the Day of Atonement, the high priest lays his hands on the head of a goat and confesses the sins of the Israelites. He then sends the goat out into the desert, symbolically transferring the sins away from the community. Conspiracists are usually not as self-aware about this as the Israelites. A month before Edgar Madison Welch, the Pizzagate shooter, barged into Comet Ping Pong with an AR-15, he'd severely injured a 13-year-old pedestrian in a car accident.
Jesus.
On his drive to D.C., he recorded a message to his own kids about his duty to protect children.
Protect people who can't protect themselves.
The 80s satanic panic began when Michelle Smith came to her psychiatrist, Dr. Pazder, with severe and persistent grief she was experiencing over a recent miscarriage. And it was only after Dr. Pazder encouraged her to free associate that she began recovering memories of satanic ritual baby killing.
Witches chant and babies burn. Mustn't talk.
Birds and babies go away. Mustn't tell. Mustn't say, mommy.
Began before the towers even fell and attracted a variety of people for a variety of reasons. But it didn't peak until 2006, around the time American public opinion turned against the war in Iraq. There were no weapons of mass destruction, a sectarian civil war had broken out with no end in sight, and photos had been leaked of American soldiers running a torture prison at Abu Ghraib. So it was around 2006
and most people
that Americans began to tell the story of that war.
Didn't agree with that war.
Still. The Bush administration lied about weapons of mass destruction.
People lied,
and tricked
Bush
us all
lied,
into
people
going
died.
to war. That's not entirely false, but it's not the whole truth either. Weapons of mass destruction were the pretext given, but the evidence they provided was not very convincing. The UN Security Council didn't buy it. France, in particular, didn't buy it and was very opposed to the war. And Americans spent the next several years calling the French cheese-eating surrender monkeys, I believe that was the phrase, and renaming French fries freedom fries. French's Mustard had to release a statement disavowing any association with the French Republic.
Obnoxious.
The only thing French about French's Mustard is the name. Yeah, we can tell. So that's how popular Operation Iraqi Freedom was with Americans in 2003. When 72% of Americans supported the invasion and President Bush's approval rating went up 13 points. I think, at that particular moment, Americans would have been willing to go to war with almost any Middle Eastern country on almost any pretext.
I mean, yeah, we were looking for retribution. I have to say that's right.
I was a teenager at the time, but I'll never forget the things I heard adults openly saying on a regular basis. Turn the Middle East to glass. It's too bad we didn't win.
Turn the desert to glass. I love that one. I used it like 4 days ago. 5?
Didn't sell us anything we
who gives a fuck?
To buy.
Great.
And it took a few years for buyer's remorse to set in. Only then did we need a scapegoat on whom to pin
That's my daddy taught me that one because he used to say it about that
emotionally.
So now I say it about this thing now. But they want Gaza. They want that for themselves. They want that to happen.
So blaming Bush for lying about WMDs was not enough.
You put the right winger in.
To have been a trick as well. Despite what conspiracists said, the real truth we couldn't handle was not that the Illuminati made us go to war, but that they didn't. That no one made us do anything.
I gotta pee. Yep, I gotta pee. And we're on like that last home stretch. There's like 1/4 left. So let me fucking get rid of this fucking amount and stop squirming. And it is what it is. This is fine. We'll do what's her name. Oh, it's not even. This is like live in the future. 5 most disturbing audio
On the morning
recordings.
of January 2nd, 1970.
Oh my God. Here, listen to some disturbing audio recording. What a sick bastard.
The OP then went into detail describing the circumstances surrounding these disturbing noises, reading, "Earlier in the year, I went on a long road trip across the states, mainly visiting the national parks and a few cities along the way. Towards the end of the trip, we found ourselves staying in the small town of West Yellowstone. This appeared to be an ideal base whilst we explored Yellowstone National Park. We booked into a pretty creepy but cheap motel just off the main street for a couple of nights. Me and my fiancé had one room, my parents another. On the first morning there, we planned to get up early, catch the sunrise, and hopefully spot some of the local wildlife. So our alarms were set for 5 a.m. At about 4:45 a.m., I was woken by loud banging on the door, followed by crying and shouting. I instantly jumped out of my bed thinking the worst had happened. I opened the door to my mom in a state of panic, saying, "There's someone screaming, a woman screaming." There, clear as day, I could hear a woman screaming. It sounded as though it was within 100 feet of us. Mom claimed it had been happening for the last 30 minutes. We wanted to call the police but had no phone signal, no phones in the rooms, and we were the only people about. This on its own is pretty terrifying. But what made this encounter even more unnerving was what happened next, with the OP and his family having a very bizarre interaction with local law enforcement, stating, "Then, after I'd been hearing the scream for about half an hour, so roughly an hour since it started, a police officer seemed to appear out of nowhere. He started to ask questions about what we were doing and why we were up. We thought he'd come about the scream, so we quickly told him everything. He then heard the scream and sped off towards town. The screaming got less frequent and eventually stopped, so we decided to go about our day. We saw all the lovely sights of Yellowstone and even showed several park rangers the video to see if it's an animal. They all said they've not heard anything like it before. So when we got back into town that evening, we stopped into the sheriff's office to try and get some information. This was met with a lot of hostility from both the lady at reception, who eventually closed the shutter in our face, and the same officer we had seen that morning. They both said exactly the same thing. It almost sounded like a script. "Sorry ma'am, but that was an intoxicated woman yelling for her boyfriend." I don't quite understand how they can put that down to someone shouting at their boyfriend. I get people get really wasted, but not to the point where you just scream and never say any words. So, what was the source of the disturbing screaming Dredagon heard that night? The most prevalent theory I've come across is that these noises were coming from an animal, more specifically a mountain lion. This makes a lot of sense since mountain lions are native to the Yellowstone wilderness. More importantly, their screams are eerily similar to what the OP heard during his stay in that area.
Okay. Let's go. I should have adjusted before I sat. Anyways. Okay. Okay, you're getting drugged or something.
Part 5. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
No, I am
Okay,
not.
so you know how a lot of comedians, when they're 10 years past their peak, they stop telling jokes and instead just get up on stage and do political rants at the audience? Yeah. Well, every comic who does that wishes he was George Carlin, a comedian who died in 2006 and who, towards the end, did some specials with a lot of old man ranting.
The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have owners. They own you.
In one of Carlin's famous old man rants, he talks about how America is owned by wealthy business interests. Yeah. This bit culminates in the phrase,
"It's a big club, and you ain't in it."
That line, "It's a big club and you ain't in it," has become a popular conspiracist slogan. You see it every day in online conspiracy spaces. It captures conspiracists' core feeling of exclusion, the feeling of being an outsider to political power, speculating frantically about what the insiders are up to. It's interesting that conspiracists like this line so much, because George Carlin was not a conspiracist. On a political talk show, he name-dropped Noam Chomsky and Howard Zinn, both thinkers I'd consider reasonable leftists.
Howard Zinn and Noam Chomsky, those people aren't on TV because they have intellect
and they're dissenters.
On another talk show, Carlin was accused of being a conspiracy theorist, and he responded,
You don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge.
That is not conspiracist talk, but conspiracists claim Carlin as one of their own because he communicates in populist language, and populism is inherently ambiguous. It's always open to conspiracist interpretation. Let's define populism as the general idea that we, the common people, are in opposition to some they, the establishment elite. This is extremely vague, and that's the problem. Populism can be leftist, it can be fascist, it can be liberal, centrist, communist. Most political ideologies today identify in some way with the people in opposition to elites. It's why a lot of American politicians put on this folksy charade. You know what I'm talking about. I grew up in a small town. I work in a farm factory.
I do this.
I piss in a bucket.
I grew up castrating hogs on an Iowa farm.
Just ask the single mom from Swing State who sits around the kitchen table every night castrating hogs or whatever it is you people do.
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans?
I mean, I guess it works, or they wouldn't do it. Everyone wants to brand themselves as anti-establishment.
Are you a racist?
The problem, though, is anti-establishment is not, in and of itself, an actual political agenda, as any successful revolutionary will tell you. Because what happens after the revolution?
Get in that drawer, boy.
You have to create a new establishment, and then all your anti-establishment rhetoric gets a little awkward. It's a problem now solved with the ingeniously Machiavellian idea of a second revolution.
Is that
now, if you
Wolfman
don't
Jack?
know what
Yes,
kind
it
of
was.
establishment you want and don't have a realistic plan for how to get it, well, then you're just a complainer like George Carlin, who was influenced by leftists, but whose politics was basically defeatist.
Will never, ever, ever be fixed.
We'll
It's
never
going to get
be
any better. Don't look
shit.
for it. Be happy with what you got.
Don't vote, don't revolt, don't expect things to get
Yeah,
better.
so when
The
they say
system's
status
rigged,
quo, feed
just
into the
sit
status
back
quo.
And laugh.
And pick the lesser
I
of
get
two
that.
evils.
I'm
Correct.
something of a professional complainer myself. But the problem is, while we're
Be
sitting
happy
back
with
and
what we
laughing,
got. Always
people
trying
with
to
an
get some more.
agenda
Always
are
trying to get
getting
more.
things done.
Greedy
A
motherfuckers,
populist
dude.
agenda is defined by where the line is drawn
Anyway.
between us and them. Who
Greed.
are the people and who are
Love
the elites? What is
and
the
money.
big club that you ain't in? And this is a matter of life and death, so you better get this right. Populism escalates into violence when
I am not
tensions
in the money
society
club.
reach a breaking point. Always a risk in a culture lacking an established ritual of sending a sin-laden goat out into the desert once a year. Now, I'm a liberal social democrat. I'd prefer
That's
to
that goat.
improve
I just
society
brought
through
it back. They were
democratic
trying to
reforms,
kill it or
but I'm
whatever,
aware
but I
my
just brought him
lib-cuck
on back. I was
opinions
gonna-
are not
I was gonna
popular
give him a
at the
good
moment
home.
because the
He's
right
a
doesn't
sinful
want
goat,
reform.
but he's a
They
good
want
boy.
to punish minorities, and the left doesn't want to vote.
Yeah.
I was going to say they want to smash, but they don't even want to do that. They want to
No.
theorize the inevitability of smashing, as they've been doing for almost 2 centuries now. So one way or another, the people are out for blood. The question is, whose blood's it going to be this time?
funny.
I'm sure CEOs are a little nervous right now, but probably not that nervous. There's reliable ways to escape the guillotine.
LOL. I
Socialism
saw
always
it.
has to compete with nationalism to channel populist resentment. And socialism has a critical weakness, which is that it's just a little too intellectual. Socialists try to create class consciousness.
I'm
That
all
is,
for it,
they try
but-
to build a working class we opposed to a capitalist they. Marxist theory is not conspiracist because the line between working class and capitalist is defined by an economic relation, not by inclusion or exclusion from a conspiracy. But that's a subtle distinction that's hard to communicate to normal people. And if you use weird jargon like bourgeois and dialectic,
Bourgeois.
you sound like a
the-
creepy ideologue. So popular socialists like Bernie Sanders or
Okay.
sort of George Carlin
Technically
don't
a
say those
Democrat,
words.
they claim him,
They say
right.
the 1%.
Bernie's
They
a
say,
little
it's a big
more on
club
our side
and you
than the
ain't
other
in it.
side.
That language emotionally resonates with people, but the subtlety is lost in translation. Most people find conspiracism more intuitive than dialectical materialism Lord have mercy. Just explain to Joe Rogan that it's simply a non-idealist inversion of Hegelianism. How difficult is that? For conspiracists, the belief in a they creates a we.
I mean, if I even got it, and that's where I'm laughing
from. It's not based on class, it's based on the conspiracy. Try
to teach that to me.
Okay? Are in on it.
Whatever it was.
The outsiders,
all right, well played.
Conspiracist Gary Allen says, unless you are an insider, you are a victim. Whether you are a multimillionaire or a pauper, you have an enormous amount at stake. So conspiracism potentially unites everyone from billionaires to the unemployed in a single
so is humanity the conspiracy?
The cabal, the deep state, the globalists, the international bankers, the radical left, the reptilians. Just pick a convenient scapegoat. Who cares, right? It's conspiracism. Facts don't matter. This makes conspiracism a billionaire's best friend.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
At least a Gentile billionaire. It's how real estate mogul Donald Trump and world's richest tech oligarch Elon Musk were able to convince the people that they, like us, are somehow outsiders to the establishment elite. Because when they say the elite, they mean the woke elite, the DEI elite. They mean minorities. For nationalists like Trump, conspiracism is not just useful, it's essential. Nationalism constructs a native, ethnic, or racial we opposed to a foreign, invasive, or degenerate they. The populist version of nationalism, national socialism, if you will, is the idea that the native, ethnic, or racial common people are opposed by a foreign, invasive, or degenerate elite. And in a country that's not literally ruled by a foreign colonial power, the only way to support that idea is with conspiracy theories. So now is probably the time to unpin the anti-Semitism discussion that I've been pinning this whole video. I put it off to avoid a comments section overly choked with claims that anti-Semite is a slur designed to silence truth seekers. Another favorite conspiracist slogan goes, to learn who rules over you, simply find out who you are not allowed to criticize. BTS fans in Jewish space lasers.
Religion.
Mike Rothschild, no relation to the wealthy banking
and
family, but you know, good luck explaining that to the
religion.
Coincidences
that
brigade.
One place, the Middle East
quote, almost
stuff.
All conspiracy theories
it has
are
nothing to do with the
J
and
almost
thing,
all
the J words, the J religions. That has nothing to do with it.
For research on this video, I made an alt account on X.com.
It's the other one that's the most
I was surprised by just how fast the app pipelined me straight to Hitler. And when I say Hitler, I don't mean Hitler as metonymy for bigotry in general. I mean Adolf Hitler, Reich Chancellor of Germany from 1933 until the bullet hit his brain.
That's right,
Hitler
motherfucker.
Came to power, and within 6 years, Germany became the wealthiest economy in the world. How did this happen, brother Joshua?
Because the whole world was in a boom economy,
Hitler implemented 2 laws to make this happen. I could tell you about them personally, but I'd rather have a Jewish rabbi prove my point.
If you think about it, doesn't disagreeing with the pro-Hitler rabbi make you the real anti-Semite? Andrew Tate finally said, the Matrix is the Jews. Thread. Did you know Kim Jong-un and his family are Jewish? Oh look, passionate graphic designer Dylan Lewis Monroe made a shareable, social media-friendly summary of the protocols of the Elders of Zion.
Oh, that same guy.
Convenient. These are some of the less offensive posts. I can't even show you most of it. While I was working on this video, I went to a European war museum that had a bunch of historic Nazi propaganda, and honestly, some of the stuff I was seeing on Twitter was actually worse. If you don't believe me, I did screenshot evidence. There is so much Nazi propaganda on my
dude,
phone.
we've gotten good at this shit. Are you kidding me?
Propaganda.
These days,
conspiracists are constantly bickering among themselves about the answer to the question, who is they? With many preferring elaborate euphemisms like globalists, elitists, Frankists, Sabbatines, communists, deep state, Zionists, oligarchists, Rothschild bankers. And if you call out the euphemisms, the conspiracist says, wow, did you just assume I was talking about all Jews when I said the deep state Rothschild Frankists? Doesn't that make you the real anti-Semite? But now that hate speech restrictions are being lifted on many platforms, a lot of them have started encouraging each other to just say Jews. Now it has to be said that a lot of these people are using Israel's crimes against Palestine as a pretext. And those crimes are real.
Yeah.
And the Trump administration really is citing anti-Semitism to justify
and now they're still helping Israel to drop even more bombs.
But it certainly doesn't help The conspiracists are exploiting the situation to promote Hitlerian Jew hatred.
Family members
so why is conspiracism a funnel that leads to Hitler?
They told you they were going to end the war, and they didn't.
One,
it just got
Hitler
worse.
was a conspiracy theorist. People don't usually categorize him that way, but he was.
He was also
My
a Christian
struggle
boy. He's a
is
good
full
Christian
of ramblings
boy.
about how like the Jews control the Freemasons
A bunch
and they're
of
going to
shit.
make us all speak Esperanto.
All that.
I assume conspiracists must find this relatable. Just kidding. They don't read. Kids these days can't even be bothered to read Mein Kampf. Sad. 2, conspiracism is about scapegoating, and in Western culture, Jews are a traditional scapegoat. The Jews stole this from you. Israel took this from us. No, our beautiful dead wife. He's taking
dead wife.
The Jews are to blame for my attraction to minors.
What the fuck?
Now that is how you scape a goat. 3,
that's crazy.
Jews are associated with a bunch of other things conspiracists are obsessed with, like Hollywood and finance. Nationalist conspiracism needs to identify an outgroup as the elite.
Okay.
And it's especially the association with money that makes Jews the favorite target. Because the world revolves around money, and money is mysterious. Who controls the money? The association between Jews and finance began in medieval Europe, where Jews were second-class citizens prohibited from practicing most trades. One exception was money lending, which Christians couldn't practice because the church condemned usury. So monarchs and nobles would hire a so-called court Jew to handle their finances. Most famously, Meyer Amschel Rothschild, who rose from a Jewish ghetto in Frankfurt and whose 5 sons started businesses across Europe, creating a banking dynasty that, in the 19th century, made the Rothschilds the richest private family in the world. So there is some grain of truth here, but as usual, it does not correspond to the things conspiracists are saying. The Rothschilds do not control every country's central bank, they do not own the government and media, they have nowhere near the influence of today's top oligarchs, and no, they do not eat babies. A lot of people feel that there's something occult and unnatural
They're the
about
number one
finance
baby
itself.
eaters, I thought.
Making money from
You
money,
know?
which seems like evil alchemy.
He's the most
black
ancient,
magic.
oldest of the
And this should not
vampires.
be conflated with reasonable criticism of finance capitalism. The conspiracist accusation is of witchery, in that the Rothschilds intentionally sunk the Titanic to create the Federal Reserve in a secret meeting on Jekyll Island, which may or may not have been attended by Satan himself.
Oh, this sounds
and
good.
And so on. There's a saying
Man, what a
that anti-Semitism is the
Satan
socialism
himself
of fools.
was there?
It appeals
What a
to people who
fucking
sense
jam,
that something
dude.
is wrong with
I never
our
heard of
economy,
shit where
that
God
money
was
is
fucking
somehow
there, you know?
corrupting
Satan
politics
showed
and
up?
media,
Fuck,
but
so
they
cool.
don't know enough about any of those
So
things to
fucking
criticize
cool,
it
dude. That party was
intelligently.
lit, bro.
Nationalists object to the
Dude.
elite, not just as a power over us,
Fucking
but as a
Satan showed up.
foreign power over us.
They got to see like
Their
a god.
complaint
They got to
is
see
that
a
the elite
deity.
are not
I'm not over
people
that.
like us. Socialist intellectuals
Whatever.
tend to be very optimistic about transcending gut-level blood-and-soil nationalism by redirecting attention to intellectual class analysis. But anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools, and there's a lot of fools. Leftism, unfortunately, does not inoculate people against foolishness. Socialist revolutions are always at risk of
I'm a
turning
fool. Do you like my nails
nationalist.
today? I really
Stalin
like my nails
diverged
today.
from Marx,
Could you tell?
declaring
I didn't do 'em the
socialism
best,
in one
but
country.
they're certainly
and
unique for me.
despite his role in defeating
You know?
Hitler, he eventually went on
that
to
a little
carry
too
out his
moonish?
own little purge of
No,
ruthless
it's pretty straight.
cosmopolitans.
They're pretty straight.
that
I'm just
is,
bad at
Jews.
you know,
Fools of the world
presentment.
unite.
There you go.
In a
It's
video I
little
made
tilted
years
there.
ago
Yeah,
about...
yeah.
Hold on.
You know, they're okay-ish. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Capitalism. I suggested that David Icke's reptilians could be ironically appropriated as a metaphor for the ruling class, like in the movie They Live.
Yes.
Some people criticize
Above
this as
your
anti-Semitic,
TV set.
and I've come to
that's a childhood
basically
favorite
agree
for
with
me.
that criticism. To be clear, David
Not
Icke
that I've
believes
watched it
in
that
literal
much, but-
extraterrestrial reptilians.
And
It's
then I
not
couldn't enjoy
intended
it.
as a metaphor, though Icke does say anti-Semitic stuff
So,
all
whatever.
the time. I mean, he says Hitler was a Rothschild. See
Yeah.
Appendix 2. Hitler was a Rothschild. But reptilian overlords, as a metaphor, imply elites who are alien, who are outsiders. And that makes the metaphor inherently suggestive of conspiracist bigotry. Anti-Semitism
I've
is
seen it
the
like 3
archetype
times.
of this
Not a
kind
favorite,
of
not a
bigotry,
favorite.
though Jews are by no means the
Known.
only targets.
As much as, like,
LGBT
Videodrome
people are likewise often accused of wielding a
bastards.
powerful agenda due to the disproportionate prevalence of gay people in arts and entertainment. Again, grain of truth, but it's due largely to discrimination in most other industries and not due to a conspiracy. Conspiracists invoke queer-coded villainy in media, like the Capitol dandies in the Hunger Games, to insinuate that the establishment elites are gay. This has nothing to do with any kind of Marxist intellectualizing about material conditions. Populist bigots don't want equality. They want to be ruled by people they identify with, by people like them. Hatred of an outsider unites people across economic classes in the shared community of a lynch mob. So bigotry in general is useful to politicians, but conspiracist bigotry is particularly useful because it empowers them to continue railing against the establishment elite, the source of all our problems, even after they've ascended to the throne. Richard Nixon, when he was literally the president, was endlessly conspiracist about the liberal establishment.
The president is the enemy. The establishment is the enemy.
The professors are the enemy.
It's ironic, considering Nixon perpetrated the most famous real conspiracy in American history, but I actually don't think that's an accident. I think conspiracist politicians are actually more likely to perpetrate actual conspiracies because their belief in a conspiracy, or their followers' belief in a conspiracy, justifies plotting a counter-conspiracy. Donald
It's like a
Trump
self-fulfilling
really
prophecy.
did conspire to overturn the results of the 2020
manifestation.
election.
So
Stop the Steal
Satanism
was a
shit, you know.
counter-conspiracy which
Yes,
people supported on the
self-fulfilling,
basis
blah, blah,
of a
blah.
false conspiracy theory that Biden stole the election.
No, and
now,
yes.
with Trump in power once again, do we expect the right to turn on him when
Denied.
things do
Accepted.
not go well? No, of course not. They'll keep digging into further layers of the deep state, looking for new scapegoats and new conspiracies to externalize the blame. That is, until this wave of fascism crashes and recedes, and then suddenly they'll deny they ever supported Trump, or they'll claim the Illuminati made them do it, that Trump was a Rothschild. No responsibility will be taken, nothing will be learned. You know, I've often thought that if you simply translated Hitler's speeches into English and updated a few details, that Americans would completely buy it. A few months ago, that thought was proven right. Hitler's AI-translated speeches go viral on TikTok, with one video topping 1 million views in troubling trend. Is this what you thought the future would be? Using AI to bring Hitler back? I'm sure they're being normal about this over on the conspiracy subreddit.
No.
Let's take a look.
Hitler may not have been what we've been told he was.
Here we go.
This is an AI-translated speech by Hitler.
Religious
where I
hatred.
expected to hear him babble incoherence, but he was actually spot on about a lot of issues. He calls out the elite banking class, the stock market, the illusory two-party system, the globalists, an outsider minority forming a nation within a nation, hyperinflation, etc.
Doesn't make it
Blamed
right.
the Jews for everything.
The poster then pastes what appears to be a ChatGPT summary of conspiracy theories Hitler believed, and then declares,
promoting communist ideals, degenerate ideals, liberal ideals about sexuality and gender roles, undermining Christianity? Guys, it's the same shit happening today.
The post concludes by pointing out that Nazis burned books about transsexualism, and therefore that Hitler was, dare I say it,
pre-made.
Based?
It's prefaced.
I think we all owe Hitler an apology.
But, I mean, yes, but also yes.
Guys, I started out this video
it's
trying
AI
to be
written,
nice,
but also guided
this
and
post
AI written.
I've spent the last of my
It
patience.
is very tilted.
It's
This is
just
real good.
so stupid. How can you be this stupid? I'm not asking you to be an intellectual.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to write a thesis on fucking Wittgenstein. I'm asking you to be 10% smarter than the absolute dumbest it is possible for a human to be.
I'd like to think I'm there.
It boggles my mind how
Okay.
susceptible to propaganda you are.
That's true.
It's not like someone tricked you by giving you a transcript without telling you who wrote it.
It is my own
They
opinion,
told
though.
you it was Hitler.
Okay,
And when
I'm
you
not
agreed
about
with
Hitler.
it
There's
anyway,
something else I'm talking about.
did you question your own judgment?
On
No. The
Hitler
first
shit? No,
thought
fuck
through
Hitler.
that infinitesimally tiny brain of yours was that the mainstream media has lied to us about Hitler. There's a reason they only let us see him speaking.
I'm telling you, most of the people on TikTok are like the...
I honestly can't believe it.
Manifesto folks.
I cannot believe how goddamn dumb you are. It is actually astounding.
Yes. Yes.
Mom needs a Xanax. Part 6. I can't think of a section for this title, Doctor.
So you do this in blank hour bits with all this high editing and amazingness. I do this just every day, seemingly as a spastic colon.
I'm too depressed.
So yeah.
This is some very low vibrational crochet I'm doing here. What am I even making?
I don't know.
A pot holder for deformed pots? I am weaving a web of truth, okay? I don't want to hear any crap about it in the comments. So I suspect the main criticism of this video from conspiracists will be that I didn't debunk anything. And that's true. My goal has been to analyze a way of thinking, not to, litigate the evidence of JFK Jr. living in secret tunnels beneath Denver International Airport. I don't know what he's doing down there, and I'm not interested in finding out. The problem with debunking is it's not an efficient use of time. Some nerd online came up with an idea called Brandolini's Law. The amount of energy needed to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than that needed to produce it. Conspiracists can invent 100 conspiracies in the time it takes to debunk one, and even then, they'll invent a conspiracy to explain the lack of evidence for the one you just debunked. Conspiracism is a parody of critical thinking that empowers people to believe whatever they want to believe, and to dismiss anything challenging or inconvenient. Has a disaster happened that's awkward for your politics? Just say it was a hoax. Are other conspiracists inciting violence? Just say it's controlled opposition. To a conspiracist politician, every lost election is a rigged election. And there's usually a very selective and politically convenient understanding of what even counts as a conspiracy. Like conspiracists who think survivors of school shootings advocating firearms regulation are a conspiracy. But the billion-dollar industry lobbying to prevent that regulation, that's fine. That's not a conspiracy. If you spend long enough immersed in this kind of discourse, you start to lose your grip on the concept of truth. After months of conspiracy research, I feel a withered sense of reality, even as a detached and hostile observer. So what do we do with these people? Can they be reasoned with at all? The answer is usually no, and that's scary, because democracy depends on us being able to deliberate. When people can't communicate, conflicts escalate into violence. But there's also a personal cost to this. The subreddit QAnon Casualties has thousands of posts from people whose families and relationships have been torn apart by one person's obsessive conspiracism. People talk about losing someone to this, the way we talk about drug addiction. It's like conspiracy research completely takes over some people's lives. It becomes the only thing they care about, the only thing they talk about, and it changes their personality. And I'm sure people who know someone like that will ask, how can I save my loved one? And the only honest answer I can give is, I don't know. This is not a video on how to blue pill your crazy uncle. I think it's like addiction. You can't force someone to change if they don't want to change. You just can't force feed someone blue pills. That's what we have 5G towers for. But to even have a chance of getting people out, we should at least understand what gets them in. And I do have a few final thoughts about that. Why do some people get addicted to conspiracy theories? I think conspiracism must fulfill some deep psychological needs. Need one is relief from
kind of
fear.
Justification.
I'm sorry, we're in another list within a list. To understand the structure of this video, please consult this diagram. Fear is an inherent part of politics.
Oh my God.
There's no limit to how horrible humans can be to each other, and it's very scary. I personally am terrified
it's wonderful.
Of politics at the moment.
It's gorgeous.
So I get it.
The reactions, all of it. It's such an art form of like
fear? It
trash.
seems counterintuitive.
Such a garbage
the idea that the
shit
world is controlled by an evil crypto aristocracy doesn't sound very soothing. Like, are these people masochists? Do they unconsciously want to be dominated by the Illuminati?
Farming
now I say it out loud,
fucking
it actually does sound kind of
overreactionary screamers.
Okay, I get it. Michael Barquin says, the conspiracy theorist's view is both frightening and reassuring. Reassuring because it promises a world that is meaningful rather than arbitrary. So even if it's scary to think the world is controlled by Satanists, it's also a relief, because it means that everything happens for a reason. It's like religion in that way. Many people find it comforting to imagine that God has a plan for us. Even if that plan involves earthquakes and tsunamis.
It involves
the Lord works in mysterious ways. I personally do not find this comforting at all.
I do not understand the archetypal appeal of the punishing father.
You know, it's like daddy arrived and he's taking his belt off.
But so many people seem to be into it.
Taking his belt off.
It's a thing.
There has to be a point at which Dad comes home. Yeah, that's right. And he's pissed. Dad is pissed.
Need 2 is inflated self-esteem. There's something inherently grandiose about the whole conspiracist persona. Conspiracy researchers or investigators claim to have privileged access to secret knowledge thanks to their bravely defiant Galileo-like willingness to ask dangerous questions the brainwashed sheeple dare not entertain. It's such a teenage mindset, right? I remember thinking this way when I was 16. I alone question the system. Everyone else is a programmed sheep who does as they're told. But I am burdened with an inner darkness that lets me see the truth. That high school is a prison. Conspiracists take this narcissism even further. It's not enough for them to be Socrates and Sherlock Holmes. They also have to be Jesus Christ, some kind of persecuted martyr heroically fighting the forces of evil in the information war. It's like Don Quixote, the book we all pretend to have read about an aging noble who reads chivalric.
I didn't read it, but I did see the Wishbone episode about it. You know what I mean? What's the story, Wishbone?
Fantasy novels all day and deludes himself into thinking he's a knight. For conspiracists, the persona of investigator gives them a noble purpose. It makes them
and then he fights the fucking
but
windmill.
Instead of giants, they think windmills are directed energy weapons. And instead of chivalric fantasy,
literal windmills.
Their literary model is like the dystopian fiction we had to read in high school. 1984, Brave New World, Fahrenheit 451. You are here. Oh my God, how can the richest man on earth have this much of a persecution complex? There's not enough ketamine in the world to fix this. Need 3 is revenged humiliation. I've noticed a lot of professional conspiracy theorists became what they are after some experience of public humiliation. David Icke was a BBC sports presenter until his 1991 appearance on the TV talk show Wogan, where he announced to the British public that he was the son of God and prophesied a plague of tidal waves and earthquakes.
The press
what a fucking shit
claim
lord.
That you claim to be the son of God.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yes, you see, the thing is that it's quite funny, really.
The studio audience ridiculed him live on air, and afterward he says he, quote, couldn't walk down any street in Britain without being laughed at. It was a nightmare. My children were devastated because their dad was a figure of ridicule. This got him wondering who really was behind this vicious smear campaign. And his answer to that question was apparently reptilians, an idea he promoted on a lecture tour of North America, where this sort of behavior is appreciated,
that's not it.
Where nations of the world send all their maniacs.
Try again.
Likewise, Naomi Wolf went from respected liberal feminist to conspiracist co-host of Steve Bannon's podcast and one of the most deranged posters in the history of X.com. No! Naomi was never the best fact-checker, but her descent fully began during a 2019 BBC radio interview about her new book on 19th century persecution of homosexuality, when the host noticed that a fundamental premise of her book was based on a misunderstanding of legal terms. Any author knows this is a nightmare scenario, but Twitter was gleefully mean about it, because Twitter is a gleefully mean place. Within a year, Naomi had become a leading COVID-19 conspiracy theorist, anti-vax, anti-mask, ranting about chemtrails and 5G towers. It was like she was taking her revenge on the concept of factuality itself.
What the heck is in our oxygen supply?
Candace Owens is a conservative pundit whose latest obsession is claiming that Judaism is controlled from within by a secret sect called Frankists, who practice ritual murder and child abuse.
These pedophiles are in power. What we are referring to is a religion that is known as Frankism, which became the Halima religion. It is the preferred religion of the elites, okay? They believe and they worship the devil.
You can't even say that this is like a modern take on blood libel, because it's literally just blood libel.
Amazing.
Candace Owens is a blood libel promoter. But Candace once was a progressive. In high school, she experienced racist threats from classmates, influencing her to become a critic of systemic racism. Until an incident in 2016 when she launched socialautopsy.com, a platform that would archive offensive social media posts and connect them to posters' names, which would then be searchable by employers. This
did not go over well on any part of the political spectrum.
Whatever.
The consensus was that she had created essentially a doxing database, and the internet responded, as the internet does, by doxing Candace. In other words, she was canceled. And she blamed this on progressives, saying,
I became a conservative overnight. You know, I realized that liberals were actually the racists, that liberals were actually the trolls. And then Trump is on the screen saying that the media is lying, that CNN is
that's you. I'm not going to what to you. You don't deserve anybody who's...
Everything he was saying was
true.
You don't
deserve any more
what? That the media hired hitmen.
You've had enough.
Within a year, she was denying the existence of systemic racism.
You've had enough
claiming
what?
that Black Americans' problems stem
out of
from
all of
welfare, handouts, broken families. You know the song and dance. So it seems like Naomi Wolf and Candace Owens' feminism and anti-racism were mostly based on personal feelings of persecution. And then the moment they felt personally persecuted by progressives, they switched teams.
I became a conservative overnight.
Conspiracism appeals to people who feel humiliated because it externalizes blame and casts you as the hero fighting back.
2,000 years ago, had a guy called Jesus sat here and said these same things, you would still be laughing. It's really, really funny that we've not really moved on that much.
Of course, for everyday, non-celebrity conspiracists, the source of that humiliation might be more subtle. It could be a divorce, losing a job, or just a feeling that your life didn't turn out the way you wanted it to. You miss being young and full of hope, and you're like, who took that from me? Remember what the Jews took from you. God, at the beginning of The Matrix, Mr. Anderson's life sucks. He lives in a dirty bachelor pad. He hates his job. He's humiliated by his boss.
Either you choose to be at your desk on time from this day forth, or you choose to find yourself another job.
But then he takes the red pill and learns that his job, his boss, his taxes, all of that was just an evil simulation. A lot of men, in particular, feel humiliated by modernity itself. Like in Fight Club, these middle-class men feel emasculated by their white-collar jobs. Cucked. And conspiracy investigation can be a way to reclaim heroic masculinity from the comfort of your desk chair. And it is a traditionally masculine activity, though recently that's changed. A lot of women get into conspiracism via alternative health and wellness, often after frustrating or humiliating experiences with mainstream medicine, which can still be quite misogynistic. A lot of women got into QAnon because of its Me Too adjacent themes of exposing powerful sex criminals and the sort of heroic femininity of saving children. Just as conspiracism has always enabled cranks to play the intellectual without real learning, QAnon enabled women to care for children without the difficult parts of caring for children. It's childcare without the child. I understand the appeal. My children are my subscribers. Like and subscribe. Universal in conspiracy discourse is a longing for vindication.
Otherwise, you know.
The sense of, you will see, then you'll be sorry. Right. The ultimate conspiracist wish fulfillment fantasy is the end of the movie National Treasure, where conspiracist crank Nicolas Cage is no longer a disappointment to his father. He's vindicated to all the academics who mocked him. He's wildly rich, and Diane Kruger wants to fuck him. Yes, we all have our little fantasies. All of this is deeply pathetic. But I think it's important to understand because it explains why it's so difficult to reason people out of conspiracism. You're not just asking them to change their mind. You're asking them to give up an identity that makes them feel like they matter. And they're not going to do that until they find something else to fill the void. Need 4 is the denial of privilege. Another reason the left always loses, that's a good way to start a section, a little bit of optimism. Another reason the left always loses is the left wants you to check your privilege, and no one wants to do that. We all participate in systems of exploitation to some extent, not because we're evil, but just out of passive inertia. But acknowledging that is emotionally difficult because it makes you feel guilty, it makes your persecuted martyr persona look ridiculous, and it burdens you with obligations to other people, God forbid. Conspiracists, on the other hand, always assure you that you are at the bottom of the pyramid. You are here. This validates your pain and sense of victimhood, and it protects you from having to consider that you may in some way be involved in the oppression of other people. Morpheus tells Neo,
"The Matrix is everywhere. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth."
"What truth?"
"That you are a slave, Neo."
In a way, it's the ultimate white person fantasy, that a wise black man tells you that it's you who's really the slave. Conspiracists don't think in terms of systems. To them, Oppression is always an intentional act of evil. This makes them amazingly oblivious to more diffuse forms of power, like the power of men over women or the power of an empire over its colonies. In other words, conspiracists do not notice the clubs that they are in. Now, if you point this out, you'll be told that this is identity politics, which is a tactic the elites use to divide us. Okay, but those divides are already there.
As I
you
briefly
just choose
touched
not to
upon.
notice them except when it's convenient, and it blinds you to the truth about the real reasons for oppression and injustice. Most of us, in fact, exist somewhere in the middle of the pyramid. Most people watching this video benefit to some extent from a very unequal global distribution of power built on the exploitation of other people, other species, and the Earth itself. Conspiracists love their livestock metaphors, always comparing we the people to cattle and sheep. But how do we the people treat literal sheep and cattle? Not well. I notice most conspiracists are not vegan, and I'm not being preachy here. I'm not vegan either. Yes, I've seen all the sad vegan documentaries, and I agree, the way animals are treated is horrible. But it doesn't actually motivate me to stop eating meat. Why? Well, I've been introspecting about this, and I think it's because I am just not that good of a person. Not that I'm satanic. I don't slaughter animals for fun while chanting the names of demons. At least, not anymore. I've listened, and I'm learning. But I am complacent and selfish. I prioritize my own habits, comfort, health, and pleasure. I don't have this martyr impulse. I don't think this makes me evil. I think it makes me morally average. And when you take a vast global economy built on centuries of exploitation and fill it with morally average primates who evolved to survive in small groups with limited resources, you really don't need a conspiracy to explain the results. If you want to understand the mindset of the elites, look at yourself. Billionaires are not a different species. They're just people, often broken people, with way too much power. When you deny the humanity of the oppressors, you also conceal the potential oppressor in yourself, and in all people, even people you think of as the good guys. We are all, metaphorically, part reptile. So stop hunting for witches and Satanists and pay more attention to ordinary selfishness, ignorance, complacency, fear, envy, sadism, scapegoating, the psychology of mobs, the drive for retribution, and pay attention to how all of that interacts with power. These are the real forces behind human events, not secret schemes of shadowy supervillains. There is no epic battle between good guys and bad guys. There's humans, and there's power, and that's it. Who really controls the world? No one. There are no adults. It's just us.
Anyway.
There is no plan. Unless we make one.
It's getting close. There's no plan. Unless we make one. That's close. That's close. You're getting close. That was it. Wow, amazing. Thank you. Good shit. Conspiracy? I think so. That was a hot fucking great. It was a hot, great thing. Wow, that was fucking fantastic. I feel jizzified. I feel absolute jizzified. Okay. Oh, here, a little bit of Satan at the end. Here we got a little extra Satan.
Necrophilia.
All right. Great. That's it, though. That's my whole fucking shtick. I am gonna disappear. I've been on here all morning. Peter's nails. What'd you do there, Lois? You got my nails done, huh? Oh. Lois, I didn't know you thought that way.
Peter, what's wrong?
Oh,
You've
Jesus
been quiet
Christ.
all day.
Oh, that's just what you said the other day, Lois. I'm starting to think you're right. Brian's getting old. He's not the dog he used to be, and I'm going to have to get used to it. Just like I got used to my acrylic nails.
Yeah, that's right, baby. Yeah, such good nails. Yeah.
Scania, Weinstock, and Reisman. Hey, LaRonda. No, I got 4 people on hold, but I can't talk.
just reenacting bits now. That's fucking beautiful. And here we are at the end of the show.
Oh my goodness, folks.
Oh my goodness, folks.
It's raining like cats and dogs.
That's it.
Oh man, but yo, that don't eliminate the thirst. I see all this water around here.
It was raining
Even
too.
though
It
it's
was
not
raining like a
Water Chug
motherfucker.
Wednesdays, I always, oh my goodness, carry a gallon of water with me. I drink one of these daily.
Water's good for you. Let me piddle and grab some more coffee one more time so I can chug and stuff and not have to get up when I'm done with this. And actually, I'll just let it go. I'll just let it go. Fuck it. Fuck life. Fuck it. Let's go.
So for the channel, we are continuing our quest to drink all of the 1 gallon Hawaiian punches. And I haven't done this one, okay?
So I like the green one.
It's time to do this. Don't touch that mouse.
I will.
Try this thing.
I will.
We gotta knock out all of these. Everyone that's ever made, okay?
I think I've had like the blue one, the green one, the
red one, Fruit Juicy Red twice in the whole channel, okay? We did the yellow one, which is the lemonade. We did the pink one, which is the strawberry banana. We did the white one, which is white water wave. And we did that grape drink, all right? That Cowabunga blast. And now, I think only this and the green one remains.
I feel like I might have had that polar drink.
It's your time, Blue. Let's see what you do.
Ooh, take a little sip. What do we got? Yes? Hey, no more sipping allowed.
It really doesn't have a strong taste. I mean, it's not bad. It kind of tastes like,
I preferred the green one more.
Kool-Aid.
It had more of a kick.
You got your packet, the 25-cent packet, unsweetened. But you don't put the whole cup of sugar, all right?
Oh!
You only put a little bit of sugar, itty bitty bit. It tastes like...
That is a blast. That is a...
Hawaiian Punch with not a lot of sugar in it. Just like if you made Kool-Aid and you didn't put enough sugar in it. But it's fairly decent.
So it's got that like...
I like
white Gatorade taste to it, you know?
High 7. Okay. Nah. I'll give it an 8 out of 10. It's not bad. I like it.
No, it's like a high 7.
Go on.
He's right. He's trying to chug it in the fucking rain. He's in the elements. In the fucking yes. All right,
folks. It has come to this. Oh man.
It has come to this. It's been a fucking great day today, folks. I got my
umbrella, and I'm about to chug this. Hawaiian Punch Polar Blast. Oh, man. But hold on. Get this umbrella out of here. Why look like chugging with an umbrella? We out in the elements, folks.
Make sure that wind don't catch that shit. Throw it on the highway.
And we're about to do this. 1 full gallon of Hawaiian Punch Polar Blast. Can I do it? Well, let's find out.
Time, what do you think?
3, 2, 1.
I'm going to vote. I don't know. I have nothing to time this by. So I'm just going to go 28 seconds. I'm thinking about like the chuk wok 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 wok. No, that's way too fucking slow. Let's go like 16 seconds flat, somewhere in there. 16. It's first no, you won't be much longer than that, right? What did I say, 24? I'm saying more numbers now. Stop saying numbers, Spit. 16 to 24, somewhere in there. Fuck. That's a terrible. That range, okay? That's too much of a deep range, bro.
That's job.
I got my 2 numbers. Fuck off. I'll stick with those. Look at these. Look at those. Did I say 28? I might have said 28. Am I doing, is that another number I just threw in? Oh, because that's 16 right there. He's still not done yet. Now my 24 is coming up. Oh, 28's about to pass too. It's like, damn, this is like a 35 or something. What is this? 35 gone. There's like a 42. 420. Oh no. Oh yeah, about. Okay.
Woo!
Jesus.
That's what it is, folks.
Yeah.
All right, we only got one more to go before we chug the whole Hawaiian punch.
The whole Hawaiian
universe,
rainbow,
right?
bro.
So for Badlands Chugs, we are out. Let me get my behind home.
You mean?
And I'll catch you tomorrow.
All right.
Oh,
Good,
yeah.
good. Maybe not. We'll see.
Chugging the world.
Sometimes I miss a chug video. All right, so thank you, folks, for stopping by. I hope you had fun watching the TheSpitDragon do his little thing here. I hope you enjoy your day, blah, blah, blah. Oh, no, there goes all our water. Oh, we're going to die. You took all our water. You drank all our water. AOC just ended her career. We must violently resist against Nazis. Nice. Hey. Fuck yeah, AOC. Now you're gaining my favor back. Good job. So that's it. Really. Good job. You are winning my favor back, bitch.
People that want to pay for
Yes. Yes.
He's actually a YouTuber.
But not Hassan. Anyway. That's it. Date me or else, okay? Alright?
I know what this is.
Like...
Okay, no. I know what this is.
Shoehead's fucking great, okay?
I'm very aware.
Yeah, Shoehead's fucking great. Her tits. Exactly. Oh no, I thought this might have been a new bunny. Oh, there isn't one. We don't want her to eat too much. Oh, did we watch her eat a bunch of Toblerone? We did not. But that's it. That's it for me. So I'm gonna enjoy my time with Stuffy Bunny. Okay. I'm sorry. What? Excuse me? I'm gonna enjoy my time with Stuffy Bunny. Oh yes. Good bunner stuffers. Stop it. Molesto finger. Oh, blah blah blah. My funger. Are we good now? I think we're good now. So I'm gonna get out of here. Good luck out there, folks. Take a hint. Yeah, take a hint. You fucking weirdos. You fucking bastards. Get the fuck out of here. Take a hint. Take a step. Take a fucking hint. Take a step. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one out there. Here, let's skip ahead just for you guys, okay? You can watch the rest on Patreon, okay? What? Where does it all go after this? Oh, it's just sitting there. Oh, yeah. Oh. So,
he doesn't have a name yet.
Oh.
I just called him Mr. Dinosaur.
I love Mr. Dinosaur. I love Mr. Dinosaur.
Oh, bear in mind, one triangle is 200 colors. Ah.
I love Mr. Dinosaur. I love him so. Yes. That's my parasocial existence in her world now. Yes. Does she bumps him. He moved a little. Was it a cat? Did the cat move, Mr. Dinosaur? When did you bump him? You bumped him over here too.
Like 8 months.
What's that?
Pregnant, like.
Uh-oh.
At least like 8 months.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's like 9 months for her pregnancy. And she literally could not get out of her car today.
Oh, it's not you, it's somebody
It
else.
felt really bad, but people were helping her, so.
I think the cat bumped the dinosaur. Okay.
Because she was already fat.
Oh, right.
And like, just sort of like, pretty much just able to walk.
The cat's rubbing on the dinosaur, that's funny.
She got pregnant, and now she literally can't walk.
Yeah.
Not without help anyway.
Oh, the dino goes down over here. Dino down. Let's see the dino. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay.
Right to a puke point. Oh no!
Oh.
Okay, great. A little bit too much. A little fuzzy. A little. Oh, gross. Disgusting. Fantastic. You nasty. Nasty. Burp, burp. I'm out of here. Goodbye, guys. I'm out. I'm out. Good. Okay. Oh, you're here. Oh, bye. Good luck out there. Have Have a nice day. Ugh, don't watch this part. You weren't supposed to see this. I only checked this out because I assumed you were gone from the non-reply for the last several sections where there would have been better places to reply. Yeah, so I apologize for you coming in late for this. Fucking, this is... Meat Canyon had a video, and then she came into existence. Right? Like we went into that plane of existence as soon as he made that video. She might have been making content before that, but we have no proof of that. But we do have proof that she existed post Meat Face's Wendy's face. So I believe these are directly correlating events, and I'm making my own conspiracies now. Oh yes, yes. Oh my God! All right, so I'm out of here. She's out of here too. I'm gonna go burp. We're gonna go burp together. I'm kidding, but okay, see ya, bye. Have a good one. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. It's gross, and it's gross that you support it. and nobody calls me a ped for this one, okay? Is that relevant? Or Badland Chug. So that's two cleared content as far as I know. The bar has not yet been violated in these directions. So... what you gonna do, you know? Do you think those would be really easy to stick a, say, razor blade into? I'm done. Okay, I'm done. Toblerone. Have you guys even had Toblerone? I'm out of here. Toblerone. What even is it, dude? Don't watch. It's getting close to the spot. Oh. Okay, I'm out of here. I didn't show you her so you could keep watching her. She is nasty. It offends a certain... Oh my God. I can't even. I'm like, no. It's embarrassing and gross for me too. I love it though. I'm sorry. It's like I can't stop watching The Fire. You know? I don't have my old Japanese man anymore. And there's nobody to guide my content in a better, more wholesome way, you know. Okay, so yeah, bye. Have a good one. I'll be around. See you guys. Bye. I don't know how many days this will take to get back up because this is a hefty bitch, but I don't care. Bye. See ya. Have a good one. I'm out. I'm going. Okay. I'm going. I left already. Nice. Stop winking when I'm pausing. Okay, bye. See ya. Have a good one. Mwah. And that's it. I don't even remember what I've done. Okay, so I hope you guys had a nice time watching the show. Okay, great, fantastic. Oh, that came out of the base. So I got. There we go. I got there we go. I got the pets here. I got the pets on the zigzagoon in the background. There we go. Great. Okay, I'm the fuck out of here. Goodbye. Mwah, mwah. That's it. I'm going. Let's review, brah, and then I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Bye. Oh, satanic. Let's do a satanic review, brah. I like that. This one's kind of cool because it's like juxtaposition. You know, it's like over the other one. It's like layering. Yeah. Fuck yeah. So, anyways, I left 4 minutes ago. 4 minutes ago. I left. I've already been on the moon, telling girls I was making them crystal castles so I could later get them in bed and then completely ignore them. 42 minutes ago. I forget what I was doing. I was watching that one video, and I was talking, probably not talking as much. I'm going to cut this off like nowish. I'm going to bye. Have a good one. See ya. 4 days.